Hello? Hello, this is the President. Hello, this is the President of the United States. Who is this? Is it you again?
Look behind you.
This is my private line. How did you get through?
They're everywhere. All the time. We see them every day. But you have to look behind you.
There is nothing behind me. How did you get this number?
The spaceman told me.
What spaceman?
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you about the monsters. Please, you must look behind you.
Young lady, there are no monsters in the Oval Office.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Sammy.
the loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Sammy.
the loudspeaker spoke up and said, give up, give up, give up, give up, give up.
Wait, Sammy. Wait, Sammy. Wait, Sammy.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The number is to call the show tonight, 503-225-0860. It's 503-225-0860. A lot of good response last night from the show we did about killing machines, killing robots. And if you remember in the beginning of the program, I was alluding to organic killing machines as well. We're talking about serial killers. We're talking about, we were talking about fictional or fictitious characters like Jason and Freddy and Mike Myers and all these other killers that certainly have people terrified. Speaking of which, Terrifier is a new movie that's out right now. About a clown, another scary clown movie, but this time they're saying that people are passing out and throwing up in this film because it's so terrifying and so gory. I don't know if anybody would want to, I don't know how many people are going to put themselves through that kind of hell, but the curiosity piques, certainly. And this is the, I think the gist of it all, and that is that, as I said last night, death is a curiosity for us. Danger is a curiosity for us. It's like when you're driving down the road and you're rubbernecking to see an accident. You want to know if anyone's okay. And even if it's just a minor pullover, we're always slowing down as we go past the police officers or the tow trucks. And we just have this fascination with harm. We have a fascination with death. And if you were to, for example, calibrate your fear of being murdered, according to statistics, you should be 12 times as afraid of your family members killing you than a serial killer killing you. In other words, more people are killed by a family member or someone they know more so than serial killers. But we have a fascination with serial killers. Less than 1% of murders in any given year are committed by serial killers. That's according to the FBI. Serial murder. They did a serial murder investigation, a report filed saying that less than 1% of murders in any given year are committed by a serial killer. 12.5% of murders are committed by victims' family members. So more Amityville Horror, less Jeffrey Dahmer, right? It's but yet we fall for a lot of these serial killers. We want to hear more about them, and sadly, we have domestic violence that zooms in and out of the news so frequently that it doesn't capture the public's attention at all. And when it does, it doesn't hold the attention for long. Meanwhile, you have people like John Wayne Gacy, dresses up like a clown. You have other serial killers like Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, of course. There's a new series right now on Netflix. You just remember a lot of these serial killers. David Berkowitz comes to mind too, Son of Sam. And they're so well known that we continue to hear references about them in pop culture. A Katy Perry song, if I recall, it's called, remember that song, Dark Horse? Well, there's a rap going on in the song, and he says something, she'll eat your heart like Jeffrey Dahmer. A reference to that in a song. Of course, Dahmer, we know, was well known for cannibalizing his victims, and he committed crimes between 1978 and 1991. He was killed in prison in 1994, nearly 20 years before the song Dark Horse was released. And so to have, I think the rapper's name was Juicy J, he drops a tasteless reference in a song, and he knows it will be understood because serial killers are a lot of our culture. And the question is why? What draws people to the dark, disturbing stories of serial killers? Why do some killers become celebrities while others are forgotten? I guess it goes to psychiatry. I guess it goes to what we can learn from these individuals. What can we learn about ourselves and how people are drawn to understanding the darker side of what it means to be human, the darker side of the human condition. The desire to see the mind of a serial killer is a very powerful attraction. And that is why Ryan Murphy has put out another true crime drama about Jeffrey Dahmer. It's called Dahmer Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story. It's on Netflix. It was released last month, and it's renewed public interest in the story of Jeffrey Dahmer, the serial killer. And believe it or not, the series itself is trailing Stranger Things 4 for the most hours viewed on Netflix. It's becoming Netflix's second most popular English language series of all time. So with Halloween coming, Dahmer-related merchandise has hit sellers, including eBay, and people are aghast, hoping that those who wish to go to the Halloween party as Dahmer should reconsider. eBay has banned the sale of Dahmer-inspired costumes due to the breach of its policy on violence and violent criminals. The items included was, you can get an orange jumpsuit with a mask, or you can get glasses similar to what was worn by the actor Evan Peters, who plays Dahmer in the Ryan Murphy movie, or the Ryan Murphy TV series on Netflix. The TV series on Netflix has been, the critics have said stay away from it. But people who watch it say that it is disturbing and quite haunting. Now, I've seen it. And it does create a really great sense of dread. And the thought of the bodies in the bedroom is enough to make anyone think about throwing up. I sat through the whole thing thinking to myself, this is disgusting. And yet, you've seen worse in like Breaking Bad or some other TV show about crime. But no, this is psychologically dark. And many people have criticized the Dahmer series for desensitizing people. And it also prompted responses from the victims' families, with one member sharing that the show is re-traumatizing his family. Rita Isbell, the sister of Errol Lindsay, one of Dahmer's victims, said that she was dismayed that her impassioned courtroom speech was in the show, and it was word for word. Officers had to restrain her from attacking him in the courtroom. But as reenacted word for word and transformed into a meme, it was terrifying for the family to see this all over again, relive it all over again. Why do we love serial killers so much? Why are we fascinated by serial killers so much? It's definitely a psychologist's dream to try and figure that one out. And maybe we'll find out tonight. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. You are listening to Ground Zero. I'm Clyde Lewis. I was wanting to comment on the Dahmer series for some time because I saw it probably a couple weeks after it came out. I know Ron had said that he wanted me to look at it and watch it, and Wes too. He said that it would be something I'd be interested in, and yeah, it was. And I know a lot about the Dahmer case because I have a fascination with serial killers. In fact, a lot of ghost hunts I've gone on have somehow brought us to communicate with serial killers. We were at Evergreen College. We were doing a ghost hunt there on the campus. We wound up talking with Ted Bundy on a ghost box. And it was he gave us the name Manson, which was interesting because we didn't understand if maybe, he was telling us about Charles Manson or something, but no, it was about one of his victims was named Manson, I believe. And she was the girl that was killed at Evergreen during a concert. And Bundy did it, and we were trying to verify. We had someone who went to the college who knew Bundy that said that she believed that we were conversing with Bundy through what is called a spirit box or a radio box. And so that was interesting. We did one time on this program, we were doing a John Wayne Gacy gathering here in Portland. We went to a place called the Jack London, which was an underground bar. And we were going to have in our possession, which we got from the lawyers of the case, John Wayne Gacy's clothes. We didn't have the clown suit, but we had his clothes, the clothes that he wore when he was in court. And they shipped them to us, and we had them because they were going to promote a book. But we had the suits, and what we wanted to do is we wanted to exorcise the suits, meaning that we wanted to somehow take whatever evil spirit that may have been attached to those clothes and remove them. And what happened is that when we brought the suits into the bar, the power went out. The power went out, and there was something happened magnetically. A lot of people's phones went crazy, and we actually were able to later get pictures of the event. And sitting on a bench in the bar was this young girl, and she had a white face, darkened eyes, sitting there on the bench. Some young girl, and we didn't know who it was. There was no way. We had a minor at this gathering. We don't know who the girl was because we know that Gacy had killed many men, not girls. And so that was something, and of course we saw a lot of ectoplasmic activity going on around the suits. But the biggest, scariest problem of all, or the biggest, scariest event of all, was when we went to Martinez, California, and we were investigating the Zodiac Killer. And we had ghost hunters there. Wes was there. Dave Paul was there. A few people were there. And this was back with different producers and different people. We were on Sirius XM at the time. We were on several networks at the time, and we were doing. I had just gotten out of the hospital for my third cancer surgery. It was probably like 2 months out. I was still weak, but I figured I'd be okay to do a ghost hunt and do a live show from the Martinez Gazette. And so we went to San Francisco, we went to the Bay Area, and then we went to the Martinez Gazette, just outside of Mount Diablo area. And we were told that a guy by the name of Richard Gaikowski was an editor at this place, and that his ghost is haunting the Gazette, and that he has said in seances that he is the Zodiac. So we went to the Martinez Gazette to investigate this ghost of the Zodiac haunting this newspaper. And there were a lot of interesting turns of events. I mean, Wes got some really good EVP, but we had a member that was with us that was antagonizing the ghost of Richard Gaikowski. And what had happened is that during an interview while we were live on the air, a woman that was with me broke down and cried because she said that the presence was around her and she couldn't stand what was happening. And so the one guy that was antagonizing the Zodiac said, well, what are you doing? You're picking on the weakest person here? Come on, pick on me. I'll take you on, whatever. No, the weakest person in the room was not this woman. The weakest person in the room was me, because I just got out of the hospital. And so when the guy antagonized the ghost of the Zodiac, saying, you're going to be picking on the weakest person, come pick on me, he went to me. And so while I was on the air, I felt like I was being choked. I felt like my throat was closing in on me and I was going to pass out. I felt like I was going to die. And I broke down on the air because it was so terrifying. I thought I felt cold. I felt my neck swelling up. And what made me cry was that I wasn't going to be able to say goodbye to Janine. That was the problem I was having, is I didn't have Janine, didn't have a way to talk to her. And I figured, what a stupid way to die, being killed by a ghost or having a panic attack or whatever the hell I had. It felt like I was being attacked by a spirit, by something evil. And so, in fact, they took me off the air. James Evan Pilato, who was a producer at the time, finished the show for me. I ran outside, took my shoes off, put it in the mud, and I started throwing up everywhere. I just couldn't hold down whatever it was that, and while everybody was celebrating with the ghost hunt, I had to go home and I was not feeling well. I hadn't felt well for a long time after that. But see, that's the thing, is that sometimes when you mess with this stuff, you do get some harm, and it is chancy to do. And you're thinking that you can handle it, but it's just like handling a tiger or handling something. And when you're used to it, it's fine. But you never really think about the entity attacking. And so when you're watching shows like Dahmer, I think it means more to me now watching these shows, because I've had these encounters, I guess you could say, spiritually, with these serial killers. And I thought it'd be a great idea to do a show about that sort of thing, TV show. But apparently a lot of people are going to now Ed Gein's hangout and they're doing all this. But I think when Ryan Murphy put together this show, this Dahmer show, his intent, from what I gather, was that he wanted to make a redeeming kind of Dahmer series, meaning that we needed to get to know his victims more so than him. Take the focus away from Dahmer and onto his victims, and then, talk about the racist and homophobic systems that failed the victims of Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, one episode focuses entirely on the life of Tony Hughes, who was a deaf aspiring model. And I think that was the only moment in the whole series where I felt a little hope, because, if you didn't know the outcome of the relationship, and of course you know all of his relationship outcomes, you would have thought that Dahmer was falling in love and that he was going to have a great relationship with this guy. But of course, you can't tame a monster. The monster always rises up, and the monster destroys everything. We all know that Jeffrey Dahmer raped, murdered, and dismembered at least 17 men and boys in Milwaukee, Wisconsin between 1978 and 1991. And it shocked the world. Of course, the extent of his crimes, the cannibalism, the necrophilia that was involved, and most of his victims, of course, were gay black men. But just keep in mind that this was one of the, this TV show on Netflix was just one of the TV shows and movies from Hollywood about the Milwaukee Monster, about Jeffrey Dahmer. There was a movie with Jeremy Renner, 2002, film called Dahmer. And there was a film in 2017 called My Friend Dahmer, which had former Disney star Ross Lynch as Jeffrey Dahmer. So Many of us that lived through the disgusting headlines in USA Today have realized that one man could commit barbarous acts of terror. Nightmare in Milwaukee, heads in the freezer, anonymous interviews of nauseated policemen. I mean, it was all a moment where all kinds of arguments were being made, from civil rights creeping into the story with Jesse Jackson rallying in the streets, declaring that what Dahmer did was a hate crime. So many things going on at the time when Jeffrey Dahmer made his mark on history, his bloody mark on history. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back.
I now present to you Jeffrey Dahmer in his command performance.
It has been difficult with your mother, so I moved into a motel.
Take a deep breath.
You can't just leave me here.
I just cooked a big pot of stew and there's food in the freezer.
Are you okay?
Hey, Dahmer, it's in the bag.
You seem healthy to me. What about what's on a patient's mind?
You haven't had a nice word for me in years. You're always in your room. You don't want a mother. You don't want me.
So that's it, huh? Oh, that's great, man. Just go take my brother and chase UFOs.
They're real!
I see things in you that I don't like about myself. I want you to have friends in ways that I never could.
I like bones. Get interested in what's inside.
God, Dahmer, you are such a freak!
He's not a sideshow attraction. We're just having fun, you know?
Get out of your shell. You need to be more normal.
Your house is pretty dark. Yeah, I've got it all to myself. My dad's living with his girlfriend. Are you bleeding? No, that's just paint. We're just having fun, you know? Yeah.
It's disgusting! Cutting up roadkill in the garage? It's sick. And it would have been nice of you to ask me!
We're just having fun, you know? Yeah. I'm just like anybody else.
I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. What makes a TV series, especially one that's a slow burn? A lot of people say it's boring, but it's scary. It's disgusting. Why sit through an entire series about Dahmer? What makes Dahmer so interesting? What makes Gacy so interesting? What makes Berkowitz so interesting? Why are we drawn to TV shows and books and movies about serial killers? That's the question. The reason why we follow them, or we're into true crime, or why does it scare us so much when chances are we won't be killed by a serial killer? We'll be killed by somebody in our own family first. Let's go to Jose in Texas. Hey, Jose, you're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde. Nice to talk to you again.
Good to talk to you.
Hey, so I wanted to, on your last segment, you talked about the John Wayne Gacy. You forgot to mention how you were able to get a picture of him on the TV, where he appeared in a clown mask or a clown face and aesthetic. Yeah,
one of the things, we had a gentleman named Dr. Burgess who brought one of those old TVs to the Jack London. And before digital TV came along, we had TV where if you turned to a channel that was open, you'd see static. In fact, it was the same type of thing you see in the movie Poltergeist. And so there's this idea that, again, with something called ITC, which is using TVs, radios, computers to try and contact the dead, The idea that if you were to tune a channel to that static, and you do something like a paranormal seance or whatever, the image of whomever you're trying to contact will appear. Well, as we were doing the exorcism ceremony before the power went out and the TV went out, there was an image of Pogo the clown appearing in the static, and we got a picture.
Yeah,
of it.
I remember that.
Yeah, we got a picture.
Yeah,
of
you
it.
posted on your Facebook on that.
Yeah.
So I wanted to kind of talk about what you're saying, and I feel like in a nutshell, if you watch Joaquin Phoenix's The Joker and then Dahmer,
yeah,
I think you would begin to sympathize, and I think that's where the mentality begins, is the humanization of these these slashers and these these serial killers. I think it's the sympathy, and then like I said, if you watch The Joker and then Dahmer, you would say like, you know what, he was a human before, or you just kind of begin to see that anybody's capable of it, and we all have an anger.
Yeah,
so I think that's where the attraction comes from.
It's funny, you're jogging my memory of The Joker. It's true. It's creepy that as you're watching The Joker, the new one with Joaquin Phoenix, you find yourself sympathizing with him in a lot of ways. And I think that was one of the reasons why a lot of the critics were saying, don't go see The Joker because it's not good for your mental health to go see it, because you're going to start feeling sorry for him and why he decided to shoot those guys in the subway and why he did this and why he did this. And it's really, but you look at those situations and it's like what Bernie Getz did that, and and people were sympathizing with Bernie Getz when he did that in the subway. There are a lot of incidents in The Joker that were taken from headlines. They were taken from regular headlines. And so it's like, it always puts you in a position of what would you do in that situation? What would you do if you were hounded like that? What would you do if you were Dahmer and your father raised you to, dissect roadkill and took you out fishing and you were, squeezing the guts in your fingers and it made you feel, that's just creepy stuff. Yeah.
And if I may, just one more comment and I'll get off the air.
Sure.
And this reminded me also your last story about being suffocated, about Little Dutch Creep. I was talking to your screener, and we were talking about it a little bit, and how he still exists and stuff. And I was telling him, you guys are kind of putting yourself in a position.
Well, yes, it's true. We are putting ourselves in a position, but it's like I always compare it to trying to train a tiger, or you go in and you do certain things to prevent that sort of stuff. But we did not. And see, this is what happens. All right. If you don't follow the rules, stuff goes down. And so when I was attacked by the Zodiac killer, it wasn't because I did anything wrong. It's because we had a ghost hunter that was there that basically antagonized a ghost, antagonized an evil spirit. You don't do that. And so when the guy did it, we took him and we told him, don't be involved because you're antagonizing a spirit. You don't do that. And he didn't follow the rules, and so the spirit attacked me. There are rules you have to follow so you don't have these things happen to you, or at least chances are you won't have things happen to you. But once again, it's like flying a plane. You can do everything you're supposed to do and still crash it. Chances are you won't if you do the right things, right? And so that's what happened. Yeah. That's what happened. It wasn't because we were going into a situation. It's because if you don't follow the rules, you're going to end up getting burned. And that's what happened to us. And in fact, after that situation, I really didn't go on many ghost hunts after that. Let's go to Jim in Ohio. Hey, Jim, you're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde, quick story and a comment on what you're talking about tonight. But my best friend from Ohio State, I went to Ohio State, and my best friend that went there with me is convinced that in 1978 we had a close encounter with Jeffrey Dahmer. And I was just reading online that Jeffrey Dahmer's ghost supposedly haunts Morrill Tower at Ohio State. Now, I lived in Lincoln Tower. There's two towers right next to one another. But my buddy is convinced that we had a close encounter with him in 1978 when he was there. And he even showed me the picture. And he's like, do you remember this guy? And I said, yeah, he kind of does look like that guy. But my comment's kind of in league with what your previous caller just said. I think that we're so fascinated with serial killers because I think that basically it's human nature. Everybody's got one in them. Mm-hmm. Just most people can reason and rationalize and don't give in to their baser instincts. I mean, American Psycho is a perfect example of that. Now, that's me and my friends. That's one of our favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, I love that movie.
We can watch that movie over and over and over. And not that it's funny, but there's something to it that's just engaging, just
Right.
to see somebody who looks like the normal guy once again, like the Joker.
Well,
He's
it was
kinda
a
like the
superficial. It was the superficiality of the '80s, I think, that was so interesting about American Psycho. Was that it just represented the superficial '80s and '90s and how people were so superficial. You had to have the right hairstyle. You had to have the right muscle structure. You have to wear the right clothing. And most of those people, growing up, I didn't trust. I didn't trust those people in the '80s.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Sure, quickly.
Now, the movie, you've seen the movie. I'm guessing you've read the books.
No.
Do you think is that all a figment of his imagination?
It indicates that maybe it was, that he was just fantasizing the whole thing and he really didn't do the killing. But, that's the brilliance of the movie. That's the brilliance of art. It leaves you wondering and guessing. It's fantastic. It's fantastic that you bring that up. 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. We'll be back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. 503-225-0860. It's 503-225-0860. The new Dahmer TV series is on Netflix, saying it's the most successful English-speaking show they've had since Stranger Things 4, and a lot of people are baffled. I mean, they're saying, well, why is it that this show's so good? Why do people watch it? Why are people so fascinated with serial killers? And I guess that's the question, isn't it? Why are we so fascinated, and why do we love our serial killers so much? Why do we watch these shows? Why do we like true crime? I guess it's the question of the century. Let's go down to Tyler in Florida. Hey, Tyler, you're on Ground Zero.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Lowe? It's a pleasure talking to you.
Good talking to you, too.
I studied criminal psychology and serial killing at NYU, and the public might be surprised to know that most of these serial killers, there's really nothing wrong with them neurologically or physiologically. It's basically a behavioral pattern.
So would you say it's nurturing, the nurturing aspect, or do we make monsters? Do we create the monsters, or do they learn to be monsters? How does this happen?
Yes and no, depending on the fortitude of the child and the strength of the will. Just like there's weak people and there's strong psychological people. If they are weak, yes, they will succumb to the nurturing. It's just like if you have a child at a playground, you say, don't touch that, don't go there. You could make them a neurotic.
That's true, you could. But how close are we all to becoming serial killers? Because it just seems like serial killers act upon a hair trigger. I mean, some of them, of course, they kill once, they like the thrill, they kill again, and they kill again. But sometimes we have people that on a hair trigger that just happen.
Well, once they decide to take that route, once they become committed, they find that there's really no way out in essence. Right? They're already in too deep, so they continue in their behavioral patterns.
Right.
And of course, depending on the way you are in the world, these behaviors are not always necessarily looked upon as deviant or abnormal. Like, right. For example, I guess say cannibalism. People do behave in these kinds of ways in some places.
See, but that's the thing. The graduation from just killing something and then necrophilia and cannibalism, those are just, desecrating a corpse for sexual pleasure or for another pleasure, which is gluttony, that's certainly very despicable and very horrible. And I just wonder, how Dahmer graduated from just killing to becoming a predator eating his victims. And
it's like, well, he started out probably just like you say, killing himself, but it's just like a dictator. When they cut a couple of heads off, and then when the shock value wears off and it becomes mundane for them, now you got to put heads on sticks. And then once that becomes no good, then you have to think of something else to do, and you have to keep increasing the level of so-called shock value in order to satisfy the basic need to feel that you're doing something out of the ordinary.
So why is it that normal people like you and I do you have an interest in serial killers?
I am fascinated, but the public is fascinated because they live not vicariously, but they do. It's like an escape for them because they would like, it's like a fantasy. Like, imagining that, like, not that they would do it, but they could get away. It's like an escape, like imagining, like doing something like that, even though they would never actually cross that line.
Right.
Most people.
Well, I mean, I was watching. See, the thing about Dahmer is that all I remember about Dahmer is what I read in the headlines. It's like I said, headlines about officers that were sick, officers that were this, but I didn't get why the officers didn't do anything until I saw the TV series, and I got to thinking about it, and I was realizing something, that the police probably didn't do any of this because they didn't understand the gay culture. And so they were thinking that what was going on, like, for example, between the Asian kid and Dahmer, because he drilled a hole in his head and put acid in it, but yet he got away, and the police, he said, well, this is my boyfriend, and we're having a sex game, and so the police didn't understand it, obviously, because they didn't understand what gay men do. And so in the process, they just completely ignored it and thought it was just some, gay sex game that they were playing.
Well, when you're confronted with something unfamiliar, you tend not to examine it further if you're confronted because you're afraid of, say, the authoritarian figures, just like the Milgram experiment, when they were telling people to shock people just because they were wearing the white lab coat and the people were listening.
Yeah.
So likewise, with if you don't like encounter gays much and you see a sexual encounter, you might feel like it depends. You may be appalled. You may say, well, this is what they do. But when someone tells you, what are you, what's the big deal? You might retract and just accept it as something that's being done.
See, and that's why we need cultural norms like that, because it's like, then we get people who misunderstand. Absolutely. And we see something like Dahmer, and the reason why he got away with most of what he did is because police officers did not know how to approach it. They didn't know how to approach it because what's that?
Most of these guys, they're intelligent, they're personable, they have good manners, and they know how to talk their way out of situations and to calm people into believing things that may not necessarily be so.
Well, he had a reputation in the gay community as being a honey. They used to say, "Oh, he's a honey Dahmer. You want to take care of him. You want to baby him." And then eventually it got out that he was drugging his victims. He was drugging his boyfriends, and then it got to a point where nobody wanted to associate with him because they knew what he was up to. But the police just wouldn't move in on him. It was just it was a strange thing, a strange time, and to this day, people are still asking, why didn't the police intervene earlier? Why didn't any of these things happen?
It's hard to say. Look at Joan Benet Ramsey. They didn't even approach inside the house for over a month. They wouldn't question anybody. It's like it's really those situations that you just described where the police don't take action is like pretty much few and far between.
Yeah.
But it does occur, and it's just human psychology. People confronted with unfamiliar things, and they're not sure how to handle it.
Right.
Even say 9/11. The first time it happened, I just happened to be in New York at that time, and they didn't know how to handle it. But after a couple of days, they got a handle on it. When you first encounter something and it's unfamiliar, you're not really sure how to handle things. Then once you get a more complete knowledge of it, then you become more assertive.
Yeah, it's true. I really appreciate all the information, Tyler. Thank you for calling the program.
Hey, pleasure's mine. Take care.
Great job. Take care. See, that's the thing. We can't understand why a person would eat someone. And there's a focus on that in the TV series. This is what I believe. I mean, the critics were attacking that probably because they were saying, cannibalism. And I think deep down, though people really do stop and wonder how this guy got away with so many murders and whether or not the sandwiches he gave his neighbors were made from his victims. What was it that triggered Dahmer? Was it watching his mother lie on her bed corpse-like after she took a pill overdose? Was it the dissecting of the roadkill that he and his dad used to do? They said they were doing scientific experimentation, that he wanted to be a taxidermist. I mean, in one scene, Dahmer goes fishing, and while learning to gut his catch, he squeezes the entrails between his fingers, and he watches them ooze. I mean, it sounds disgusting, and it's meant to be disgusting. It is disgusting, but we're also meant to understand that Dahmer found it titillating because the camera lingers on the fish, and that image keeps returning throughout the series. All the gory details that we have of the femurs and the torsos and the vats of acid and the skulls in the filing cabinet and the constant reminder from his neighbors that a horrible stench was coming from his apartment. Most people are very interested in serial killers. Too many think pieces have already been written about America's collective fascination with serial killers, but at least a part of it is our endless appetite for understanding the inner workings of evil. 503-225-0860. It's 503-225-0860. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero, and we'll be back. Hey guys, it's Clyde Lewis from Ground Zero. You know, with the rise of the cancel culture and an increase in social media censorship, we need to make a big change. So we decided to create a very unique digital platform. It's called Aftermath.media. It's an exclusive online multimedia library featuring an interactive social media section with a chat room, videos, audio clips, archived Ground Zero podcasts, documents, books, and magazines. Our news aggregator provides current news relating to many of the topics we cover. We're expanding our research and study groups as well, which presently includes Tracy Twyman, William Cooper, Nate Russell, and Jim Keith. Also, check out popular podcast Conspirafact with Wes and Bill. Updated apps will be available soon. The monthly subscription for Aftermath is only $10 a month, and if you sign up now for the yearly subscription, it's only $79. You want to hear the shows you love and support Great Talk Radio. Go to Aftermath.media. Again, that's Aftermath.media.
Are you intrigued by Paranormal Talk Radio? You'll love the new Paranormal Radio app from TalkStream Live. You'll find a great selection of talk shows covering UFOs, ghosts, strange phenomena, and much more. Download the Paranormal Radio app now and start listening to the very best in paranormal talk entertainment, including the network you're listening to right now, the Paranormal Radio app, free in Google Play and the iOS App Store.
Spinning complacently in the darkness, covered and blinded by a blanket of little lives, false security has lulled the madness of this world into a slumber. Wake up! An eye is upon you, staring straight down and keenly through, seeing all that you are and everything that you can never be. Yes, an eye is upon you, an eye ready to blink. So face forward, with arms wide open and mind reeling. Your future has arrived. Are you ready to go?
The loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Jimmy.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Jimmy.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Jimmy.
Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up.
Wait, Jimmy. Wait, Jimmy. Wait, Jimmy.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 503-225-0860. That's 503-225-0860. Is there a problem with people who are fascinated with serial killers? Is it something that we can call American psychopathy? I mean, people are attuned to a new TV show that's on Netflix right now called Dahmer. Actually, it's Dahmer the Monster, but I think people try to entertain what exactly is a psychopath. And since we have the famous psychopaths, we can watch them and say, well, I'm nothing like them. I don't know of anybody that's like them. But if we take a look at all of the different, I guess, definitions and the scope of psychopathy, it'll range from mental disorders marked by egocentric and antisocial behavior. And, of course, there are a lot of people that tend to think of John Wayne Gacy or maybe Jeffrey Dahmer upon hearing the word, that they are the psychopaths that we tend to have interest in. But they need not be violent. Plenty are upstanding citizens. You know, all you got to do is just picture your friendly neighbor who smiles a lot, doesn't say anything, doesn't get in anybody's way. That very same neighbor, though, isn't the one protesting the escalation in Ukraine. That same neighbor is the one that's standing on the streets begging to overturn abortion laws. Or it's crazy, but we have this cherry picking of what I would call psychopathy. Seriously. I mean, many of us ask ourselves if we would ever crack to the point of being crazy enough to kill someone. We always hear about the guy that, like I said, smiles at his neighbors, was always kind, was always a contributor to the community, who eventually is unmasked as a serial killer or pedophile. The line between revulsion and attraction is fine sometimes, and this is what attracts us to these stories of inhumanity. The popularity of the Dahmer series on Netflix is no surprise given the growth of true crime as an entertainment genre. Everything from podcasts to narrative journalists to television series and films, all of this entertains audiences with storytelling, suspense, and a collective longing for justice. But the popularity of these programs, especially those that reiterate the horrifying acts of serial killers, reveals a rotten reality about our society. There's a body of thought that suggests that focusing on the larger-than-life media images of socially constructed celebrity monsters, that the public becomes captivated by the stylized presentation of the criminals rather than the reality of their crimes. It can also be said that these series seem to sex up the characters by offering attractive stars to play the roles. I mean, we've seen a lot of girls that fall in love with these serial killers saying they're misunderstood, or what they're doing is they're feeling for the actors that are portraying them. But Dahmer was a real person, and his victims were real. They're real people who endured the terrifying torture that sends shivers up our spines. They're surviving families facing that trauma all over again when their real-life worst nightmare ends up being the entertainment of the week. But there's something else that I wanted to explore tonight, and I invited Jamie Paul Lamb to be on the program. Jamie Paul Lamb is a consulting astrologer and tarotist. He practices in the context of the Western esoteric traditions. He is the author of Myth, Magic, and Masonry, Approaching the Middle Chamber, and the Archetypical Temple. Lamb is a founder and co-host of Tria Prima podcast and operates the blog and website JamiePaulLamb.com. He resides in Phoenix, Arizona, has taken the time to be on this program tonight. We're glad to have him. Jamie Paul Lamb, welcome to Ground Zero.
Clyde, thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
The reason why I called upon you to be on this show is because I always have a burning question. I don't think anybody ever explores this area of topic when it comes to serial killers. But I knew a little something about Dahmer. He actually believed he could astral project. He wanted to build a temple out of his victims' bones. And I was just curious, does this guy have any kind of affiliation with the occult or astrology, or was he born under a bad sign? What can you tell me about him?
Well, we learned from watching the program on Netflix that he was he would repeatedly watch Exorcist 3, which for my money is the most frightening of the franchise.
It is. I agree with you.
He would repeatedly watch that, and as you said, the erection of this temple and this altar in his house to his victims, I mean, certainly betrays some occult leanings. And in fact, you see there was one little snippet in the program where they showed he had Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible on one of the end tables.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if a lot of people caught that.
Yeah, I did.
But so he certainly had some leanings about that. And then second part of your question, is he born under a bad sign? Well, I think I just did a pretty thorough workup of his natal chart on my website, and there are certainly the astrological symbolism kind of points to one who has, like, simply the fact of having the ruler of his eighth house. The eighth house represents death. The ruler of his eighth house is Venus, who is love and sex and beauty and things like that.
Right.
So there's automatically, just in one simple placement, though there are many examples in his chart, there's one simple placement there that just kind of says this conflagration or this confluence of influences there that, don't necessarily square up so nicely.
So would this mean that would this mean that he was motivated by love, sex, and death? Because it seemed to me that he never could find someone that he could love except for that death model that he fell in love with, I guess. But
right.
But the reason why he was killed was because he left. I keep getting an echo here. Something's going on. Have you got your speakers on?
Sorry. No, I don't. I'm just on my phone. Is there still an echo now?
No, there's not. There's not now, no.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So, just looking at his case, I would say he had more of a mechanical problem. He had a neurological problem, it seems to me, right? I'm no expert, but it seems to me more of a neurological problem than, let's say, a psychological problem. So more nature than nurture, more of a concrete mechanical issue than some sort of learned deviant behavior. Now, granted, that was exacerbated by his lifestyle and things like that, and certainly in how it played out in his lived experience.
Right, exactly.
But we've got to say that, somebody like him, I believe, and your John Wayne Gacy's and your Ted Bundy's and things, like, in some cases, highly proficient and active and, in Gacy's case, a very popular guy.
We're gonna explore that more with Jamie Paul Lamb tonight on Ground Zero, a consulting astrologer. Born under a bad sign, Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, all the other killers. We'll find out more coming up on Ground Zero. 503-225-0860. We'll be back. Jamie Paul Lamb is with us tonight on Ground Zero, consulting astrologer, tarotist, and he practices in the context of the Western esoteric traditions. Tonight we're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer's charts, Jeffrey Dahmer and the planet influences on him, the astrology, literally, of this man. In fact, there was an article that he has written that we have just posted on our website. And we want you to read it and take a look at it, because it does explain, for those of you that are or are not into astrology, just exactly what went on and why he did what he did. Now, I'm looking over the article. Okay, we have that echo again. I'm looking over the article again of the Jeffrey Dahmer. It's called Jeffrey Dahmer's Superliteral Nativity, and I'm looking at the charts. And I remember you were talking earlier about how he was born with there was some sort of a Venus effect, and that Venus effect is all dealing with beauty, love, relationships, and there was another factor in with death. Tell us about that.
Well, I think the whole thing we got to consider first about his natal chart, or anybody's natal chart, that it's a schematic of character, right? So if we look at the positions of the planets in signs, this kind of gives the astrologer that schematic access to this sort of outline of the character of the native being the subject of a natal chart. So if we go, you can go back to Heraclitus, the pre-Socratic philosopher. He said, "Ethos anthropos daimon," which is translated, "Character is fate," or "Character is destiny." And we see this sort of thing in Dahmer's chart. I wrote in my article Jeffrey Dahmer's super literal natal chart, because he played out so many of the, I don't want to bore your listeners with the technical jargon, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's all in the article. But you see that he was acting within the confines of his character, and that character is explicit in his natal chart. So that's kind of the essence of astrology's predictivity anyway, is because we could look at the chart, we could look at the positions of the planets in signs, and each planet is an archetypal concentration of a certain, range of emotions and concepts and ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at somebody's Saturn through the moon, let's say Saturn, Jupiter, all the 7 visible planets, they each have a histrionic range of how they might play out, and what we call significators, right? They're natural significators. So we see this in Dahmer's chart in pretty much every placement. We could even see things like that he died in prison on a work detail. I mean, it's that tight, so we could set the chart in motion through what they call Time Lord techniques and figure out, when he was 34 years old, he was in an 11th house profection year, because the natal chart generally is a static figure. It's just like, I sometimes explain it to clients that it's the unmixed paint sort of squeezed out onto the palette. You still have to paint the portrait, your self-portrait that is your life, right? But those elements are there. Is it going to be a somber palette? Is it going to be, a bright springtime palette, and it's like, since we could see that there, we could infer certain ways that might play out. Now, of course, it's easier in retrospect, but we do this in consultation and kind of give us a range or a scope of how your placements might, and by placements I mean planets in signs and houses, how they might manifest in your life. And I don't know of many more explicit or blatant examples of the manifestation of a natal chart than Jeffrey Dahmer.
Well, see, I was noticing retrograde Saturn in what you were saying in your article about him, and I was thinking retrograde Saturn would be the dark father, if you will. The dark father would have an effect on Jeffrey Dahmer, and we know, if we believe the history, if we believe the series, Jeffrey Dahmer had a very close relationship with his father, but then we learned that maybe the father had a lot to do with why he turned out the way he did. What are your thoughts on that?
Certainly. So this retrogradation of Saturn could sort of play out in terms of erratic, unpredictable behavior. But we have to remember that Saturn also is circumscription, limitation. Like, I think at one point I read that Saturn as being, since it's in his 4th house of home, right, that he would confine his victims to his house. He did not want them to leave. So leaving the father part of Saturn aside and getting into some of the other significations of Saturn, which is that it does constrict, confine, and limit, right? So he wouldn't want them to, blatantly, he wouldn't want them to leave his house. That was, in his own words, that was kind of the impetus to his actions. He didn't want them to leave. He wanted to circumscribe them bodily in his house, and keep them there forever. So there's this really like circumscriptive element of Saturn that plays out maybe even more so than, the activity of his father in his life, which was great. He definitely great in the sense that it was a parent. His father was pretty much the only parent on the scene, likely his only real confidant. And
well, like I don't see much of a. We're having an echo again. I don't know if you have your volume up too high or something's going on. Anyway, I was just saying I don't notice much in your chart of a motherly influence here. And I was just thinking to myself, as you're looking at the history of Dahmer and how his mother left and everything, I feel that maybe a lot of what he had with his victims was an abandonment issue. He was afraid they were all going to leave him.
Yeah, it could certainly be that. And we see that, just in his biography and chronology with his mother and her problems with medication and things like that, and her not being very present on the scene in his life, but or if we're to believe the program, only in a sort of negative sense, right? So I didn't see a lot of mother in his chart, because in traditional astrology, as opposed to more modern variants, the mother is typically the 10th house, because the father is the 4th house, and they're diametrically opposed. And there just wasn't a lot of activity there. I didn't feel like there was anything to really write about his mother. I'm sure she could be found in the chart, but I just picked some greatest hits, some things that were pretty apparent, and things that definitely played out in his biography, and things we saw in the program. I didn't know a whole lot about him before. I remember when the whole news went down at that time, but, my wife is a true crime fanatic, and she wanted to watch it. I watched it in solidarity with her. That was the other thing in your kind of monologue, about what are the effects of having programs like this in terms of, social engineering, or how it might play out in an individual's life, and that's something like, I haven't developed a critique of that, not being a sociologist, but I think that's an important issue as well. How might his sort of influence reverberate culturally, or even at the granular kind of individual level? I think that's something worth thinking about. That would be a different chart, though, than his natal chart.
Certainly would. We'll be back with more tonight on Ground Zero. Just a fascinating show about Jeffrey Dahmer's charts, about his natal charts, about everything that we want to know about why, well, whether or not he was born under a bad sign, or whether or not there's another factor involved here on Ground Zero. We're very glad tonight to have with us Jamie Paul Lamb, and we'll be back with more. 503-225-0860. Don't go away.
I desensitize myself to it. I don't know. I went to great lengths.
He is pure evil, but you'd never know it by looking at him. But when you hear him, that's another story.
Dahmer could fit in with any group, and you wouldn't say, oh, he must be crazy, or he must be a killer. That's why he was so successful. He was not a repulsive individual.
Certainly not in Milwaukee's gay nightclubs.
We have it on good facts that he was considered somewhat of a honey in the gay community, that people found him attractive. Several people told us that he was the kind of guy that you wanted to take care of, you wanted to baby.
I had these obsessive desires and thoughts wanting to control them, to possess them permanently.
And that's why you killed them.
Right.
Inside Dahmer's apartment, the bodies began to pile up. So he bought a 57-gallon drum and filled it with a powerful acid to dissolve the dismembered limbs and torsos. After weeks in the acid, the remains of Dahmer's would-be lovers became sludge, which he flushed down the toilet or the bathtub drain.
I know you belong to somebody new, but tonight you belong to me.
You heard Tracy.
What are you doing there?
How are you hurt? Because I'm gonna eat it.
I'm Clegg Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. Tonight, we're very happy to have on the program a special guest, someone who, well, we've been talking about the astrology of Jeffrey Dahmer. Jamie Paul Lamb has been with us talking about that. We're going to bring him back on right now because, I mean, there are, I was reading somewhere that there are 4 star signs, I guess, that most, I guess it's Pisces, Sagittarius, and Gemini, and Virgo, I think, that have a tendency to become serial killers. Is that true?
I have not heard that, but the interesting thing, you played that clip when we were coming back from break, and you notice that Dahmer, if you've listened to those tapes, so there's another Netflix series that's the tapes, like his confession tapes and things like that, and you notice he has Libra on the ascendant, right? So Libra on the ascendant, that's this airy intellectual sign, also ruled by Venus, right, which is in his 8th house of death. So there's this association between death, but also you hear his mental acuity, right? I mean, this is kind of he's a relatively well-spoken guy, and he has some penetration into how, you know, what was behind his actions. And you hear that so much in those, that other series about the tapes, you know, so it's like that betrays that whole Libran kind of acuity.
But wasn't he,
you know,
wasn't he a Gemini? And doesn't that indicate that there may have been a struggle between 2 Jeffreys within him that would be like, you know, there's one that is wanting to foster love and appreciation, and there's the other that feels abandoned, betrayed, and has a lust for blood. And I mean, what are your thoughts there?
Well, certainly there's that. So he does have, his sun is in Gemini. So his sun sign is Gemini, ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is in the 9th house on Gemini on the 9th house. So he has this, and there's certainly that, just like we talk about Mercury, if you look at Hermes Mercury, you basically see him portrayed as the divine androgyne in Heinrich Kuhnrath. You'll see that, or you'll see the rebus in alchemical symbolism, where it's this dual creature, right? This creature who is able to kind of compartmentalize this, definitely you know, when we talk about a double life, we are talking about this Geminian kind of thing, but we're also talking about this mercurial hermetic thing, you know, so he has that in spades because his Mercury is in very good condition, you know, in the 9th house, not a great house, but in the 9th house, in its own domicile. So Mercury is in Gemini and rules Gemini. So you're going to get, you know, a pretty amped up form of Mercury.
Well, there was there's
a
also an interesting thing. There were so many interesting things that were brought up in the series. Like, for example, he really felt that, I guess, the men that he came in contact with were beautiful. He just thought that their bodies were perfect. He found them interesting. One of the psychiatrists that were there said that he had a fascination with glistening objects, that he had a love for glistening objects, that he was titillated by that. And I'm just thinking, what would rule those feelings in him? I mean, just the idea that there's beauty and that he wants to, he's like a predator. He wants to have sex with them, but then he kills them. I mean, what is it that rules that sort of, that intention?
Well, the natural significator or the planetary significator of that is Venus, because Venus is aesthetics. And we tend to think of Venus as just beauty, love, relationships, sex, things like that. But the more nuanced aspect of this Venusian archetype, right, is that idea of aesthetics. So when we think of the aesthetics, we think of ratio, proportion, symmetry, balance, rhythm, things like this, you know. So he certainly had this kind of, you know, and that he certainly had that kind of perspective, right? And Venus is in his 8th house, again, the 8th house of death. Now, this is strange because his Venus is also in very good condition. in the 8th house, which not a great house, but she's in domicile in Taurus. So again, just like we got that amped up, he has a very strong chart. Just like we got his amped up, super dignified Mercury, we got an amped up, super dignified Venus, because she's in domicile in Taurus. She's also what we would call the lord of his first house.
So he was motivated. He was motivated by he was motivated by sexual feelings. He was motivated by love. Never could find love. Never could find anyone that he could be sexually compatible with. So his only answer was to draw from the 8th house and kill them. And this separation. I mean, what about? I mean, I don't like getting into this because it's very uncomfortable. What about the necrophilia and the idea that he would dismember his victims? What does that say in the charts about that?
So there's a very strong indicator of that by having Mars in the 7th, because Mars is separation, is one of the significations of Mars, right? And he has Mars in the 7th house of relationships. He also has the moon co-present with Mars in that house. Now, here's another example of the highly dignified chart he has. And I mean dignified in the Renaissance sense, not like he's a dignified human being. Mm-hmm. I mean that his Mars is in Aries. Mars rules Aries. Aries is the head. So in the astrological doctrine of melothesia, where the signs are actually parts of the body, Aries is the head. He has Mars, separation, in this house of partners, right? The 7th house. So it literally says, something like a head. He would he would keep skulls and heads. And he would separate them from their bodies in this martial sense. Mars, violence, terror, gore.
Could his head, now here's something to think about. Could his mind separate from his body? And was that one of the reasons why he was able to, he had those urges, had a hard time acting upon them, and then in the end, he just lost all control? I mean, that's something, we're going to get to that coming up. This is interesting. Jamie Lamb with us on Ground Zero, 503-225-0860. If you have any questions, 503-225-0860. We'll be back. Don't go away. Jeffrey Dahmer, written in the stars, his beginning, his end, and Jamie Paul Lamb is here to give us the lowdown on what we see when we look at the astrological charts of Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay, so we've talked about his rampages, his deaths, the human head collection, the necrophilia, the dismemberment of body parts. He goes to prison, and in prison, he tries to be good. He tries to, he says that he thinks to himself that if he decides to find Jesus and gets baptized, his soul will be saved. And then eventually he gets killed by an inmate. So how does that look on the charts? I mean, what was going on in that time of his life?
So at that point, I think he was 34 years old, which would put him in an 11th house. He was 34, 11th house perfection year. Now, what's interesting is if you use a doctrine called turned charts, and you could see certain things that were playing out in his life at that time, and you can see that he had his lot of fortune, things that happened to the native in the 12th house of prisons, right? The 12th house is prison and confinement and things like that. So it's indicated in his chart that he had, A, that he would find himself in prison, B, that he would be killed. I wrote here that he said, it was his turned sixth house of forced labor servitude was on his natal eighth house of death. You know, so while he was on work detail, another inmate killed him while he was in prison.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you definitely see that stuff kind of indicated again by the astrological symbolism. And we were talking earlier. You were mentioning Saturn and how does Saturn kind of play out in his chart, whether in the form of the father or that more constrictive, circumscriptive Saturnian sense. Now, his the fifth house anciently is the house of sex and pleasures and things, and it's ruled by Saturn because Saturn rules Aquarius. His fifth house he has Aquarius on the fifth house, ruled by Saturn. So again, we see this motif of possession and control, you know, and that he really did objectify his victims in that sense and didn't want them to leave. I mean, it's just everywhere, every house and every planet you look at in his chart kind of indicates some aspect of his life, even when you set it in motion using a Time Lord technique like profections. It's just very apparent, you know, and just very obvious. But like we said, it's a very dignified chart. He has 3 or 4 planets that are in domicile. That's kind of rare.
You mean at the end of his life he had them in domicile, or in his chart overall he had them in domicile?
Overall in his chart.
Okay.
So he had Mercury, he had Venus, he had Mars. All of these are in rule. Saturn.
Because I mean, I got into a discussion today with one of my producers, okay? And one of the things that we were discussing is if Dahmer made amends and he was baptized and then later killed by an inmate, not only was he baptized and found Jesus, he actually, if you believe in blood atonement, he was also blood atoned. So the question is, what was his reward at the end? Do you think it was heaven or hell? I know that that's a weird thing to ask to an astrologer, but think about that for a moment. Think of the rules. Think of, you know, if you're saved, your sins are forgiven you. If you're blood atoned, your sins are forgiven you. Both things happened to him, and now that he's gone, and you said that, of course, he had, you know, a dignified chart, everything seems to point to the idea that maybe in the end he certainly was repentant or penitent, and maybe something changed.
Well, yeah, his ninth house of religion and philosophy and theology and things like that, that's where his Mercury is, right? So we've already talked about the dual nature of Mercury, and not with, you know, and also Gemini on the ninth house. So I don't know. Part of me wants to say, you know, and this is just the art of astrology as opposed to the science. The art is interpretive. Part of me wants to say that he, you know, was able to compartmentalize this stuff, and on some level, because of the dual nature of Mercury, on some level he was able to absolve Jeffrey Dahmer, a certain Jeffrey Dahmer.
Right.
You know, but I don't know that he ever synthesized his, you know, again, that mechanical nature. So there's a huge ethical dilemma there, right? Because if he does have this neurological, not psychological problem, a mechanical neurological problem, what can you really do to a person like that ethically? I mean, there's some questions there.
Right.
I'm not prepared to answer them, but if somebody is hardwired to play out their life in this sense, it's sort of causal.
Well, they were showing, I guess they were showing the dichotomy between an unrepentant person like John Wayne Gacy going to getting lethal injection at the same time of him accepting Jesus and being baptized and realizing that what he did was wrong and evil, and that now his sins are forgiven him. And then, of course, there comes this idea that we have an avenging angel that discussed whether or not, you know, Dahmer should now die for his sins he committed. It's just a creepy and it's a creepy story, and it leaves a lot of questions unanswered as to his salvation, as to, you know, what the charts and the stars said about him, how the stars of the charts were all in, you know, disfavoring him, and then eventually, like you said, we see a dignified a dignified chart where, everything seems to fit into play.
Yeah, it's a very strong chart, but that part of him sort of, absolving himself and things like that, we can kind of see that in the ninth house. But again, I think it was yes, there's definitely an ethical dilemma there because, we know that he had, or we presume they wanted to save his brain. Did you notice that?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
But in the end, the other notable point was that when he was killed and when John Wayne Gacy was executed, there was an eclipse.
Yes.
That if you look at the map, it went right through the Midwest, like equidistant between those 2 points, like right through that. So
they made it look like it was some astrological moment. And that's why I thought it would be interesting to talk about is astrology, because in the show, they made it look like some major astrological moment that at the time of the execution of Gacy and the baptism of Dahmer, the eclipse took place, as if the darkest of nights happened, the darkness of the soul happened, and then there was a renewal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you're right. That was his baptism. When the day he was baptized, Gacy was executed, and there was this, an omenic sort of presence of this eclipse, specifically terrestrially in that area.
Right.
Which is, uncanny that it would work out. Well, it's very canny, I suppose, that it would work out like that.
Well, that's why we called on you, Jamie, is because there was a lot of astrological, astral projection, all kinds of crazy things that Dahmer certainly had going on in his life. And so I hope that for those who are into astrology, get a better idea of what he was as far as the charts are concerned. I really appreciate you coming on the show tonight, Jamie.
Thanks so much for having me, Clyde.
You bet. We'll have you on again sometime, too. Don't be a stranger. Thank you for being on the program. That's Jamie Paul Lamb. Now, you can go to the Facebook page, the Ground Zero Facebook page, take a look at what he wrote about Jeffrey Dahmer's superliteral nativity, his natal chart. We'll be back with another guest talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. 503-225-0860. It's the psychology of Jeffrey Dahmer. We'll be back.
Is that a new music app?
Yeah, check it out. Surfer Music Discovery. It links to thousands of online stations, but the twist is you see the song names and artists that are now playing live.
That's different. No guessing. Looks like a waterfall of music.
So many formats. Rock, oldies, country, R&B, jazz, and a whole lot more.
How's that spelled?
Surfer. S-U-R-F-R.
Is it expensive?
It's free. No need to sign up or sign in.
Get the Surfer Music app free from Google Play or the App Store.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Join me on a journey where getting lost is the only true destination, where the past, present, and future all coexist on the same timeline, where happiness is an illusion. This is the future we are in right now, where our phones are the first things that we touch when we wake up, the last thing we touch before falling asleep. Radiant, seductive screens we so lovingly, endlessly gaze upon. Much like you're doing right now. Well, welcome to a future where our true reflection is only revealed once the screen goes dark. Welcome to the darkness. I hope you find it enlightening.
The loudspeaker loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Jimmy.
the loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Jimmy.
the loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wait, Jimmy.
give up, give up.
I'm Clay Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The number is to call tonight, 503-225-0860. Continue our discussion on the Jeffrey Dahmer series that's on Netflix. Jeffrey Dahmer himself as well. We talked about his astrology. Now we're going to talk about his psychology, and the psychology of us, especially. I get a lot of people, and I've been seeing this online, people blasting others who find this Dahmer show entertaining, that it's evil that people think that. And others are blaming the producers, writers, and directors. But here's the thing. Audiences demand this content. People want to watch movies and shows and documentaries and dramatizations of serial killers. In the case of this Dahmer show that's on Netflix, consumption was over 700 million hours in a week. 700 million hours in a week, people watching this. So it's the voyeuristic pleasure that comes with yet another serial killer story or another version of a familiar killer story. And it's evidence of a gross fixation, if anything. The industry that produces all these depictions of violence and profits from it enables the expression of what is already true. We are fascinated with evil. It's the old idea of breads and circuses. The Roman Colosseum drew crowds to cheer on gladiators who fought to the death. Hangings, beheadings, and other executions historically were a public affair that entire communities gathered to watch. Less than 100 years ago, white Americans assembled in town squares for lynchings of innocent black men. See, we look back and we cringe at how others cheered death, their cruelty and heartlessness so stark in hindsight now in the safety of our homes as we're watching the Hollywood magic of equivalency. I mean, perhaps serial killer shows are a release. They're alternatives to public hangings and lynchings. They're the equivalent of the car crash that everyone rubbernecks when they are on a highway. Many of the religious leaders say that when you decide to push play and watch these shows, you're inviting the devil in. You're releasing that evil power back into the world. It's a creepy thought, especially when I talked about tulpas the other night, how tulpas play a role. Kenneth Anger, who was a follower of Aleister Crowley's Thelema, he stated that films do exactly what everyone suspects they do. They plant the seeds for future events. The purpose for some films, he says, is to stir the primal forces and is used as magical weapons to stir the soul out of conformity. The flickering image, according to Anger, creates a thought form, and even if the image flickers for no one, it's still a causal engine that sends the image into the ether. If someone picks up on the meme and is successful and it's implanted in the zeitgeist, it is then theorized that the very nightmare could easily transpire in the real world. A tulpa, of course, is a product of a story or a parable that generates enough energy to manifest visually outside of the existential world. It's like how a spiritual architect designs a thought form and how it can materialize. Like we were talking about Slender Man the other night. And those girls that wanted to kill that other girl to appease Slender Man. It was a creepypasta at one time. I interviewed Wes Craven once when I was young. I had a magazine called B-Lane. We were doing B horror films, and we wanted to interview Wes Craven because of Last House on the Left, The Hills Have Eyes, and, of course, Freddy Krueger. And he was saying that back when he did Nightmare on Elm Street in 1984, he said that when that made the motion picture, when it made the theaters, he said that he worried that Freddy Krueger had manifested in the real-life Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez. And so what happened is that he did a movie, Craven did. He did a movie that explored the possibility of Freddy Krueger leaping out of the screen into reality. It was called The New Nightmare in 1994. It was called Wes Craven's New Nightmare, Nightmare on Elm Street. The film was laughable, of course, because, I mean, come on. But 2 years later, the 2 years that Craven had to face the possibility that his films that featured complex killers were creating some sort of force that possessed people into murdering others. He worried that perhaps Freddy Krueger was becoming a very real tulpa, and the thought of Richard Ramirez manifesting it in reality. So, Ryan Murphy, should he have the same worries as Craven had with regards to Dahmer? Well, Dahmer was a real killer and not a fictional one dreamt up by Hollywood. But the dread and the aftermath are felt by those who observe the series in their homes. Dark figures are written as the saviors now, or they come back from being killers and becoming better. Darth Vader becomes good. You know, the whole thing. And they're written so that you can sympathize with them or cheer them on if they eventually see the light. But I don't think anybody's cheering on Dahmer when he found Jesus or when he was baptized, or did you? Dahmer found Jesus in the end. He was baptized, and then he was murdered soon after. So, like I said before to Jamie, I said, well, does this mean he's forgiven? I mean, this is the mystery of what God plans for everyone, right? Religious redemption, if you decide to swear off your evil and you become baptized. So, I mean, look, redemption of the monster has always been a trope that has been used so that we can accept leaders and heroes with questionable origins, questionable affiliations, questionable political philosophies, and loyalty conflicts that stem from what can be seen as spiritual poverty right now. I mean, the embracing of the dark characters in true crime and science fiction could be interpreted as a sign of a wounded, betrayed society. Good and evil are safely acted out in the darkness of a theater or your living room and absorbed in the conscious or the unconscious mind. Hyper-reality is the new Holy Spirit, of course, and all the predictive programming is the new oracle to be used to define and measure the credibility of what this revelation of the method is all about. Perhaps we could look at Dahmer, the TV series, and see it as a new breeding ground or a new influence needed to create a whole crop of new serial killers that will terrorize us in the future. I don't know. I mean, we could be reacting to something innocuous. But again, we go back to the inner core of who we are and why we find serial killers so fascinating. Coming up, we're going to hear from Dr. Kirk Honda. He has a doctorate in psychology with a concentration in adult psychotherapy and a master's in psychology with a concentration in couple and family therapy. Talk more with him about the psychology of Jeffrey Dahmer and the psychology of why we love our serial killers. 503-225-0860. We'll be back. Dr. Kirk Honda is with us tonight on Ground Zero. He has a doctorate in psychology, a concentration on adult psychotherapy, a master's in psychology. He's the host of Psychology in Seattle podcast. It's on his YouTube channel. We bring him on the program. Dr. Kirk Honda, welcome to Ground Zero.
Thanks for having me. You can hear me, right?
Oh, I can hear you perfectly. And I want to tell you, I really enjoyed your podcast on Jeffrey Dahmer. I was listening to it, and you brought up a lot of great points. I'm just curious, though, you know, even though we have critics just blasting the Dahmer, they're saying that the Dahmer series is exploitive and horrible and whatever. What draws us to this? I mean, like 700 million hours of watching it. It's the second most watched show since Stranger Things 4. I mean, what is our fascination with serial killers?
Yeah, well, the first thing I'll say in response to what you're saying here is that when I watched it, I did not find it to be exploitative to my eyes. So there's that. I think it actually is pretty sympathetic to the victims and the families and illuminates a lot of things in our society. It's not just a show that is depicting the horribleness of crime and exploiting those kind. Now, I can understand if you're a family member of these individuals, you would not want this show to exist 100%. I absolutely understand that. But to answer your question about why we watch this sort of thing, well, it's hard to know. There are different theories that are put forward, and the things that I often think about, especially when it comes to something like this, is that we like to learn about crime so that we can avoid it. And I think that this is why a lot of true crime is, dominated. The audience is dominated by women, because a lot of women are, victims of violent crime and are worried about it naturally. And thus, when they listen to these kinds of podcasts, true crime podcasts, or they watch true crime, they are at least passively, if not actively, trying to learn. It's like, okay, if I learn these kinds of people, learn about them, what are their behaviors, how can I detect them, then I might be able to avoid them in the future. Of course,
but does it really work? Does it really work? Because I was thinking to myself, you look at statistics, and I don't know if you agree with me or not, but your chances of being killed by a serial killer are very small compared to being killed by a family member or someone you know.
Yeah. Well, a lot of true crime also involves those other more common crimes, for sure. But in terms of watching Dahmer or any serial killer depiction, will that help you in some way? Probably not, because it is such a rare event. It's a rare event to be murdered or even attempted to be murdered, but it's even rarer still to have a serial killer among you. So, yeah, but maybe generally speaking, it could help to know to watch over your back, or don't walk at night by yourself, or don't go home with someone without knowing where you're headed. So, maybe, I think, but, we do a lot of things with motivations that don't necessarily make any sense in the end. Another reason why I think people will watch these things is that, for Schadenfreude, we feel unsafe in our lives or unhappy in our lives. And when we see other people suffering, however macabre this is, by comparison, our lives are better. Right? It's like, well, at least I'm not, I thought my life was bad, but watching this show, boy, my life is a lot better than these people. So I think that that's a pretty big motivator for a lot of people. Another one is the adrenaline rush of it, the violence and the fear and the, these shows, horror movies included, will have a story arc to it where there's a building of tension and suspense, and then there's this orgasm, if you will, of violence and blood and gore and horribleness, and then there's a resolution, and there's a corresponding emotional adrenaline rush or just emotional feeling. We as humans love to feel emotions, and when we can't feel them in our real lives, we want to manufacture them somehow. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, I watch a lot of these sorts of things myself and enjoy that rush.
Do you think that this is a release usually? Because, I mean, people, they watch this, they're fascinated by it because deep down, it's like I say, I've been saying this a lot during my shows during Halloween, that real monsters are people who don't pretend anymore. And I think that that's the whole point, is that we all pretend to be as good as we can be, as aware and empathetic as we can be and sympathetic. But when we stop pretending, we start turning out to be monsters and psychopaths and angry people. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, which leads to my next point, which is that, and not everyone agrees with me on this for sure, but we all have a desire for power. We all will feel powerless. We all will feel inert and, without any kind of strength in the world. There's a lot of things that are happening to us, whether our life is going well or not well, that make us want to gain power. And when we watch these kinds of shows, we might be identifying at times with the individual who has power. the serial killer. A really good example of this is Dexter, right? Because Dexter's the good guy.
Oh, yeah.
So, depending on how you look at it. And yet he's also the serial killer. So you get the best of both worlds, where you get the cheer for the good guy, and also you get the pleasure of identifying with the character who is doing whatever he wants to with other people's bodies. He's able to get other people. And now that's a normal fantasy that we all have. I will have clients that will be very good people, very moral, very buttoned up individuals that would never do anything horrible, but they will go through a bad experience, a divorce, or someone will fire them and they'll feel unfairly treated, and they will have an active daydream, a fantasy of burning their former boss's house down, or of, I don't know, I don't want to say the things that I hear, but, just fantasies of violence and revenge that I think these shows give us an opportunity to fantasize about. And then another reason is that we watch this is that many of us just like violence, just period, clearly, right? I mean, all the video games and the movies and the MCU and the comic books and there's violence everywhere, and we clearly evolved to be titillated by violence and the depiction of it or participating in it.
Well, there wasn't much violence in this TV show. I mean, it's like that's one of the things I heard the complaining is, it's such a slow moving show and whatever. But you know what? They created in me a sense of dread, and I think that's one of I say it's a talent. If a director can create a sense of dread rather than just full-on horror. I'm not for the orgasmic horror and bloodletting. It's like when I watched The Sixth Sense. That whole movie was about the dread of speaking to the dead, and now it's the whole dread of what Jeffrey Dahmer did and actually wondering what was really in that sandwich that he was giving all of his neighbors. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good word for it, dread. And that's what I marveled at as well. In that first episode, that first depiction of his last crime was, I actually had to turn it off halfway through because it was so realistic.
Yeah.
I mean, just second by second, just walking us through this process. And if you've seen the show, you know what I'm talking about. But just to let people know, it's a scene in which Jeffrey Dahmer is intimidating someone to stay in his apartment and hasn't actually committed any violent crime yet, and you're identifying with the victim. You're identifying with his process of like, okay, how do I trick Jeffrey Dahmer so I can get away? And it was just so masterfully made and acted.
Yeah, I thought so too. I think that I think the critics that went after it because, well, of unfair reasons, and I think a lot of it had to do with the way we feel now about the LGBTQ community and equal and rights for people of color and all this. We'll get to that coming up tonight on Ground Zero, talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, talking about the psychology of Jeffrey Dahmer with Dr. Kirk Honda. We'll be back with more. If you want to call in, 503-225-0860. Lines are open, 503-225-0860.
Sweet home. Oh. What is that smell?
There was a human head in his refrigerator. 2 plastic bags in the freezer, each containing a human heart, another containing a set of male genitalia.
What do you do in there?
In the bedroom, there was 5 more skulls.
The smells?
Knives and hammers and saws and puller woods.
Power tools going all hours of the night? I hear screaming coming from your apartment.
Hey, Glenda, I'll just try and say I'm sorry. She gonna open your gift?
In another drawer, we found a complete human skeleton. The bones had been bleached.
I don't know what's in that.
It's just meat.
I'm not eating that.
Try to do a nice thing, you know? You're just like my mom. Telling on me when I ain't done nothing wrong.
I called you for months. And it's too late. Y'all came too late.
We believe he ate some of his victims.
Eat it.
Dr. Kirk Hond is with us tonight on Ground Zero, talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. He has a doctorate in psychology, and certainly we've been having a great conversation with him about the television show Dahmer. I think a lot of people don't remember just how frustrating it was to hear that the police didn't do anything. I mean, there was so many things that happened where the police were there and they did absolutely nothing. What do you think? They suspected something was going on? They were afraid because they were afraid that Dahmer would kill them, or was there something else going on in the minds of the policemen?
Well, it's hard to know what was going on, but to me, it seemed as though the police were used to looking the other way when it came to certain communities, when it came to certain populations. The show really depicts this well, that especially that one police encounter that was pretty extensive, where they arrive on the scene and the kid, the 14-year-old boy, is struggling and has blood on his head and half naked, and they escort him back into Dahmer's house, apartment, where he is murdered and dismembered. And the police spent a lot of time. They went into so why would they look the other way? Well, I think that Dahmer either fell into this or knew that if he emphasized the gayness of what was happening, these homophobic police officers would just be so, one, afraid to get near them, because this was during the HIV scare and phobia around that. People were overly terrified of just even being around gay people during this time, which was a pretty awful thing. Also, the just the massive homophobia. I mean, I don't know how old you are, Clyde. I'm guessing you're around my age, and you can remember just how homophobic our society used to be, and it still is to some extent, but way more in the past.
AIDS was very terrifying. I remember, because when we were just getting out of high school and getting into the sexual world, they were telling us, "Oh, you can't do that because being a person who's promiscuous, you're going to end up dying of AIDS." Then we had Freddie Mercury died. We had all these other people dying around us, and it was really weighing on us. But I remember in the film or in the TV show, there was that scene where the cop says, "I need to go home and take a shower. I don't want to get any of this on me." I think that's one of the things he was referring to, was that he didn't want the blood on him because he was going to get AIDS from the blood or something else. And I think, you're hitting it on the head here, because it's like when you were talking just now, I got that image in my head of the one police officer saying to Dahmer, he says, I just want to get away from here and get this washed off of me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the victims were men of color, gay men of color, usually, if not always. And obviously, we have a problem in our society, particularly back then, about police not caring about certain groups of people. and not believing them as well. And then this tall, slim, white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy walks up, and the police might see an oasis. It's like, oh, okay, well, now I can trust this guy, and he's the very person they should not have been trusting.
Yeah, it's sad about the stereotypes that, again, it's like I've always talked about image parameters, and it's funny, the guy that looks like the hermit, that's the homeless guy, you have nothing to worry about, but it's the good-looking Ted Bundys of the world that seem to always get into cars and get themselves into situations where they're raping women or they're killing men, or, you know. But see, it's interesting, though, you look at all the serial killers. I only know of one woman, that's Eileen Wuornos, but most of them are white men. Am I right?
I don't know the stats. I did know them at one point, but certainly there are a lot of white men, and you could argue it's because of their privilege, because other potential serial killers might get caught sooner because they don't go under the radar, so to speak. But yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, there's been a lot of studies looking at what results in this behavior at certain populations. You know, like the Pacific Northwest, Seattle is supposedly a place where there's a higher degree per capita of serial killers, and Ted Bundy, these sorts of people, and it's hard to know, because it's such a rare event, it's such a rare presentation that we don't have enough of a sample to go off of and to draw any kinds of conclusions. So your guess is as good as mine.
But what do we find with regard to Dahmer? I mean, was it his mother? His mother, absentee mother? Was it the father? Training him to go in and play with roadkill? I mean, what were the factors, do you think, that moved him towards being a killer?
Yeah, well, in the podcast you refer to, I yammered for a long time about it, so I don't want to bore your audience with all that talk. But in brief, one thing I'll say is when you watch this TV show, the Netflix show, it lays it out, show don't tell kind of thing, right? It really shows you in these subtle ways the influences that could result in what he eventually did. Now, you recreate this in a lab, so to speak. Of course, we couldn't do that. And I would guess 99.9% of the time, the child would not develop into what Jeffrey Dahmer became. So it's not like we can look at his upbringing and say, oh, it must have been that, because there's millions of other people who have been through very similar things, if not worse, and never killed anyone. So it's hard to know. There's individual choices and a lot of chaos in the development of a human and the behaviors that they choose to do. But there are some things we can point to. One being psychopathy, meaning lack of empathy. He clearly doesn't have a capacity for.
Let's hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. We got to go to a break. I want to hear this, though. Stay tuned. I want to hear what he has to say about this. I'm sorry. We had to go to a quick break. We'll be right back. Right here on Ground Zero. Dr. Kirk Honda with us. Don't go away. Oh my gosh, that was just, that was a mistake of mine. I apologize. Yeah, you apologize too? We all apologize. Sorry, Dr. Honda. We were just listening to your every word because it's fascinating. So let's go back to where we were before we had to go to commercials. And let's talk about what you were pointing out about the psychological makeup of Jeffrey Dahmer.
First off, I don't mind interrupting me. I yammer, so it's really the only way that anything's going to happen. But so psychopathy, probably born with some genetic disposition, hard to know, but that's the idea. That's the main model of understanding psychopathy: lack of empathy, lack of remorse, callousness, exploitation of others, and probably also, as depicted in the show, an environment that you could argue was psychopathic to him. There was a lack of empathy to him. There was a lack of connection to him. And, when I had known before about the description of his childhood, that it was hard, that the parents fought a lot. And of course, as a therapist, I know what that looks like. But the show really puts you in his shoes and really lets you feel what it might have felt like when he was 5, when he was 10. Just that the constant screaming and yelling and the escalations and the threats and the emotional volatility and the style of lack of connection with his dad. His dad's more distant. With mom, the mom is more attacking, and just how horrible that must have felt for him. So you add the genetic disposition and then the experience and the epigenetics, and you get someone that probably developed psychopathy. And in another world, they would have gone on to annoy people around them, maybe commit a number of small petty crimes, go to prison a couple times. But then you add in these other elements that were depicted well in the TV show, this early arousal around bodies and guts and fascination with that. And then you also add in the fact that he didn't really fit in with people and was pretty isolated, and so he felt pretty disconnected and powerless and nerdy and rejected. And then you also add in the need for closeness, and this is something that I remember hypothesizing even before the show came out, and I've even hypothesized with Ted Bundy. It's something that for whatever reason, I don't hear a lot of people talking about in my field, which is that, even psychopaths, contrary to what you'll see in TV shows, they need closeness. They need attachment. They're not a different species of animal. They're still human beings. They have psychopathy. They might have a sadistic paraphilia, but they also often have a need for closeness and attachment. And so he was seeking that, and early in life was seeking that in some of the normal awkward ways, as depicted really well in that scene with the hitchhiker that he brings back to his place.
Yeah.
I think he was mainly looking for a friend and for some, and when you hear the description, as I've heard it before about that event, the picture in my mind was much different than the way they depicted it in this show, and who knows what really happened, but I have a feeling it was more close to the show than what was in my mind, which is that Jeffrey Dahmer was desperate for a friend and just terrified of being rejected, and things were going well, and then all of a sudden the guy's like, well, I'm going to go to the concert now, and just that fear of loss for him kicks in, and so you see you just see the progression in the show, and then the need to deny the reality of what's happening so that he can get closeness. And then he would even talk about how he would keep these parts of the bodies in his apartment because he didn't want to lose them. He wanted to hold on to them. He felt like these were his friends.
Well, with that model, that deaf model, it gave you hope that maybe he would find someone that he could attach with. But then even when that model decided he wanted to leave and came back, that's what triggered, again, his abandonment issues, where, he felt abandoned. He felt like that he couldn't, it was just creepy that you can sense everybody's been in a position like that where they felt neglected or unloved or something. And this is where I think we find ourselves in a situation where that could have been me. I could have taken the wrong turn. I could have, I don't react well with others. I was a nerd in school. I was called a dork a lot in school, or I was bullied. And everybody has that moment in their lives where they're wondering, what's going to happen to me? How is this going? This is either going to build character or it's going to make me worse. And I think that's another reason why I think people probably watch these TV shows, is because they want to see, the path they take and why they take it. I'm going to go to a call right now. Let's go to Chris in New York. Hey, Chris, you're on Ground Zero.
Yeah. How you doing, Doctor? My question would be, not a full copycat murder, but a slight element of that where there's maybe a delayed reaction. Maybe you watched Freddy Krueger 5 years ago, or you went to the Roman Coliseum every weekend, and then you walk out and you get into a scuffle, a couple of years later, and then you conjure up in delayed images those ideas into the scuffle, and then all of a sudden you become a gladiator, like this slight element of a copycat.
So you're saying you're looking into whether or not these influence people to do copycat crimes?
Right.
What are the chances of that, Dr. Honda?
Yeah, it's well understood in our field that copycat is a phenomenon and a number of different behaviors, whether it's murder or suicide, we will see that there will be copycat suicides, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, it's hard to know, though, and because there's a lot of studies also that demonstrate that watching a movie, a horror movie, or playing a violent video game does not turn someone into a criminal of any kind, or doesn't actually turn them into generally more aggressive. The very brief synopsis, I'll say, of the research is that if you have susceptibility to this kind of crime, watching movies, playing video games, engaging in fantasy can influence you to actually commit those crimes. But if you aren't at risk of these kinds of things, which of course is the vast majority of humans, then the effect of these kinds of media or games or whatever doesn't seem to have any long-lasting effect. You might have a temporary bump in aggression after playing the video game or after watching a violent movie or something, but that effect doesn't last because you don't have fertile ground for that to grow in your personality.
Yeah, that seems to be I've always gotten arguments about people who say, well, obviously these video games you're watching, and these music you're listening to, and all this. Well, we've all gone through our moments, and there are choices to be made, and most of us don't choose to be serial killers or those who commit horrible crimes like that. It's like we say, serial killers are rare. Chances of being harmed by your family or someone you know is a lot greater. So we need to be aware of people around us, how they're feeling, what they're going through. I mean, especially in times like these where it just seems that everything's hopeless. Dr. Kirk Honda, thank you so much for being on the program. And remember, it's Psychology in Seattle podcast on YouTube, right? Psychology in Seattle podcast.
That's correct. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thank you for being on the program. We really appreciate it. And you have a good night. And that's Ground Zero. That's Ground Zero for tonight. It's amazing. This was an amazing show. Learning more about why we're fascinated with serial killers, and of course Jeffrey Dahmer, one of the most notorious killers of our day, of our lifetime. And remember, keep your mind where they can't get at it. You keep it Ground Zero. Tomorrow night's going to be a great show if you're into speaking to the dead. That's something that we may do tomorrow, scrying for ghosts. So stay tuned for that right here on Ground Zero.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you may be. Thank you for tuning in to the best in overnight talk radio. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm your host this evening, Dave Schrader. And let's begin the show on a high note and wish a very, very happy birthday to the general in charge of Coast to Coast AM, George Norrie's birthday tonight. He's off enjoying a conference, and we just want him to know that we wish him well and send all the love and support from the Coast to Coast audience. Tonight we have an interesting show, a heartbreaking show. If you're a parent, this story resonates with all of us. And even if you're not, you've got nephews, nieces, grandchildren, you can connect with this story. And this is a bizarre story, and it's an old one. You'd think, boy, 1981 this took place. By now, what more could there be to talk about? Well, there's quite a bit left to talk about. Tonight we're going to discuss the death of Adam Walsh. Adam was an American boy who was abducted from a Sears department store at the Hollywood Mall in Hollywood, Florida on July 27th, 1981. Later, he was found murdered, decapitated. His death earned national publicity. His story was made into a 1983 television film, Adam, seen by over 38 million people in its original airing. His father, of course, John Walsh, became an advocate for victims of violent crimes and the host of the wildly popular and successful TV series, America's Most Wanted. Convicted serial killer Otis Toole confessed to Adam's murder, but was never convicted for this specific crime due to loss of evidence and a recanted statement and confession. Otis Toole died in prison of liver failure on September 15th, 1996. That's important to know. September 15th, 1996. And although no new evidence has ever come forth, on December 16th of 2008, police announced that the Adam Walsh murder case was now closed, as they were satisfied that Addis Toole was, in fact, the murderer. Our guest tonight, Willis Morgan, will join us. His book, Frustrated Witness, takes a different look at this case. His website, Justice for Adam, and justiceforadam.com and frustratedwitness.com. You might want to familiarize yourself with that. And as strange as this story is going to sound to you, when the pieces start to come together, you may be astonished at what this puzzle actually tells us. We're not just joined by one man tonight, but we'll be joined by quite a few people who were eyewitnesses that day, that gave sworn affidavits that knew what they saw, when they saw what they saw, and they know who was there that day and who abducted Adam Walsh. We'll talk about this other suspect. We'll talk about the frustration of the witnesses who saw this. And once you hear the preponderance of evidence towards this person, it may set you off in a whole different light. And if that's not enough, another article was released earlier this year, back in April of 2016, that re-examines this case. And in this article, it not only talks about the possibility of this other person being the murderer or abductor of Adam Walsh, but also raises some very, very interesting red flags regarding this case and the severed head that they found. We'll talk about that and so much more. Sit back, relax, turn down the lights, turn up the radio, and stay with us, because this is going to be a bumpy ride. You're tuned in to Coast AM. Good evening. Welcome back to Coast AM. I'll be your host this evening, sitting in. My name is Dave Schrader. Joining me for the remainder of this program is Willis Morgan. He was an eyewitness at the mall the day that 6-year-old Adam Walsh was taken back in 1981. But rather than feel relief when the Hollywood Police Department finally convicted suspect Addis Toole back in 2008, he felt sick. He felt frustrated. Frustrated that eyewitness testimony of another suspect that was seen at the Hollywood Mall the same day was disregarded. Our guest, Willis Morgan, along with several other eyewitnesses, that's important too, several other eyewitnesses were discarded in this story. We have Willis Morgan with us this evening, and some of those other eyewitnesses will be chiming in throughout the show to talk to us about the compelling evidence that may push you to a different outcome than what the police department came up with. Welcome to the show, Willis. Thank you for joining me this evening, sir.
Thank you.
This is, of course, a heartbreaking story. And, you know, when you hear all the components of it, I remember listening to John Walsh's autobiography about this whole story in his life, and the fact that not only was his son abducted and murdered, his wife and his best friend became suspects in this because it came out at that time that his wife was having an affair with his best friend. So now John, his wife Reve, and their best friend were all suspects in this abduction and murder, which in itself is a horrific moment when you're already dealing with the tragic loss of your child. He had to deal with this, and for years they sought justice. They wanted an answer, as any parent would, in finding out who did this horrific crime. Willis, if you will, take us back to that day in July of 1981. Where were you on that day?
Well, I got up in the morning. I was off that day from work, so I decided to go to the Hollywood Mall and have lunch. And I stopped in Walden's bookstore, and on my way down to the German deli where I was headed to, I decided to stop into Radio Shack first. And while I was in Radio Shack, I had the most bizarre encounter with this person that came into Radio Shack and tried to start a conversation with me. And in fact, this encounter became so bizarre and so intense that after he finally stomped out of the Radio Shack, I knew somebody was in trouble, big trouble. And this was before Adam Walsh was even abducted. I knew that somebody was going to be in trouble. But this was 1981. Never in my mind in 1981 did I think a 6-year-old boy would be in trouble, never mind beheaded. and abducted. I was thinking that this guy was going to go up to somebody else like he did me, try to start a conversation. There would be words exchanged, maybe a shoving match or a fight at the most, and this person would need a witness or maybe even need some help, because this guy was very, very dangerous and very strange. I mean, he was smiling while he was talking to me, but yet he had this dead dull look in his eyes. I mean, like there was nothing there. The whole encounter was strange. On top of that, he was disheveled and reeked of alcohol, beer. And so when he stomped out, I decided that I better keep an eye on this guy to see what he's up to, because, you know, like I said, my thinking is somebody's going to need some help here. So I was watching him, and I watched him walk through the mall and then turn into Sears, and I watched him walk all the way through Sears to the west side and then turn to the right and then into the toy department. Now, I didn't go down into the toy department because I didn't want another confrontation, or he would start a conversation with me or whatever.
And when you said, real quickly, Willis, when you had this moment with this gentleman, you had this, and I shouldn't use the term gentleman, when you had this encounter with this man, what was the interaction? Was he aggressive, angry towards you, physical? How was his personality?
Well, he was trying to be friendly. Like I said, he had a smile on his face. But
right.
After I didn't respond, I was trying to ignore him, thinking that if you say one word to this guy, then that would encourage conversation, and he wouldn't go away. So I said nothing to him. It was a one-sided conversation, and he was just, asking stupid questions, like, nice day, isn't it? Talking about the weather and just stupid stuff, But I never responded, and that's when he became very strange, because it became more intense. He lost the smile, and he started. I got this persona, that he was getting aggressive, But although he didn't do anything, he was just really, really upset that I didn't respond to him. Is the feeling that I got, and I was thinking that I was going to end up getting in a fight with this guy, or having to defend myself, because it became that intense.
And his posturing, the way he became more agitated, just clued you in on the fact that this guy was going to be trouble for somebody that day.
Oh yeah, I was thinking I was in trouble there. I was looking to see, if I needed a witness. So I was looking for the clerk, and he was way in the back. I almost thought about going back there, talking to the clerk, and then I figured I better not, because I didn't want to bring the clerk into this encounter. Maybe both of us could be in trouble if he had a weapon or something, So I just held my ground there and just stood there, and he finally just turned around and left. So, that's when I followed him.
And you follow this man. Right, go ahead. Tell me where he goes and what happens from there.
Exactly. Now, they say there are no coincidences in murder. This guy walked into that toy department at the exact same day, same exact time, and same location where Adam went missing. Now, keep in mind, I turned around and left, because my thinking was, when he didn't come back out of the toy department, that, this guy must be playing the video games himself. I'm thinking he's over there playing the video games, because he's like 20 years old, and I was 34 at the time. I had no interest in the video games, but I'm thinking maybe he did, because he's not coming back out. And then I'm thinking, when he does come back out, he's going to come back to my direction, because that's the direction he went there from. But like I said, he didn't come back out, so I just turned around and left and went home. And even after I left, I remember when I left that mall, from the entrance where my car was parked, I turned around and looked back. I didn't want to go into the parking lot in case this guy was following me out in the parking lot. I didn't want to end up in a knife fight in the parking lot. And so I actually looked back. That's how intense that encounter was. And then I went home. And when I got home, that same exact evening, I was in the kitchen making a sandwich. I'll never forget that night. And I had the local news station on. And I hear on the news about an abduction. Then I hear Hollywood Mall, and then that really took my attention. And then I hear about a small child. Then I hear abduction. Then I hear a Sears toy department. And then my first thought hit me: that guy did it. He actually did it. I knew it had to be that guy. There was no question it was that guy. Like I said, how can there be that much of a coincidence that this guy that I had such a feeling about, walked into that toy department at that time and not be this guy? You know, there can't be that many crazy people on this planet. You know, they say somebody like this person only comes around once every 75 years. So, I mean, it just couldn't have been anybody else. I was 100% convinced it was that guy. I just didn't know who that guy was.
It's such a stunning admission, right? I mean, you know what you know. You saw this man. Otis Toole and the photographs that have been shown of Otis Toole at that time do not match up with the gentleman that you saw that day, correct?
Correct, but you're getting a little bit ahead. Let me say that after I heard about this on the news, I went to the police department, the Hollywood Police Department, to tell them my encounter that I had with this guy, and they were totally disinterested in anything I had to say. I felt like a jerk walking out of that police station after I went there. In fact, I was almost hesitant on even going there. You know, I don't have a love for police sometimes, especially this police department. And I went because it was something I had to do, I felt. So I went there, and I tried to tell them what happened, and they were just totally disinterested. All they wanted to know is if I had a receipt to prove I was there, or if I knew the vehicle and the tag number of the vehicle. And I tried to explain to them this was inside the Sears. I never went outside. The encounter was inside. I never got a tag number. I never seen a vehicle. So they took my name and phone number and said they would call me if they needed me, but they never called me. And my thinking at the time was, well, I have nothing to offer, so that's why they're not calling me. And then all of a sudden, other witnesses started making composites. And when I saw some of these composites, I just knew those witnesses saw the same person I saw. Because my thinking was, if I had to go and make a composite, I couldn't do any better. Some of them were the spitting image of this guy. And maybe not the exact spitting image, but, you know, close enough that you knew this was the guy they were referring to. So my thinking was, well, at least they have their composites. There is nothing more I can offer. So I never called them. I never went back. And then 2 years later, Otis Toole confessed. But in the meantime, they were zeroing in on the Walshes. You know, and that's where they always start any investigation. And I can
right. They were looking at the Walsh family themselves and what might have gone on. Could it have been a bizarre love triangle, and the boyfriend was trying to get rid of Adam so that Reve and John would divorce and he'd have his chance? And there was a lot of twisted angles that they were looking at.
Right. And so naturally they looked at James Campbell. But in the meantime, the detective that was the lead detective, his name was Detective Jack Hoffman, who was on the case. He was so zeroed in with blinders on James Campbell that, I mean, he grilled James for months on end. And in the meantime, there were other witnesses calling the Hollywood Police Department that with other attempted abductions about a man in a blue van, 6 feet tall, composites. Some of them had composites that all matched. But yet they were dismissing everything because they were so convinced it had that James Campbell was their guy. In fact, the lead detective, Jack Hoffman, he had dismissed the blue van theory after just several weeks because James Campbell didn't have a blue van. But he didn't tell anybody about dismissing it because he thought it would keep them off his back and keep them busy while he was going to, solve the case, and convict James Campbell, So he never told anybody, and so other police departments kept searching for blue vans, and witnesses were calling the Hollywood Police Department and telling them about blue vans at these different sightings. And one of those was the Twin City Mall, and you'll have two of those witnesses on later from that mall. And they all swear that it was Jeffrey Dahmer blue van that they saw parked in the fire lane when they went into the mall. But they never thought nothing about the blue van that was parked in the fire lane right near the door when they went into the Sears. This is 60 miles north of Hollywood now, in West Palm Beach, just north of West Palm Beach. And those witnesses said until they heard about 2 weeks later Adam's abduction, then they started wondering about that blue van that was parked and thinking that that had to also have some relevance there. But the Hollywood Police Department just blew those witnesses off too, because this is Jack Hoffman's quote, that the composites from the Twin City Mall didn't match James Campbell. So he dismissed all those witnesses. But, you know, they did match the composites from the Hollywood Mall. And instead of dismissing James Campbell because the composites didn't match him, they dismissed all the witnesses from the Hollywood Mall, the Twin City Mall, South Beach, and other locations like Deerfield Beach, Plantation. There were all these attempted abductions of little kids going on with a 6-foot man in a blue van. And they were just dismissing everything. But,
and that's important. People should realize that. I mean, this blue van appeared not at just this Hollywood mall, but at other malls in the area with similar weird circumstances, and a man approaching children, trying to entice children. And even though there were eyewitnesses and sketches done and so on, the police would refuse to connect that possibility with what happened to Adam Walsh.
In 81, they refused to.
Right.
Okay, but in 1991, when Jeffrey Dahmer was captured, what happened was I was at work that night, and the story came out. I worked for a newspaper, the Miami Herald, and so I got one of the first editions of a story that came out. It was a very short story about something that happened up in Milwaukee, in an apartment up there, and it was about this guy that had multiple murders that he committed in his apartment, and mutilations as well. But there was a mugshot, and when I saw that mugshot, I started freaking out. I remember just saying out loud, "Oh my God, this is the guy! This is the guy I saw in the mall," you know. And I mean, that whole night I kept drinking one cup of coffee after another, staring at that mugshot, and I called the Miami Herald Library up, and I says, because remember, this is 10 years later after Adam's abduction, almost to the week. And I asked the library, do you remember the composite from the Adam Walsh case? I said, can you send me one? And they sent me a composite to my in-house mailbox. So I took that composite along with the mugshot that was in the paper. I took the whole paper, the article there, and I went to the Hollywood Police Department. I told them, I said, look, this is the guy here that I saw in the mall. And the lead detective who was still on the case, Jack Hoffman, his face went blank. His jaw literally dropped open, and I was thinking, okay, he knows something, but he's not telling me.
We'll take a break now. We'll come back and hear from another eyewitness, Mia Taylor, who was on site that day and also had an encounter. Stay tuned. That's coming your way right here on Coast to Coast AM. Tonight, frustrated witnesses, as we talk about the abduction and murder of Adam Walsh. We've been talking with Willis Morgan, who is the author of Frustrated Witness, his website justiceforadam.com and frustratedwitness.com. You can find much more information, photographs, as he just mentioned, the side-by-side comparisons of Jeffrey Dahmer at the time, and the sketches that were made of the man. That's all on file on the website. You can find all of that there. Go check it out and investigate this for yourself. Aside from Willis Morgan, there were other eyewitnesses that were on site and willing to share their story. Joining us right now, Mia Taylor was one of the many witnesses that were at the Hollywood Mall on the day Adam Walsh was abducted. And I believe authorities have never even contacted Mia. She was at the mall with her mother and brother the day Adam was abducted, as well as the day before. She saw Adam walk out with Jeffrey Dahmer. She recognized Dahmer because the day before, he had an interaction with her brother. Let's welcome to the show Mia. Mia, thank you for joining us this evening.
Hi, Dave. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for sharing the story. I know it's a bizarre thing to have to kind of re-examine this scar from your past, but talk to me a little bit about your experience there. Now, authorities have never spoken to you officially about this case?
No, they have not.
All right. How did you get involved in this story then? How did that come to light that you were even a part of this?
Just a couple of years ago, I was contacted by Willis, and I guess he searched me out and finally found me, got my phone number from my daughter, and called me and asked me if I was the same Mia who had a brother named Joel. And I'm like, yeah, I had a brother named Joel. And he started asking me different questions about that day. And I'm like, yeah, I was there that day. And he's, asking, I'm like, well, how did you even get my name? He's like, well, Joe Matthews had mentioned this book, and had said that he had talked to your brother. Your brother was mentioned in it, and he told me how he had looked for my brother and couldn't find him, and eventually found me. So that's how I even met Willis, and the first time I'd ever even been asked anything about it, what I'd seen in 1981.
All right, well, talk to me about what you did see back in 1981, and talk to me about the day before Adam was abducted. What happened to you?
On that particular day, my brother and I, we were in the Sears, actually, again, because my mom was there. And my dad had dropped my mom, my brother, and myself off at the mall. And my brother and I were walking through the store, and this guy had stepped out from between aisles and started asking my brother about this game. It's like a hole-in-the-ball game type thing. And I guess one of the, maze things. And he had stepped out from an aisle in front of us, and there's, we're both standing there, and he, starts getting inappropriately close. My brother kind of fixated on my brother asking him questions.
And this is one of those little, handheld mazes that you teeter back and forth to make the little ball roll through it and try to get from point A to point Z, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're not talking about the video game systems or anything, but he's physically trying to interact with your brother and show him this.
Correct.
Okay.
And I felt real uncomfortable because, his breath smelled like alcohol. And it was just, he had a weird look on his face, and he was really fixated on my brother. So, I'm like, I grabbed my brother and I said, he don't know nothing about that. And we, went off because my mom was standing right there. And I'm like, there's Mom, let's go. And it struck me as weird. And that's why I noticed him so much the next day, because the guy was wearing the same clothes, the same scruffy face. It's just, it just struck me as weird the way, this adult would be asking a kid, hey, show me about this, And so that was the day before. That was a Sunday when that occurred. So the next day, we'd seen the same guy up at the mall.
And when you saw him the second day at the mall, what occurred at that point?
On the second day we saw him, which was a Monday, he, all the kids were over, playing video games and everything. There was some younger kids, my brother was one of them, and they're watching some older kids playing. And we were all told, hey, y'all keep it down and all that. And the lady asked where our parents were. And like, well, our mom's right there. And we, because we were all getting ready to leave, and my mom was getting ready to leave to go meet up with my dad, who was picking us up at a certain time. And so during that time, we were, walking out of the store and standing there, and my brother was pitching a fit because he wanted to keep playing with his little friend that, he'd been talking to. And my mom was like, no, his dad is here now. And that's when we saw the guy with this little boy, who I think was Adam, telling him, no, he'd have the kid by the fingertips talking to him. And that's, my mom goes, no, his dad is here, or something to that effect. And we went ahead and left. But it was the same guy who I'd seen the day before. And I know the day before he didn't have a child with him. So, it was like, that was weird.
Right.
I was a kid myself, so it nothing really struck me until years later when Willis, had called me. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's, it is weird now as an adult. But,
but you're confident that the man you saw, according to the photograph of Jeffrey Dahmer at the time, matches the exact person that you encountered at the mall both days.
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I was emailed photographs. And, there was various photographs. There was probably 10 total. And the picture that I recognized as a person that I saw, I didn't realize when I chose that picture that it was a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer when he was way younger than what the general public saw when he was arrested and on the news and all that.
Right.
It didn't look like the same person to me, you know, 'cause it was a chubbier, younger guy, you know, with more facial hair and, you know, scraggly hair on top and everything. So I didn't put two and two together. You know, he was like, well, do you know who that is? I'm like, no, I don't know who it is, but I know that's the man I saw. And the picture, I don't know if you've, you know, had the pleasure of looking through the evidence that Willis has gathered up, but the mugshots from Jeffrey Dahmer in like 1981, 82, that is the same guy who I saw in the mall that day and the day before.
All right, we need to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll continue with Willis Morgan and Mia Taylor here on Coast to Coast AM. Tonight we seek justice for Adam Walsh, the little boy who was abducted back in 1981 and believed to be murdered. And Otis Toole is the suspect that the police department and John Walsh have settled on as their perpetrator. This is the man. Although no new evidence came out, there was no corroborative evidence at the time. There was just a recanted confession. There was nothing else tying this man to that crime. But here we have, in the first 44 minutes of the show, two people that were on site at the Hollywood Mall on the day Adam disappeared, and they both saw the man that they know to be Jeffrey Dahmer. Welcome back to the show, Willis Morgan and Mia. Thank you for hanging in with us for a little bit more. Willis, is there a point you wanted Mia to bring up as well? I want to make sure before we let her go that we've covered our bases with Mia.
Right. Well, I'm hoping Mia would hang in there for the open line last hour. But also, a couple things that weren't mentioned that Mia might want to say is that when on Sunday, July 26th, the day before Adam was abducted, when Dahmer tried to abduct her brother, on the way out of the garden center exit, Mia saw the same disheveled man standing next to a blue van. So she's also a blue van witness. Now, also, I want to say the photo that Mia is referring to, the one she recognized, is the closest resemblance of the man that abducted Adam, because that Jeffrey Dahmer was fired from his job in mid-September. In late September, he went back to Ohio. On October 7th, 1981, he was arrested at the Ramada Inn for drunken disorderly conduct, and he had a mugshot taken. And that mugshot can be seen at frustratedwitness.com on the Dahmer link. I have photos, mugshots, and composites of Jeffrey Dahmer. You can see all the similarities there. But that October 7th, 1981 is the photo that looks most like the man that I saw, Mia saw, and other witnesses at the Hollywood Mall, because he still has his Florida tan and he still has the long hair. Unlike the later photos, 10 years later, when he was captured, he has a shorter hair and lost the Florida tan. So that photo. The other thing I want to mention is, had Joel been abducted, had he succeeded with Joel on Sunday, Adam Walsh would never have been abducted. We would never be talking about Adam. It would be Joel, because he would have never been able to go back to that mall the very next day. Because just like when Adam was abducted, there were that place was swarming with detectives and helicopters flying overhead. So it would have never happened. Adam would never be abducted had he succeeded. Maybe Mia would like to elaborate on some of that.
Yeah, I agree with Willis. Had I not stopped him from talking to my brother, because like I was saying, he was really fixated on my brother. And had I not, pulled him away, so he knows nothing about that, and my mom had been coming at that same time, he probably would have taken my brother, and we would have never even heard of Adam being abducted, because he would have been busy murdering my brother.
Let's, Mia, if we can come back to you later on in the show, we'd appreciate that. Maybe if you'd like to come back for the question and answer, if you're able to hang in with us at that time. I'll go back with you, Willis, here as we discuss this. First off, for the naysayers who say, Willis, this man had an MO. This man was only interested in 18 to 23-year-old men. And usually they were black or Hispanic or Asian men. And this was a gay fetish. He had no interest in women. He had no interest in children. How do you address that aspect of what people believe to be real?
Right, and I would say they're correct. That's exactly correct. But only for Milwaukee, because he lived in a black neighborhood. And just a block away was a whole 2 blocks of gay bars, one after the other, and that's where he hung out. And that's where he would meet people and bring them back to his apartment, and they would end up never leaving his apartment again. So for Milwaukee, that's right. But there's more than enough evidence. You know, they say if you have enough circumstantial evidence, it's as good as direct evidence. And there's more than enough incidents and witnesses from the Hollywood Mall and other locations down here that squarely pin this on Jeffrey Dahmer. And in Germany as well, there were numerous murders around the base where he was stationed. And I've talked to roommates of his, and some of the incidents that happened over there are beyond coincidence.
Tell us, what were some of the things that took place when he was stationed in the service in Germany?
Okay. Well, on Thanksgiving...
For people, and we're doing this again just to let people understand, he didn't have just one MO. He was chameleon-like. He adapted to his surroundings and victimized people on their availability. And what happened in Germany?
Right. Well, you know, if Jeffrey Dahmer lived in an Irish neighborhood, you'd hear, you know, dead Irish people or Italian or Asian or whatever neighborhood he lived in. He was going to kill no matter what neighborhood he lived in. In Milwaukee, it just happened to be black and gay bars down the street, so that was his M.O. You know, it fit where he lived. In Germany, obviously, his M.O. is going to be a little different.
Right.
You know, and there were a lot of German women that were not only murdered, but mutilated over there. And, for example, on Thanksgiving of 1979, Carlos Cruz, who was a sergeant, invited some of the soldiers to his house for Thanksgiving. And Jeffrey Dahmer was one of them. Preston Davis was another one. And while they were having dinner, it started snowing like a blizzard outside. So he suggested to all the soldiers to stay overnight and go back to the base in the morning. And everyone agreed except Jeffrey Dahmer, because he didn't like the sleeping arrangements. So he walked out in the freezing cold night around 10 p.m. And he was gone for about 4 hours. And he came back, and Carlos Cruz as well as Preston Davis both said the same thing, that when he came back, he lost his eyeglasses. He had scratches on him, blood all over his jacket. You know, so something happened, and they also said that, you know, he was warm. His jacket wasn't cold to the touch like somebody that would have been out in sub-zero weather for 4 hours. But they didn't think any more of it, other than the fact that Dahmer went into the kitchen and cleaned himself up really good and washed the blood off and sat at the table with a blank stare. And Carlos Cruz asked him, you know, what happened? What's going on? He says, I can't talk about it, but something really bad happened. And that was it. And then I find out there were 2 women murdered in the barracks, in the women's barracks. So, you know, is that coincidence? You know, and there were so many murders where he would come back with blood on him, and roommates would see the blood, and, you know, but at the time, nobody would think that, you know, this guy's a serial killer, because people just don't think that way, I guess.
Right, and for people, too, that, again, are under the assumption that Dahmer only had one type of victim that he went after. I know that there's... He did that in 79. Remember, right.
Milwaukee didn't happen until decades later.
Right. He was arrested for fondling a young boy, was given a sentence of 5 years probation at one point in his life. He was also arrested for indecent exposure back in August of 1982 at a Wisconsin state fair when he was observed exposing himself to a crowd of 25 women and children. Right. And that incident, he was convicted and fined for that, too.
Not only convicted and fined, but he served 2 years in prison for that. And but he was on a work release program where they would let him out at night to go to work in a chocolate factory where he worked. and he would have to come back and return to the prison for 2 years. And
then what was it too? And that was 82. In 86, he was arrested for inappropriately touching himself in front of two 12-year-old boys.
Yes.
And right, and that took place.
Well.
Right. And then in 1989, convicted of second-degree sexual assault for enticing a child for immoral purposes. So this guy was, he had victimized children throughout his criminal career, and women as well in these cases. So it wasn't just a cut and dry case of this is his type of person, it's a Hispanic or Asian or black youth that's 18 to 23 years old. That was just that aspect of it, as you said, when he reached that point in his life in the Milwaukee area. We're down to about a minute left together in this segment, and when we come back, we've got more to share with you. We've got some audio to play. We'll continue talking about this case, and again, I encourage everyone to visit the website justiceforadam.com and frustratedwitness.com. We'll have links up to that at the Coast to Coast AM website, so you can go familiarize yourselves with that. We also have an article that we're posting that we'll talk about a little bit later on in the show that looks and explores an even weirder angle of this case, as if the fact that Jeffrey Dahmer was so blatantly disregarded in this. When we do come back after the top of the hour, though, Willis, I would like to talk about these coincidences, as some people would say. This man, when you follow this thread and all of the places he went and all of the things that occurred, it's hard to just dismiss that he wasn't a force of nature wherever he went. And I'd like you to talk to us about what happened when he came to Florida and the position and how long he was at a job before a mysterious death took place near him there. And we'll cover that and so much more as this story unfolds and we see the connection between Jeffrey Dahmer and the death and abduction of Adam Walsh. That's what we're discussing this evening on Coast to Coast AM. You can email me with questions we'll try to address later on in the show. You can email me at dave@darknessradio.com. That's dave@darknessradio.com. We'll cover that at that point. When you look at all of this evidence that you've amassed, do you have any hesitation at all, Willis, that Jeffrey Dahmer is in fact the person responsible for the abduction of Adam Walsh?
Well, I can tell you 100% the person I had an encounter with was definitely Jeffrey Dahmer. When an incident like that happens that leads to a murder, you don't forget about it. It lives with you forever. And the fact that Jeffrey Dahmer was in the toy department at that time, like I said, is beyond coincidence.
I agree. Let's take our break. We'll come back. We've got more with Willis Morgan, frustrated witness, here on Coast to Coast AM. Welcome back to the show. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Dave Schrader. One of the most notorious murders in American history is that of Adam Walsh. In the summer of 1981, Walsh was kidnapped from a Sears store in Hollywood, Florida, and presumably murdered. 2 weeks after his disappearance, Adam's head was found in a Vero Beach canal. The official cause of death, asphyxiation, and Adam's head was the only part of his body ever recovered. In 1983, the story of Adam Walsh was featured on a television film watched by 38 million people. His father, John Walsh, became an advocate for victims of violent crimes and hosted the TV show America's Most Wanted. Well, in 2007, information surfaced that perhaps serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, who was living in Miami Beach at the time of Adam's murder, might be involved. In 91, after Dahmer was arrested in Wisconsin and given a life sentence in Wisconsin and Ohio, 2 different witnesses came forward and identified him as being in the Sears store on the day that Adam was kidnapped. One man saw Dahmer grab Adam and place him into a blue van. We've been talking about the blue van. We've been talking about this, and there's more than 2 witnesses. Many have come forward now. And just absolutely chilling story. Our guest this evening is Willis Morgan. He's written the book Frustrated Witness. He also runs the website justiceforadam.com and frustratedwitness.com. Let's revisit with this point in mind, Willis, that this man, Jeffrey Dahmer, was in fact in that area at that time, and the notorious blue van that was witnessed by so many different people. There was also a blue van that Jeffrey Dahmer had access to and was known to drive. tell us a little bit about when he arrived in Florida and the mysterious death that occurred shortly after.
Right, okay. On March 24th, 1981, Jeffrey Dahmer was sent back to the States. He was discharged for disorderly conduct and alcoholism. And he went to Fort Jackson, where they did the discharge proceedings. And on March 26th, they gave him a voucher to any place within the United States. And he used that voucher to come to Miami. But when he headed to Miami, the Army, when they send your belongings, they send them separately. So they send all his belongings back to Ohio in a trunk. So his father received Dahmer's belongings. So his father knew that he was no longer in the military, but he had no clue where Jeffrey Dahmer went. Now, he landed at the Miami airport on, like I said, March 26th, and he worked his way over to Miami Beach. And the first couple of months, the only thing known about Dahmer is what Dahmer himself says. He ran out of money. He was drank all his money up that he got from the Army, which I calculated to be around $800 between his the pay that they gave him and discharge pay, and the money he had in his pocket probably came to about $800, and that's in 1981 dollars. Mm-hmm. And he used all that up, ran out of money, started dumpster diving for food. And he was dumpster diving one day behind this strip mall when the manager of the strip mall was taking the garbage out and saw Dahmer out there. And he felt bad. He asked him if he wanted something to eat. So he gave Dahmer a sandwich from the store, which was called Sunshine Subs. And Dahmer ate the sandwich. And a couple days later, he saw Dahmer out there again eating. And he asked Dahmer, he says, listen, do you need a job? And he hired Jeffrey Dahmer as a busboy in his sub shop. His name is Ken Halbert, the manager. Now, Ken said about 10 days after he hired Dahmer, Dahmer found a dead man behind the store where he worked. And I went down to the Miami Dade Records Department to get a copy of that report, and sure enough, there's a report there dated July 7th, 1981. Now, that means 10 days prior to that date on the report would mean that Dahmer was hired around June 27th, keeping in mind that Adam was abducted July 27th, which would have been exactly 1 month after he had that job. Adam was abducted. Okay. Now, also, Ken said that after about a month, all of a sudden, Dahmer went completely downhill, and that would be about the time that Adam was abducted. Not relating this to Adam, from Ken's perspective, but he would say that Dahmer would come in with his glasses all busted up, scratches on him, and he would ask him what happened, and Dahmer would say he was jogging on the beach and fell down. And about a month, like I say, about the time Adam was abducted, he was really coming in totally dirty, disheveled, and he would get sent home constantly. And Ken couldn't remember if it was Mondays that he was getting sent home, but one thing that he did mention is in complete contrast to what the police records say about Dahmer when they interviewed him. They said that Dahmer claimed, and I have that interview on, it's part of the Adam Walsh case files, and it can be read at justiceforadam.com. Dahmer said that when they questioned him about the Adam Walsh case, he said he didn't know where the Hollywood Mall is. He had no access to a vehicle, and he was working so many hours that he never got a day off. His quote is, every once in a while, they would just give me a day off. But according to Ken, Dahmer never worked on weekends. He only worked a regular Monday through Friday shift, and half of those days he was getting sent home because he would get paid minimum wage, cash, under the counter, on Fridays. He would come back in Monday so disheveled that he would get sent home. And that's why I have a chapter in my book called Manic Mondays, because at Twin City Mall that you're going to hear from Ginger, the Hollywood Mall, and other attempted abductions like the one on South Beach are all on Mondays. So my theory is Dahmer would get sent home on Mondays, and he would just go down, get the blue van, and troll the streets of South Florida. Because that blue van wasn't necessarily missed. Because according to the owners and workers at the pizza place, there was 2 stores that they owned. There was Sunshine Subs, where Ken Halbert was the manager, and then you had Mr. Pizza, where Mike Pelletier ran. He was the owner of the stores, along with his wife, Darlene Hill. And they had a blue van, but they never really used it in the summer. Keeping in mind this is the summer, because they use more
Right,
gas.
so here you've got Dahmer, you've got him in the place, you've got him in the time era of this going on. You've got him shortly after he arrives and a dead body turning up, and then 1 month to the date later, Adam Walsh goes missing. He had access to not 1 but 2 blue vans. Very circumstantial.
He had access. There was only one blue van. The other 2 were white pickup trucks.
Gotcha. We need to take another break. We'll come back and continue with Willis Morgan here on Coast to Coast AM. We're back. Willis Morgan, my guest this evening, as we continue to talk about Frustrated Witness. This is a look at the Adam Walsh abduction case and the possibility, the very real possibility, that the wrong man has been saddled with this crime. Otis Toole, don't get me wrong, Otis Toole, not a good guy. This guy was a killer and hung out with another notorious serial killer, Henry Lee Lucas, and they worked in a weird tandem. This wasn't really kind of fitting of their MO. And police, even though they had many people and witnesses identify a totally different man and a totally different look, had discounted many of these eyewitnesses. And in total, Willis, how many eyewitnesses have fingered Dahmer as the suspect in this case at this point?
Well, I always say there's a stadium full of witnesses, but in reality, there's over a dozen. You know, and when you can't count all the other locations where there were attempted abductions, you have even more than that. But
so there's all of these people that are positive that it is Dahmer. And again, this wasn't something that was led to them. A lot of them chose pictures out of a selection of who it was that they saw, and many of them did the same thing as Mia. They picked the picture of Dahmer, which was unrecognizable from the Dahmer that most people knew when he was finally arrested.
Correct, because he was 10 years old and he had his hair cut short and he lost his tan, you know, and a number of reasons that he looked a little different. Although he didn't look different to me. I recognized him in any photo. I mean, I was face to face with him. So, but yeah, the one like we said, the one Mia recognized as well as other witnesses was the one that was the closest, the mugshot that was the closest after Adam's abduction occurred, and that was October 7th, which was just over 2 months.
So if this guy was in that area, many of the listeners are pounding me with emails and Facebook comments and Twitter and wanting to know that obviously John Walsh is not a stupid man, and he has spent his life since the loss of his son trying to find justice for his family and for others. Why is he not focused on this, or at least examining this as a possibility for an answer on his case?
Well, he did at one time. After Dahmer was captured, Dahmer's own father called him and told him he thinks his son murdered Adam. And he admonished the Hollywood Police Department for not calling 2 very credible witnesses, me being one of them and Bill Bowen being another, and who came forward. And he told them that you need to call these people and interview them, but they didn't. They just did a fake investigation. They called Bill up and they offered to fly him down here, you know, to interview him, but they never returned his calls after he tried to call back, you know. And the same thing with me. they interviewed me. Even a year before they closed the case, when Chief Wagner took over the Hollywood Police Department, I wrote him a letter congratulating him on his position and requesting an interview. And he kept ignoring me, so finally I kept going to other departments, like the City Hall, Hollywood City Hall Complaints Department, filing complaints against them. And I wrote to the governor, Charlie Crist. I went to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and all these other departments were writing back to the Hollywood Police Department saying, hey, what's going on? So finally they called me up at home and said, okay, we're going to give you that interview now. So they called me in, and Chief Wagner was there, and two of his goons, Detective Lyle Bean was one of them, and Detective Mark Sparkman, or Steve Sparkman, I think his name is, was there too. And this interview was nothing more than trying to get rid of me as a witness. They did not want witnesses. There was a point where I suggested to take a polygraph test, and Lyle Bean tells me that polygraphs don't mean anything. They only mean you saw what you think you saw, and you didn't see the actual abduction, so you can't say anything. You don't know anything. And then he would say, I don't even know my way around the mall. He says, I know that mall better than you. You know, stuff like that. They were acting more like deceased Dahmer's unsolicited attorney than they were homicide detectives. And at one point, when their tactics weren't working so good, Lyle Bean jumps up out of his chair, flailing his arms about with as much gruff demeanor as he could muster up from a 5'7" frame. He started yelling at me. You just admitted you were there. For all we know, you could have done it. How about if we arrest you right now? And then he backs up, folds his arm like a tough guy, and with a smirk on his face, he says to me, so, you think you ever want to come back here again? In other words, get lost, don't come back here. They did not want to make the connection to Jeffrey Dahmer. And like I said, in 1991, when I went back to the Hollywood Police Department and showed them that composite, there was a spitting image, not realizing I had the wrong composite from another location. That's when they put their dots together, and Jack Hoffman realized all these incidents he dismissed were really related and connected. And I believe that's when the Hollywood Police Department pulled the greatest magic trick of all. Evidence from the evidence room disappeared. They say it disappeared. They admit it got lost. That's their quote. It got lost. And lost to me is just another word for expunged, because they admit the Otis II evidence was expunged. But also, the Adam Walsh case files were up to 10,000 pages. But when they released the case files in 2008, how did they go down to just over 7,000 pages? And I have no idea what could have been removed, but some of what you heard today about the police report, that's not in the Adam Walsh case file, some other evidence, like these other witnesses, there's things, who knows what they removed. But I found enough to witnesses to say that it was Jeffrey Dahmer, even with anything that may have been removed.
Well, and what's also intriguing is, how do you lose evidence from one of the most well-known and under the microscope criminal cases in history? I mean, this is definitely a story that captured the world's attention when it occurred, and because of the, I think, 2 made-for-TV movies regarding this case, and then John Walsh's continuing career, it just seems improbable, if not impossible, for them to have misplaced that evidence when it started to look like they had the wrong guy.
Right. Like I said, it's called magic. I mean, somebody, and then you have to ask yourself, well, who had the most to lose? Well, if you ask me, who had the most to lose would have been Jack Hoffman. Now, also, you were talking about something else, and we ended up getting back to this, about John Walsh and why he's been bamboozled to believing that it was Otis II. Mm-hmm. Because one of these detectives that was on the case right from its inception, his name is Joe Matthews. He is the detective that wrote the book, Bringing Adam Home. Actually, he wrote a manuscript and then got an author named Les Standiford to transform that into a book called Bringing Adam Home. And his manuscript was given to the Hollywood Police Department. And they used that manuscript to close the case. If you go to my website and read Chief Wagner's closing statement, in fact, you can play it. You have the clip. Read Chief Wagner's closing statement, you will hear him praise Joe Matthews. So when I went there and requested to see that report that was used to close the case, they refused to show it to me. But, the case is closed. You cannot turn anybody down.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we play that audio bit right now before we go to commercial break? Go ahead, Tim.
Having analyzed and reviewed the Adam Walsh investigative files several times during the last year, I had the opportunity to meet retired Miami Beach homicide detective Joe Matthews, who sits back here to the left, who has been involved in this case since its inception and who had conducted an independent review and investigation of this case. Consistent with the opinions of investigators past and present, I agree with the ultimate conclusion of this independent investigation that Otis Toole was the perpetrator of this crime. With the acknowledgement that our investigation placed Otis Toole in Hollywood, Florida, at or near the time of Adam's abduction, along with the multiple confessions countered by several subsequent recantations, our agency has devoted an inordinate amount of time seeking leads to other potential perpetrators rather than emphasizing Otis Toole as our primary suspect. One common denominator remains following an additional 12 years of investigating leads and interviewing potential witnesses after the court-ordered disclosure of the investigative files, that the pedophile and convicted murderer, Otis Toole, has continued to be our only real suspect. As we know, Otis Toole is deceased, and formal legal action is not possible, nor is it something that the Walsh family is seeking. However, in the interest of justice, the Hollywood Police Department is announcing today that it is our determination and conclusion that Otis Toole was the abductor and murderer of Adam Walsh.
It sounds like a pretty cut and dry case when they lay it out that way, Morgan. When they're Willis, when they're coming out and they're kind of laying this information out.
Right. Well, go to your break, and when you come back, I'm going to explain a lot of inconsistencies in that video and misrepresentations of facts.
We'll do that. We're talking tonight on Coast to Coast AM about the short life and abduction and death of Adam Walsh, and how the perpetrator that they have pinned this on, Otis Toole, most likely is not the killer and abductor in this story, when it certainly appears that there was another active serial killer in the area at the same time. Jeffrey Dahmer should be the one that maybe the spotlight should be much hotter on. We'll talk about that with our guest Willis Morgan when we return to Coast AM. Thank you for joining me this evening on Coast to Coast AM. I am Dave Schrader. I'm the host of Darkness Radio, and you can hear me 5 nights a week, Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to midnight Central Time at darknessradio.com, based out of the Minneapolis Twin Cities area on AM 1130, the Twin Cities News Talk station. You can listen to our live stream, and as soon as our show wraps up, you can stay tuned because George Norrie and Coast to Coast continues your journey. Darkness Radio, Monday through Friday, 9 to midnight, the best in paranormal talk radio, then George Norrie, and the best in overnight talk radio. It's a great combination. Check it out for yourself. Speaking of Coast to Coast, if you love Coast and you like when I visit for the show, become a Coast Insider. It's the best way to keep up with all of the past episodes that have aired, hear all of the great guests, all of the wonderful topics we cover, get access to news and more. You could do that by going to coasttocoastam.com and click on the Insider tag. You'll find more information about it there. It's only 15 cents a day for a full year subscription, and it'll give you all of that wild access. Plus, you can find out information more about George Norrie's TV show. If you love what you hear on Coast to Coast AM, you'll love what you see on BeyondBelief.com. So go check out BeyondBelief.com. We're back. My guest this evening is Willis Morgan, and Frustrated Witness is the name of the book. Real quickly, we played some audio just before the break, Willis, and you wanted to kind of break that down for us and tell us a little bit about some of the inconsistencies regarding what we heard in that audio. Please do.
Right. Well, we're running out of time on this segment, so I'll just mention a couple of them. Now, one is that in that interview, if you want to go listen back to it on my website, frustratedwitness.com, you can listen to it again, and you'll hear the chief praise Matthews and for figuring this out with his manuscript, as well as all detectives, past and present, believed it was Otis Toole. Well, that's a total misleading statement because I've contacted some of these other detectives. None of them believe it was Otis Toole. Otis Toole has been eliminated completely after about 4 months. They all eliminated him. I have all their quotes here, but, I guess you're just going to have to get the book to get all the quotes and all because we don't have time to get into that too deep. But also, when I filed a lawsuit to see that report that they wouldn't use, all of a sudden it became a regurgitation of everything they knew already, and they didn't use it, so they never saved it. But according to Florida Sunshine Law, it's irrelevant of what their opinion is. If you accept a document, it has to, by law, become part of the case files. In court, these detectives all lie under oath and say they never used it because they did their own investigation. But there are no investigation reports. I went there and asked them for the investigation report. Then I asked them for the closing report. I filled out forms for these reports, and they tell me there are none. So how do you close a case without an investigation, without a closing report, without anything? All we know is the case is closed. Other than Matthew's report.
All right, that's alarming. And we'll talk a little bit later on in the show about even the evidence that they do have. The severed head of Adam Walsh, that has some interesting and very important information with that. We'll talk about that and so much more as the show progresses. Let's take another quick break. When we come back, we'll hear from a few more eyewitnesses at the scene at the time. Ginger and Terry Keaton, our guests, up next on Coast to Coast AM. Welcome back to Coast AM. I'm getting a lot of emails, and if you have questions, feel free to shoot them over to me at dave@darknessradio.com. We'll open up phone lines in the last hour of the show if you have direct questions for Willis Morgan. Again, people are hitting me up with this doesn't fit his MO. We covered that in the first hour of the show, and you can find that at coasttocoastam.com. Become an insider, and you'll get access to all of the shows for the past 5 years, including tonight's show, so you never have to miss a minute of the best in overnight talk radio. Joining us now on the air, we have Ginger and Terry Keaton, and perhaps, Willis, you can give us a little introduction to Ginger and Terry and their angle towards this story as well.
Right, and I'll try and keep it short. Basically, in 1991, when I got that composite from the library at the Miami Herald and went back to the Hollywood Police Department, I showed them the composite along with the mugshot, not realizing in 1991 that I had the wrong composite. It wasn't from the Hollywood Mall. In 2008, when they closed the case, I got a copy of the case files and started looking through them. I saw that composite in there, and I was just blown away. It wasn't from the Hollywood Mall. It was from another mall 60 miles north. So I knew that I had to contact these witnesses, and I contacted a whole bunch of witnesses from that mall, and two of them, like you said, Ginger Keaton and her son Terry Keaton, are here today. And I knew right away, because I always knew whoever made that composite saw the same person I saw. And that's what they're going to talk about.
Ginger, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Talk to me about your recollection of that time, and let me know what you actually witnessed for yourself.
Okay, well, we had gone to the mall. It was my birthday, and my mom had given me money to go shopping, and they had I was getting married, and they had a really nice dress shop in the mall. So I thought, okay, well, we'll go in there. So I went in there, and we ended up going back to Sears, and Terry said, well, I'll just play video games while you're trying clothes on. I said, okay, that'd be good. So, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes later, he came to the dressing room, and he said, Mom, there's this guy out here, he's looking at me really funny. And I said, well, he's probably just a security guard, just try watching to make sure you don't steal anything. And so, he said, oh, yeah, that's probably what it is. And he just went on back over to play the games and stuff. Well, a few minutes later, they're calling me over the intercom for me to come and get my son, Terry, from the shoe department. That he, when I got there, the lady, Mrs. Alvarez, and her son, Matt, was explaining to me that Terry was running and had run up to them and grabbed them and was saying, this guy is trying to get me, this guy is trying to get me, help me, help me. So, I mean, I just picked him up from the shoe department, and on my way out, we saw him, and I said, well, let's go check just to see, I'll say something to security, because, I didn't know what was going on. So, as we were going, we walked out the door of Sears into the mall, and they have this, like, a little inner information center where all the stores and everything is located. And the fellow, Jeffrey Dahmer, I swear to God, was up against the door. And my son said to me, Mom, that's the guy. Well, you know how they have these little doors that you can go out quickly to the side. You don't have to go to the front part of the mall or whatever to go out. I said, well, I'll just go check at this information desk to see if we can find out if it was security or what it was. So when I looked over and he told me that was him, the man scared me so bad. And it's like I just grabbed Terry and I got him out of there. And I didn't even thank the people that helped him. And and I just am so happy that wherever the instincts came from, that something was wrong, that God was looking after my child that day.
And Terry, you're with us as well, correct?
Yeah, I'm here.
When you look back at that, Terry, how clear is your memory of that moment and the instance that was going on?
Well, I will say, for one, I was 10. It was a long time ago. But since it was such a, pretty traumatic event for me, I think I remember, quite a bit of the story. Our stories, my mom and mine, are maybe a little different in some ways. But for me, I mean, when I went back to like the sporting goods area, and I was looking at some fishing stuff, and he walked up to me and he started looking around. So right away, I got this weird, vibe from the guy, and I was like, man, this guy's a little weird. So I thought in my mind, if I talk to him, I'll feel a little bit better about this situation. And so I was like, hey, what kind of lure is that? And he just kept looking around, so I took off running. Right then, I was like, something's wrong. This guy ain't talking to me. He's ignoring me. So I ran to the center checkout, which is where I first encountered the lady and her son. And I was crying, and he was looking at me through the suitcases. You could only see, like, a part of his face, and I was like, that guy right there is after me. And I was crying, and so the lady was like, is your mom in the store? I said, yes, she's right over there. She said, well, I'll take you to her. So we get back to my mom, and she's like, well, because I was alone, and he's like, probably security or something. So I calmed down, everything was okay. And then a little bit later, I think she went to the dressing room, and I kind of snuck off and went back, and he came up after me again, and I believe what happened that time was I ran to to that same lady, because there wasn't many people in the store, and that's when she seen him too, apparently, and he stopped coming after me and turned around and kind of walked off pretty fast. And I went back to my mom. Well, they called security and all that, and everybody came, my mom, and they're like, so my mom comes, and they pretty much said, there's not much we could do. Well, we was walking out to the front. I actually told my mom, I was like, hey, there he is, when we were walking out. And she went to talk to him, and he looked over at her, and he just gave her a look that was just, it was pretty scary, apparently. And she said, hey, we got to get out of here. So we just left. The next day, my friend called me and said, hey, you were on the news, that was reported last night, whatever happened. And, I talked to the detectives, and they pretty much said there wasn't much they could do about it in general, because he didn't really touch me. And there wasn't a whole lot of investigating after that. They pretty much said it was a security guard, which was never really confirmed, And then years later, when I seen Dahmer's picture, I looked at my mom, I was like, wow. I said, that really looks like the guy. And she's like, yeah, it's pretty close. And we just kind of laughed about it because, it was Jeffrey Dahmer for one. And that was pretty much it. And then we kind of just forgot about it. And then a little while later, a couple years later, Willis contacts me and says, hey, as a matter of fact, Jeffrey Dahmer was in your neighborhood. So,
it kind of pretty much at that point all made sense that's, and most likely that's who it was. So that's pretty much how it went.
That's got to be chilling now, especially to look back and know what we know about Jeffrey Dahmer and to realize that you were confronted, you were face-to-face with this man, and Adam's story very well could have been your story.
Yeah, it pretty much gives me goosebumps when I think about it. I mean, it was a really frightening day in my life. I mean, that whole night, I was up. I stayed up most of the night wondering, did this guy follow us home? And I was pretty shook up.
Well,
understandably.
One of the little boys, one of Terry's friends at that time, like if something happens like that to you, you always tell your friends, So he had actually seen on the news that Adam Walsh had been kidnapped, and he had been kidnapped from a Sears store. And they knew that there was a young boy named Terry, and his mother was at the Twin Mall, and that they saw him. And Mrs. Matt and his mother had called the police station also, and they said, if anyone knows of this boy named Terry that was at the mall on that day, could they please call the Hollywood Police Department? Well, I called down there to the police department. I'm not positive who I talked to, but I just said I was the mom, and I hear that you were looking for Terry Keaton, a little boy from the Twin City Mall where Sears was. Well, that's my son. Well, they said, well, we don't want to talk to you. We want to talk to him. And so that was pretty much it until, then we never talked anymore about it. And then on the news, when they showed that Jeffrey Dahmer was beat up in prison and he died, Terry and I, we were just sitting in the living room and watching the news. And when they showed Dahmer, Terry just stood up and just started screaming, "That's the guy, Mom. That's the guy. Look at him. That's the guy." So, I mean, and if they would have called us in when the Averis went down there and gave the mugshot, if they would have called us to come down there, we would have identified Jeffrey Dahmer 100% with their composite.
Have you ever reached out to the police department now to tell them that this is what happened to you at that time and this is the man that you encountered?
I really have not. I've really only talked to Willis, and it just, I don't know, I just have not reached out about it now. But I think, I think the Walshes should know that Otis Toole was not the person that killed and abducted Adam, that it was Jeffrey Dahmer, 100% on my life, my heart, my soul, and my God. That is the person that did it. And I feel like if they would have, or if we would have even known more, I mean, like I said, we did more. And, but they wanted to talk to Terry. No, he's a 10-year-old boy, but actions along the way since then has proved that it was Dahmer, without a doubt.
Fascinating. I appreciate you both joining us this evening. Before we let them go, Willis, was there anything else you wanted them to bring up in the last few minutes we have together with them?
Well, I'm hoping they will also hang in there, maybe, to take calls on the open lines, but, that's up to them. But also I want to say about the blue van. Ginger told me there was a blue van parked in the fire lane. When they went into the Sears, they didn't think much of it, her and Terry, until after Adam was abducted. And then they remembered the blue van, and they were thinking that, could that be, something related because it was inappropriately parked right there, just like the Adam Walsh case where a blue van, many witnesses saw it parked in the fire lane right next to the garden entrance. Now, also some of the other similarities between Mia's incident and Reve Walsh bringing her son to the Hollywood Mall Sears. Both of these incidents were on Monday, okay? Ginger was July 13th, Adam July 27th, 2 weeks before Adam. The same time of day in the Sears. It started in the toy department, and then it went over to the fishing aisle in that case. Also, Barry Culverton is the one in the shoe department who paged Ginger. I talked to him, and he said he'd never seen the incident, but when Jane Hoover has brought Terry to the shoe department to page, which was the nearest department that had somebody there that could page Terry's mother, he says that kid was mortified. And Matt Hoover, who was Jane's son, that was with her, Jane Hoover went there to buy clothes, back to school clothes for her son Matt, and Matt said that him and his mom never did believe that security guard story because that kid was mortified, referring to Terry. So, they come up with the story about the security guard, and because the reason they came up with that was Jack Hoffman was one of the detectives that went up to Palm Beach to investigate this, and his quote in the Sun-Tattler is that the composites didn't match James Campbell, so they completely dismissed these witnesses. And like I said, it wasn't just Ginger and Terry, it was the Hooverezes, it was Barry, it was all the witnesses that were completely dismissed, including the security guard that, they said it was a security guard. Like I said, there was a blue van also, so there's a lot of connections. And also I want to mention quick, on July 13th, if you believe, Ginger, that this incident is related to the Hollywood Mall incidents and the similarities, Otis Toole wasn't even in the state of Florida. So that alone should have eliminated Otis Toole as well. He was in a hospital in Newport News, Virginia. He didn't arrive back in the state of Florida until July 25 in the afternoon. Adam was abducted on the 27th again. Okay? Now, he wasn't even close to Hollywood or West Palm Beach. He was in Jacksonville, which is like over 300 miles further north. He never even came down to South Florida. When he returned back to Jacksonville, he had no money and he was starving, according to him. Okay? And there's records to prove that time that he came back to Jacksonville because he got a free ticket from the Salvation Army. But in order to get that one-way ticket back to Florida, he had to prove that he was going to have a job when he got back there. So he called his previous job doing roofing work at South Coast Roofing. And,
all right, we need to take a break, Willis. We'll come back. We'll continue with this. Thank you to Ginger and Terry Keaton. Perhaps you can join us in the last hour of the show for open phone lines. Stay tuned. We'll continue talking about the Adam Walsh case and hear from another eyewitness on Coast to Coast AM. Welcome back to Coast AM this evening as we talk about a murder mystery surrounding the abduction and alleged murder of Adam Walsh. Alleged murder? Well, we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show, and we'll open up phone calls next hour if you'd like to discuss this. On July 27th, 1981, Adam Walsh vanished from a Sears where his mother had been doing some shopping. His severed head was found 2 weeks later. And we're talking with a guest tonight who's written a book called Frustrated Witness. He was an eyewitness that day, along with many others that claimed that they saw Jeffrey Dahmer on site. Now, in 2007, allegations earned widespread publicity that Jeffrey Dahmer, who was arrested in Wisconsin in 1991 after killing more than a dozen men and boys, was also named as a suspect in Adam's murder. He was living in Miami Beach at the time Adam was murdered, and at least 2 eyewitnesses at the time placed him at the shopping mall on the day Adam was abducted. One of the witnesses claimed to have seen a strange man walking into the toy department where Adam was abducted. The other said that he saw a young blonde man with a protruding chin throw a struggling child into a blue van and speed off. Both witnesses recognized the man they had seen as Jeffrey Dahmer when pictures of him were released in the newspapers after his arrest. Reports showed that the delivery shop where he worked had a blue van at the time, and he preyed on young men and boys, the youngest being 8 years older than Adam, and his M.O. included severing his victims' heads. When interviewed about Adam in the early 1990s, he repeatedly denied involvement in the crime, even stating, "I've told you everything. How I killed them, how I cooked them, who I ate. Why wouldn't I tell you if I did someone else?" And after this rumor surfaced, John Walsh stated that he had seen no evidence linking his son's kidnapping and murder to Jeffrey Dahmer. On December 16th, 2008, the Hollywood, Florida police chief, Chad Wagner, a friend of John, announced with him present that the case was closed, even though no new evidence had come out. An external review of the case had been conducted, and police announced that they were satisfied that the killer, the abductor, was in fact Otis Toole. Here's some audio that we have of John Walsh talking about this at the time.
We believed for years that Otis Toole killed Adam. And a couple of guys who were with us all the way. And they're here today, too. Kelly Hancock, sitting right over there. He was assistant district attorney for Broward County. And he has helped me and advised me all these years pro bono and said, "I believe in my heart that Otis Toole killed Adam." He said, "I put guys on death row in Florida with less evidence. Someday we will convince the Broward County State Attorney's Office that Otis Toole did it." And Kelly's here today. Reve and I thank you, Kelly. You're an honor to your profession. He's a private attorney now and a really wonderful one. But this man never gave up helping us. And Joe Matthews sitting next to him. Joe Matthews was an active detective, homicide investigator and polygrapher 27 years ago, hired by the Hollywood Police Department to polygraph Reve and I for hours and hours. And he was the first one that told the then chief, "I know the Walshes didn't have anything to do with this. I know that this direction of this investigation is the wrong direction." And he was fired from that job by that chief back then. And he has never stopped looking for Adam's murder. He put this case together. He's traveled the whole country pro bono. He's interviewed hundreds of people, and he's worked closely with the Hollywood police to come to this conclusion. That's a real man right there. As a cop, a retired cop who never gave up.
That in itself is a fascinating story until you start looking at the holes in the case, as you start looking at the problems with the story that was presented to John Walsh. When we come back, we'll also hear from witness Janice Santomassino. We'll talk with our guest for this evening, Willis Morgan, and we'll open phone lines next hour. I'm your host, Dave Schrader. Stay tuned. This is Coast to Coast AM. We're back with Willis Morgan, my guest this evening, author of Frustrated Witness. You can check out his websites, justiceforadam.com and frustratedwitness.com. We just heard the audio, which is powerful audio coming from the father of this abducted child. And in his eyes, and in the eyes of the law, Otis Toole is the perpetrator of this crime. Why is it so important for you, Willis, to try to re-examine this case, to push this to the forefront and turn what everybody else believes on their ear?
Well, okay, in the clip you did with John Walsh, you heard him praising his attorney, Kelly Hancock.
Right.
Well, Kelly Hancock, as an assistant prosecutor, he prosecuted a gentleman by the name of Frank Townsend, and he spent over 2 decades in prison before he was found innocent with DNA and the real killer caught. Also, another gentleman named Frank Smith spent 18 years on death row. He died of natural causes on death row before they found him innocent with DNA. And these cops and prosecutors, what they do is they go after the downtrodden, people that have no money, no education, no family to come to their aid, and they pin murders on them to make themselves look good. And the Adam Walsh case, it's not an aberration. And I don't want these people to think they can keep getting away with this kind of behavior. So that's why I do what I do. Also, I have personal reasons for doing this, and that. And as you heard from Mia, her mother Peggy thought Dahmer was Adam's father when she said, no, his dad is here now. But there's another witness who thought it was an older brother. There's another witness who thought it was a stepfather, because Adam was screaming, you're not my daddy, you're not my daddy. And he was almost ready to intervene, but he hesitated. And he went to pay his bill and then ran back outside. The blue van, the guy and Adam were all gone. And he felt bad because when I contacted him, he said he thought he could have been the one to prevent it. And then I was stunned because I've always felt guilt. I've always felt, he had an excuse. He didn't know this guy wasn't a stepfather or Bill Bowen thinking that it was an older brother. I would have known. I didn't follow him to the toy department for nothing. I would have known if I saw him grabbing Adam. And I always felt like I could have been the one that prevented it. But then I remind myself, if it wasn't Adam, it would have been someone else. Because he was definitely on the prowl. Like I said, there's other incidents. We talked about the one in the Twin City Mall. And I would also like to say about the Twin City Mall incident that Adam's severed head was found off the Florida Turnpike, 120 miles north. And this Riviera Beach incident was 60 miles, which was halfway between where the severed head was found and the Hollywood Mall. So Dahmer was up in that area, according to the evidence and the witnesses, and, which is all compelling. And also, Janice Santomassino, you're going to run a clip with her?
Right. We've got the audio clip with her as well. Did you want to set that up?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
All right, why don't we go ahead? This is another eyewitness who believes that it was, in fact, Jeffrey Dahmer. We'll go ahead and play that now.
Janice Santomassino believes she saw Jeffrey Dahmer in the toy department of a Hollywood, Florida Sears in 1981. She says she also talked to 6-year-old Adam Walsh just minutes before he disappeared from the same store. She believes Dahmer may have kidnapped him.
We locked eyes for a few seconds, and man, I got the weirdest feelings in the sky.
Until now, she says she was never given the chance to talk about it. She says her numerous calls to Hollywood police were never returned. But a new article in the Miami Herald says Santomassino is just one of several witnesses who now think Dahmer did it. The newspaper showed the witnesses pictures of several men, including Dahmer, and told them to pick the man they say they saw just minutes before Walsh disappeared. All chose Dahmer.
I got this strange feeling. It was weird. I just knew it was him. I said to Aunt, that's him. That's the one I saw in the toy aisle.
But in 2008, Hollywood police closed the case, naming convicted serial killer Otis Toole as Adam's killer. Adam's father, America's Most Wanted host John Walsh, agrees. Walsh didn't return our requests for comment, neither did Hollywood police. Then there's the blue van, one seen at the mall that day. Now we're learning Dahmer, who worked down there at the time, had access to a van through his job. Yet another reason the journalist who wrote the article thinks the case needs to be re-examined.
I do believe that Otis Toole did not kill Adam. The evidence is extremely sketchy, and I do believe that the evidence is compelling that that Jeffrey Dahmer could have killed Adam Walsh.
So would you like to see police reopen this case?
Yes.
Willis, so many people have put Jeffrey Dahmer on the site at the time without pause, without any kind of hesitation. They see the picture of the man at that time, of Jeffrey Dahmer's mugshot taken at that time, and it matches to their perception. It does not match Otis Toole.
Right.
Why are they so quick to brush this story under the carpet, and why not give it the full attention that it deserves, do you think?
Right. It's because of one detective, and only one detective, and that is Joe Matthews, who came up with his false narrative. Okay, and he did it. You were supposed to contact him, or did you ever do that to invite him onto the show?
Our producers reached out and never got a response.
So you didn't get a response, right?
That's right.
I kind of suggested that you wouldn't get one because he's been avoiding me. He would never talk to me, never come on a show with me on, because he can't answer some very simple questions. How he came to his conclusion that it was Otis Toole without calling not one witness, even though you can go to my website again and watch him on different shows, TV shows. These are videos as well as radio shows that are audio. Listen to him talk about how he has called every living witness and read every single page of the case files. And he has not called not one witness. Not one. The only witnesses he called were cellmates of Otis Toole who said statements like, and I have some of the statements, oh, yeah, we know it was Otis Toole. Everybody around the prison knows it was him. You know, that's his, witnesses.
Well, he made a lot of, this is the guy that made all the claims in the book and supposedly talked to many of these eyewitnesses couple that we've talked to tonight that actually never spoke to him, correct?
Right, and he did that with me. Like, for instance, he says Joel said, he interviewed Joel, Mia's brother, and Joel said it was Otis Toole. Well, that's a falsehood. Joel passed away. That's why Mia speaks for her brother. And he's done this with other witnesses that we don't have time to get into. After they pass away, he says he interviewed them before they passed away, and then he makes statements that they said that are in complete contrast with the record, what they really would have said. And I just wanted to tell you about one of them real quick, and that's...
Please.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I said, please do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Barry Gramilli. He was in charge of the infirmary where Otis Toole passed away. Okay? Now, according to Matthews, he said he interviewed Barry, and Barry said that Otis Toole gave him a full confession. Well, I have, I can't talk to Barry because he passed away, but I have an interview with the state attorney's office where Barry Gramilli says, and I'm paraphrasing, I have it in front of me, that I was watching America's Most Wanted one night, and I saw John Walsh come on and say something about this confession that Otis Toole made, but that's just not so. Otis Toole never opened up about anything, never mind the Adam Walsh case. He never talked to anybody. So that's a complete contrast to Matthews, and this is what he does. So, what else did I want to mention here?
Well, there's all these contradictions, all of these things. I'm sorry?
Let me just talk real quick about Joe Matthews. Joe Matthews was worked for the Miami Beach Police Department, okay? And he also had a polygraph company, his own polygraph company called Southern Institute of Polygraph. And the Hollywood Police Department hired him to do all the polygraphs of the Walshes as well as James Campbell. And he did that. He gave James Campbell 3 different polygraphs, and he eliminated James Campbell as well as the Walshes. And several years later, when John Walsh became host of America's Most Wanted, Joe Matthews called John and befriended him, and John remembered he was the one that eliminated Campbell and himself. And so John Walsh hired Joe Matthews as the senior lead investigator on America's Most Wanted. This is what a lot of people don't realize, that John Walsh had one of these detectives right in his midst for years, feeding him false information about his own son's abduction. And that is about as repugnant as it gets. So
Unbelievable.
That's who Joe Matthews is. This is the kind of people, Kelly Hancock and Joe Matthews, people that convict innocent people, people that lie to him about facts in his own son's abduction.
And those are pretty big claims that you make against these two guys who, a lot of people look at as heroes.
Facts. I'm not making it up.
Right, understandable. That's why I want people to know where you're getting this from, where the information is coming from regarding this case. And there's more, folks. Our guest is not the lone gunman in this case, believing that this is what happened. There are others, and we're going to talk about a very disturbing angle of this story in a little bit that also makes you sit back and take pause regarding this case. It certainly did for me, and we've put the article up, the full article that we'll talk about in a little bit, so you can go to coasttocoastam.com, and we'll have the link up and information there in a little bit so you can follow along or read it at another time. Time's slipping away from us this hour. We've got so much to cover with this. We'll open up phone lines in the next hour if people have questions, concerns, thoughts that they want to weigh in on with the show as well. Dave, listen.
Yes. Let me say something real quick about the blue van and Joe Matthews, okay?
Yes.
On page 26 of Joe Matthews' book, Bringing Adam Home, Joe Matthews says of the blue van, okay? He says, of all those blue van sightings, to me, were about as consequential as the sightings of the Loch Ness Monster. And then he goes on to explain how the Hollywood Police Department wasted the first few months searching for a blue van. And he eliminates it and pins us on a white Cadillac with Otis Toole, which had nothing to do with anything.
And no mention of a white Cadillac or a white vehicle at any time during these initial spots, right? I mean, it was always something to do with a blue vehicle.
Yeah, decades later, somebody came forward and claimed he saw a white Cadillac, and they tried to give him a polygraph test, but he couldn't pass. They tried to get somebody to interview him, and they said they couldn't do anything with this guy because everything he said, wasn't, turned out to be false. So there was no truth to anything he was saying. So he was completely eliminated. They even threatened him with arrest for conflicting statements constantly. And then he disappeared. And then Joe Matthews came back and revised him as a witness, as a credible witness. I went to his house, tried to talk to him. He just slams the door on me. His name is Mitzler, William Mitzler. That's the witness that he claims said there was a white Cadillac.
Have you reached out to John Walsh regarding your book and regarding your work and research?
Right. I've tried, and my attorney sent him a copy of the book, but John Walsh has not responded. Again, you have Joe Matthews, and the authors of Bringing Adam Home in Les Standiford. Now, some of those calls you said later saying that they weren't Dahmer's M.O., keep in mind they may be the authors of this book, because they've been trying to obstruct justice ever since my book came out, because their book and their false narrative, they're trying to protect that. After they got on national TV, convinced the police department to close the case, convinced the Walsh family that it was Otis Toole, now I'm saying something in complete opposite, in contrast with their false narrative. So now they're forced to come on and try to obstruct justice. All anybody needs to do is go to my website again, frustratedwitness.com, and read the one-star review that somebody gave about my book. This is so obviously the authors of this Bringing Adam Home book. And the title of the review is called A Joke of a Book, referring to my book. And the two-star review titled Frustrated Witness is a domino theory to nowhere. I won't read the reviews because you can just go read them and it'll take too long. But not only that, but I believe they're also making negative comments to anybody that gives me a 5-star review on my page. They're trying to convince them, because they've also done that with witnesses. They try to call witnesses up like Mia, and they try to intimidate them. So, this is what they're doing.
All right, we'll open up phone lines at the top of the next hour. We have more to talk about on this case, including an interesting story that was released back in April of this year. And there's more to the Adam Walsh story. We'll talk about this with our guest when we return. Willis Morgan, our guest this evening on Coast to Coast AM. Do me a favor, make sure you stop by the Coast to Coast AM website tonight and take a look at some of the highlights. There's the video that's posted of a demon speaking through a possessed woman. Also, another video about a sunken lost city. Is it a natural formation? You could go check that out for yourself. And in the news, they say 2012 was wrong. Turns out, according to all the statistics, the real end of the world is this weekend. So I hope you're enjoying yourselves listening to Coast on what could be your last night on Earth. Thank you for spending that time with me. There's also in the news a lake in Chile mysteriously disappeared overnight, and there's the article that we're about to speak about. Our guest this evening, Willis Morgan, has been talking to us. He's the author of Frustrated Witness, the man that runs the website justiceforadam.com and frustratedwitness.com. Another article was brought to my attention. Willis joined me on my show, Darkness Radio, about a month and a half ago, and we discussed parts of this case. We wanted to flesh it out more this evening, and an article was sent to me that was just brought out here in April of 2016. And in this, they talk about some chilling aspects of the story I had never heard before. True crime author Jay Harris has been following the Adam Walsh case almost since its inception. He first challenged police in the official statements when he posited that Jeffrey Dahmer and not Otis Toole were the most likely culprit for this crime, as we've been discussing tonight with our guest. Well, author Jay Harris says the evidence against Otis Toole, who police blamed for Adam's murder, is between poor and none. another police suspect who they dismissed with little inquiry, no less than Jeffrey Dahmer, who at the time was documented living no more than 20 minutes by vehicle from the mall, is a far more likely suspect. Dahmer had 11 severed heads in his house. Adam also had his head severed. That and 7 police witnesses who said that they saw Dahmer at the mall at the time with or near Adam, plus Dahmer's access to the same type and color of van reported by mall witnesses as the getaway vehicle, and a comparison including Dahmer's mugshot to a police composite drawing from a stunningly similar attempted kidnapping of a child at a nearby location of the same chain store exactly 2 weeks earlier. We've talked about that with our guest Willis Morgan tonight, and he's got much of that on his website. You can check it out at Justice for Adam. But it continues on. It says, in the now nearly 35 years since the homicide, there never could have been a trial and never will be a trial against any defendant for the murder of Adam Walsh. And that's not for lack of suspects. It's because the identification of the child found as Adam could never be proven in court. This is the strange twist in the story I've been alluding to throughout the evening. He goes on in another part of the article that says, the most striking problem with what was found with the child head was the head that had been found 100 and some miles away 2 weeks later that they believed to be Adam Walsh. In the examination, they talk about a buck tooth. There is a photograph, and they show just from the nose down of this boy's mouth open. And you'll remember that Adam, in his famous and last photo, was especially endearing because he had neither of his top front teeth. At 6, again, age appropriate, but the author of this article said that he had to determine when that picture was taken compared to when Adam disappeared. And in his book, Tears of Rage, published in 1997, John Walsh wrote, so we chose the picture of him in his red baseball cap because it had been taken only the week before. And in it, he was smiling. If you saw it, you couldn't help but notice that. Right on top, he had missing teeth. First of all, the kid had 2 missing teeth. The picture couldn't be any more clear as you examine it. There's nothing showing a tooth coming through, punching through at all. 2 missing front teeth. Well, a week or not much more before he disappeared, Adam had no top front teeth. Sometime after that, his top left front tooth apparently erupted. 2 weeks after his disappearance, the found child, who had been dead for at least some time, according to the Broward medical examiner, told the press that it was probably all 2 weeks. He had a top left front tooth that was in almost all the way. Now, in the judgment of a University of Florida forensic anthropologist who was spoken to, had taken the photos, taken a look at this for the Hollywood police years later, he was asked, could this work? Could a 6-year-old grow in a top front tooth nearly all the way in a week, or not much more than that? And the author of this book and article wanted to be definitive. So he asked pediatric and forensic dentists and parents of kids who had passed that age. All of them said, most bluntly, by one forensic dentist in Hollywood, there's no way in hell that a child's teeth went from not showing to a week later completely erupted and grown in. Now myself, Dave Schrader, hosting Coast to Coast tonight. I've got 7 kids. I've been around. It takes a while for those teeth to show. And when they do show, it takes a while for them to come through. But this photograph of the severed head, a clear shot of the mouth, shows a full-formed buck tooth in the front. Now, there was a DNA test, in part to determine whether this was Adam Walsh. And that test had never been made public until the Miami Herald reporter that was working with the author realized it existed, and they asked for it. The summary report said Mrs. Walsh's sample results were consistent with DNA taken from a ground tooth from the found child, except that, as the NFL refs say, upon further review and with a lot of help from DNA experts, the call on the field needed to be overturned. Lab controls showed that those test results were contaminated and therefore had no comparative value whatsoever. And it's important for you to know, John and Reve Walsh did not positively identify the severed head. They had a family friend go in and do that. And again, people at the time, some of the other people involved in this case did not believe that that was Adam Walsh's head. There is theory that Adam Walsh may still be alive. There's a man who has come forward claiming to be Adam Walsh and had been abducted by Jeffrey Dahmer, was severely traumatized by an attack from Dahmer, and a Hispanic family helped raise him, and his memory is slowly coming back. Again, these are all the strange angles of this, and some of this sounds too fantastic to be true, but when you start to look at just the forensic evidence of this severed head that they found 100 and some miles away with an erupted full frontal tooth on a child who only 2 weeks before had no tooth, and as we know, teeth do not continue to grow, hair does not continue to grow, nails do not continue to grow when you die. It's the retraction of the skin that gives it that appearance, but in this case, there was no way for that gum line to shore up and leave one full tooth and the other tooth still not exposed. Just not possible. That's just part of the weirdness of the story, and we've got more to cover. We've got Willis Morgan on for us for the remainder of the show, opening up phone lines for you at the top of the next hour. Stay tuned. I'm Dave Schrader, and this is Coast to Coast AM. We're back. Willis Morgan, our guest this evening. Willis, that article and the fact that maybe they've even messed up the biggest piece of evidence they have regarding this case, being the one physical identifying piece of evidence, his head, may not even be his. Have you heard this before, and what is your take on that angle of the story?
Right. Well, listen, it's stories like that. I mean, this is just complete nonsensical gobbledygook. Stories like that is what makes it hard to get true justice for Adam, because this guy even sent John Walsh a letter claiming that Adam was still alive and he wanted him to meet his son. I mean, this is so ridiculous. If you knew the whole story, I mean, I don't know where this guy, some nut job writes to him on his Facebook page and tells him he's Adam, and he can't get anything correct. You know, he's saying that Dahmer abducted him and brought him to a house in North Miami Beach, and, you know, Otis Toole was there, and they both took turns watching a bunch of kids, and eventually a SWAT team rescued them, but there's no stories about this anywhere. Don't you think that this would make national news? You know, I mean, the kid don't even want his name revealed because he wants anonymity. You know, I mean, you remember the case in Ohio where that girl escaped, you know, after 10 years? The first thing she did was run to the neighbors and say her name. I mean, this whole story. Plus, listen, I don't care about dental records. I don't know anything about dental records. What I can tell you is this. After they closed the case, I demanded to see the case files, and I went through the boxes, the actual boxes of files, and there was one box, the 8th box, that was nothing but a photo box. And I saw all the photos of the severed head being pulled out of that lake by detectives with white gloves on. And then they took it to the medical examiner's office where they cleaned it up, dried the hair out and all that, and they reset the jaw. And I'm telling you, if you've seen that 8x10 photo, you would say, there is no question. It's Adam. You know? I mean, it looks exactly like with his eyes closed. Plus, that DNA from the molar from the mandible of the severed head, Reve Walsh voluntarily gave a swab of DNA from the cheek, and it matched as the mother, beyond, you know, any doubt. So, you know, this guy comes up with this cockamamie story because somebody contacts him on Facebook. I've had wackos contact me too. In fact, I believe one of them was that same guy. He gave me some stupid cockamamie story that, you know, he was abducted by Dahmer, but he got away, by Otis Toole, but he got away. He ran back to the mall, and this guy tried to help him with a blue van. He jumped in the blue van, and he took him across the street to an alley, you know, which he got wrong. The alley where Dahmer worked, behind the store where Dahmer worked, was, you know, 8 miles away. You know, these people, they read about the case. They thrive on it. They got all these articles, and then they call people up trying to convince them of false, you know, cockamamie stories, you know. But
it is interesting, the fact that the photograph was taken a few weeks or a week prior to the abduction. John Walsh is on record as saying that. The head that they found has a full tooth that does not, should not have erupted, should not have been that way. That is, any way you cut it, that's still a very weird aspect of this story.
It might seem weird, but, you know, like I say, you know, I don't know. Sometimes photos appear differently on different angles and whatever. All I can tell you is I've seen the severed head. a photo of it. I never requested a copy because I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't show it to anybody anyway.
Right.
God forbid it got on the internet or something. But it's Adam. There's no question. You know, that's all I know. It's Adam. And besides, listen, the turnpike where the severed head was found, there are 4 witnesses at that site. 4 witnesses, all of them completely dismissed when they said there was a blue van at that site. Because at that time, they were concentrating on James Campbell. Okay? Because this was just 10 days after Adam was abducted. This is when
James Campbell was John Walsh's best friend.
House guest who lived in John Walsh's house.
And was having an affair with Rivet, correct?
Well, listen, we all have past problems, you know. I don't get too much into their...
Right, but I'm just trying to, so that there's no confusion. That's what was reported.
He even proposed marriage to her, and she turned him down because she had a son with John, which was Adam. And so they figured, you can get rid of the son. You know, this was their... Jack Hoffman's thinking that, you know, that was the M.O. You know, that was the reason for this. So he was so concentrated on this guy. I mean, he could be heard down the hallway screaming at Campbell for, weeks on end. You know, and it wasn't until John Walsh hired an attorney named Joe Varon, who was known as the Silver Fox because he was one of Broward County's top criminal attorneys. They sent the Hollywood Police Department, finally, after months, a letter telling them that they need to stop interviewing and talking to James Campbell without his permission and without him being present. So finally they laid off of James Campbell. But they were after him big time. And the witnesses at the Turnpike, when they heard about the severed head being found, they called the Hollywood Police Department and told them. One witness said that, you know, he was driving a truck for the Publix supermarket chain, which is one of the largest supermarket chains here in Florida and in the Southeast. And he was heading on Friday. Now, I contacted the medical examiner, and he said this timeline is perfect, because you got to remember, when Adam's severed head was found, they were all over the place with a timeline on how long that severed head could have been in the water. In fact, they even put a pig's head in the water and left it there for a week to determine how much, damage would be done to the head as far as water damage, insects, and stuff like that, and fish eaten on it. And they've done everything, but they could never come up with a good timeline. But remember, that severed head was found on August 10th by 2 fishermen. Okay, on August 7th, one of the witnesses, Dennis Bubb, said he was driving a public supermarket chain up north, an empty truck, and then they pick up a loaded truck from the main warehouse and they bring it back down to South Florida. And he passed that turnpike area and he saw a blue van there. And down by the canal, he saw a man with a white bucket taking something round out of the bucket and throwing it into the canal. And when he told the Hollywood Police Department this, after he called them and the severed head was found, on August 11th he called them, and this is his exact quote of what they told him. Yeah, we already know about the blue van. It has nothing to do with the Adam Walsh case. That's what they told him. And they completely dismissed him. Now, Dennis called on a CB radio on August 7th. He called another truck driver behind him several miles and asked him to check out the blue van. And Clifton Ramey passed, and he says in his statement he saw a man with a white bucket, fumbling with a white bucket, standing near the door, the slide door on the passenger side of the van. And he was fumbling. He could see because the dome light was on, and he could see inside what the guy was doing. He was fumbling with his bucket. So apparently he must have returned back to the van after he was down by the canal with the white bucket, taking something round out of it, quote unquote, thrown it into that water. Now, what is the coincidence of a white male with a blue van, a white bucket, throwing something around just 3 days before the severed head was found? I mean, like we talked about earlier about coincidences. You know, when you have so many coincidences, they're beyond coincidence. But yet they dismiss all these witnesses.
And you would think, though, that if Dahmer was this active and using that blue van, wouldn't there have been some telltale evidence, blood, something that his bosses would have noticed?
Well, again, you know, our blood dries up, but then nobody noticed because nobody's looking for anything like that. You know, well, who's going to be be searching their vehicle for blood all the time when it's used by so many people, you know. And that blue van wasn't really used all that much. It just to pick up supplies for the two stores. In the summer, they use it
Right,
as
but that supplies for two stores. You would notice blood, I would guess, because that wouldn't be part of the supply line.
Well, who's to say there was that much blood in the vehicle? Because he never murdered Adam in the vehicle. Now, I would like to talk a little bit more about the meter room then, where that derelict was murdered, and talking about MOs. Adam Walsh, I believe, was murdered in that meter room because there was a TV show done about that. You can watch the TV show on my website, okay, on August 13th, okay, in 2007 when the meter room was discovered. ABC Primetime did a TV show about it, and they hired one of the best CSI experts in the country, and she's world-renowned, and she went in there, and she found the blood spatter on a back wall that she describes as being indicative of a homicide. In the TV show, she even describes how the homicide had to have occurred. Now, that derelict Dahmer found, he didn't have blood on him, so it wasn't him. Somebody died in that meter room. But yet, the police don't want to investigate. They've never investigated the meter room. The Hollywood Police Department dismissed it as two pit bulls could have gotten in there and had a fight. The Miami-Dade Police Department, when I asked their homicide lead detective, they said that it was a bird that flew into the wall because they found a bird in there. There was a bird, but it was freshly dead, not since 1981, and it had no blood on it either. And it was only 2 inches long. It couldn't have caused all that blood that you will see in the video, in the TV show if you go and watch it. You know, on the Dahmer link. Just click on the video. And it was tested as positive for blood. So there was definitely a murder in that meter room. And also, that derelict, you're talking about MOs, he was 54 years old. Adam was 6, so you have his youngest victim and his possible oldest victim both murdered in that meter room. And I believe that the derelict, even though he was found by the dumpster, he was murdered in the meter room because when I read the report, everything in the police report is what Mr. Jeffrey Dahmer said. But according to Ken Halbert, everything was in complete contrast in the police report and what he told his boss. So there's something very drastically wrong here, what's going on. But they didn't know who Jeffrey Dahmer was in 1981 to the police. Back then, he was just a witness. I contacted the police officer that made out that report. He remembered the incident. He remembered the dead man, but he didn't remember Jeffrey Dahmer. He said that Jeffrey Dahmer was just another of many witnesses he's talked to over the years. But he remembered the derelict because he was in full rigor mortis and he was covered in ants. Now, this was around 5 p.m. that Dahmer found him. So if he was covered in ants in full rigor mortis, he had to be dead for 10 hours. He couldn't have been dead all day long out by that dumpster that in a very large...
Right. We need to take a break again, Willis. We'll come back. Open phone lines if you have questions for our guest, Willis Morgan. I'm Dave Schrader, and you're listening to Coast AM. Thank you for joining me this evening or early this morning, wherever you may be, for tuning in and hanging out with me. I'm your host, Dave Schrader. This is Coast to Coast AM. Tonight we've been talking about an old case from 1981, the Adam Walsh abduction and murder case, shining a new light on it. Could Jeffrey Dahmer be the one behind the abduction and murder of Adam Walsh? Well, our guest, Willis Morgan, the frustrated witness, believes it is so. And we've got more conversation with him coming up. We've also got your calls. If you have questions regarding this case, questions for our guest, I invite you to call and be a part of the show. Here's something interesting about this case to me, something I find utterly fascinating and truly amazing. If there ever had to be a silver lining for something this tragic, it is the work that John Walsh has done since this tragedy befell his family. Personally, I don't know that I would have survived that type of loss. John Walsh not only survived it, but he has made a massive impact and a massive difference. He is one of my idols in the field of true crime, and I can't even begin to tell you how impressed I am with this man as a human for facing and dealing with the things that he's had to do and to become such an advocate for people and victims of crime with his show America's Most Wanted and the work that he's done. This murder and kidnapping prompted John to become an advocate for victims' rights, and Adam's murder was among those that helped to spur the formation of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And as a result of his advocacy, John was approached to host the television program America's Most Wanted, which has helped to capture, I think, somewhere it was around 1,000 or more people, and maybe Tim, my engineer here, can Google that and find out the exact number, but over the 20 years or so it was on, they were able to capture many criminals and help save people. The Code Adam program for helping lost children in department stores is named after Adam's memory. The U.S. Congress passed the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act on July 25, 2006, and President Bush signed it into law on July 27th. The signing ceremony took place on the south lawn of the White House, attended by John and Reve. The bill institutes a national database of convicted child molesters and increases penalties for sexual and violent offenses against children. It also creates a RICO cause of action for children predators and those who conspire with them. And here's a very interesting random fact. The rapper Busy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony, who was abducted by his stepfather as a child, was discovered by a neighbor who recognized his photo shown at the end of the television film Adam, about the Adam Walsh case. When we return, we'll talk more with our guest Willis Morgan about this case. We'll take your calls. That's all coming up next. Stay tuned. I'm Dave Schrader, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Frustrated Witness, the real untold story of the Adam Walsh case by Willis Morgan. That's the name of the book. Two unforgettable names, Adam Walsh, Jeffrey Dahmer, one tragic case. And it's our guest's goal to find justice for little Adam Walsh. A wall of evidence points to America's most notorious serial killer and pedophile, Jeffrey Dahmer, murdering and decapitating Adam. Accordingly, the author wants the Hollywood Police Department to reopen the case and close it correctly. This will finally bring proper closure for the Walsh family, which includes Adam's father, John, who channeled his rage, as we mentioned, by becoming the crime-fighting host of the popular TV show America's Most Wanted, which has caught over 1,202 criminals because of his efforts. Amazing facts. Willis Morgan, my guest this evening, and we're going to start taking the phone calls as well from you, the listeners. If you'd like to shoot me an email, you can certainly do that. If you can't get through on the phone lines, my email is dave@darknessradio.com. That's dave@darknessradio.com. You really kind of touched my heart when you mentioned it, Willis, that part of the reason you're so driven by this is had you stepped in, maybe Adam would still be alive. That, a lot of people are asking, why is Willis so driven by this story? And that is, that's an amazing, impactful statement. I hope that you find some peace for yourself in the work that you've done, that at least you've uncovered what you believe to be the truth to this case.
Yes, and one more reason why I did this. I know I might be an old retired guy with a tenacity problem, but, I don't feel like I need to apologize. And I filed a lawsuit against Detective Joe Matthews and the Hollywood Police Department as a defendant, as well as the state attorney's office. And my lawsuit was dismissed, even though I have a letter from the police chief to the state attorney's office asking them to read the manuscript, because they want their opinion as a second opinion. And I have a letter from the state attorney's office back to the police chief stating what a great report it is, showing how Otis 2 murdered Adam. Okay, now these letters were exhibits in my lawsuit, Exhibit A and Exhibit B, along with other letters, and yet my lawsuit was dismissed. So the lawsuit wasn't dismissed on the merit of the case. It was dismissed because of political expediency. I could do a whole show just about the lawsuit and the detective that is a known lobbyist that Joe Matthews hired, that donates money to these judges so he can get favorable decisions when he goes before them, I presume, and since my lawsuit was dismissed, my book, Frustrated Witness, is my final appeal, because I did appeal to the 4th District Court of Appeals in West Palm Beach, and they also rubber-stamped the 17th District Court's decision. So I wrote the book as my final appeal to an even higher court which is the court of public opinion. Because I can't go to Tallahassee, the Supreme Court in the state of Florida, because it costs too much money. I don't have that kind of money.
Let's begin by taking some calls. Phone lines are open if you want to be a part of the show, or you can always email those questions into me at dave@darknessradio.com. Wildcard line 2, Myatt in New York City. You're on the air.
Yes, I'm in the Apple. Good evening, gentlemen. Such an intriguing and fascinating show. I have a two-part question. I'll listen over the air with some comment. First of all, I haven't heard any mention of the FBI being brought in, because especially with gruesome and or serial type suspected killings, usually they're brought in to give a profile of, I guess in about 95% of these instances, it's usually a white male in terms of serial killers. So that's the first part. What role, if any, did the FBI play? Secondly, Willis, you mentioned about the prosecutors wrongfully convicting people not being an aberration, and I'd like you to expand on that and let us know if your work is going to go in that direction. In respect, you mentioned Townsend, you mentioned Frank Smith, where DNA can exonerate people, but we have a situation in the last 40-plus years where certain populations, black and brown in particular, have been targeted for so-called war on drug crimes, and the most brutal type of prison industrial system with 8,000 people in solitary confinement any given day, literally making people crazy. So I'd like to see if you can expand on that and make the connection of who and how we set up a prison system that's absolutely obscene. And I'll listen over the air if you get my questions.
Okay, I'm going to start with the first question first. The FBI. The FBI never got involved in the Adam Walsh case, even though Joe Matthews, in his book, Bringing Adam Home, claims that he solved the case even though the FBI was incapable of solving it. The FBI never tried to solve the Adam Walsh case because they didn't get involved. I went to the FBI myself at least 6 times. They practically locked their doors after they see me coming. And because I've been there so many times, they get tired of listening to me. But anyway, they keep telling me we don't get involved in local cases. You have to go to the Hollywood Police Department, the very people that are covering up. But you can go to my website, Frustrated Witness, and you can listen to the FBI agent, because they did get involved with Jeffrey Dahmer, because Dahmer killed in multiple states. But Florida wasn't considered one of them because they didn't connect Dahmer to Adam Walsh. They didn't want to. But there is Wisconsin, Ohio, and Illinois. There are those connections there. So the FBI did get involved. And the FBI agent, Bill Haggerty, that interviewed Otis Toole, again, because Otis Toole was multiple states, and so they thought, and so they did get the FBI in on that. And the FBI agent, Bill Haggerty, completely dismissed Otis Toole. The FBI agent, Neil Patel, that did the interview of Jeffrey Dahmer, in his statement, he says Jeffrey Dahmer gave a very near confession to him. And you can listen to that interview on my website, Frustrated Witness. Okay, go to the Dahmer link and you'll see the interview there that they did with Neil Patel. Now, as far as your other question goes, I'm not trying to solve any other cases or prison systems. I'm only interested in Adam. That's it.
I agree. Let's go to east of the Rockies. Will in Madison, Wisconsin. Welcome to Coast AM.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for listening.
Kindly write the name Don Siegelman, Siegelman. There are many wrongful convictions. Don is one. When I was young in 1944, I was picked up by, believe it or not, the Bishop of northern Minnesota. He brought me to a sandy beach. I did not lose my cool. He brought me back to Duluth and told me to tell no one. I went to my mom and dad. They went to the police in Duluth. They did nothing. Some other kids said they knew who he was. We went to a big building in East Duluth and rang the doorbell one evening. The door opened a crack, and there were young boys in shorts, naked. Behind the man who picked me up was the bishop. He saw me, and the door went shut fast. Now, fast forward. I began going to Finland and Russia in 1969. I spearheaded the effort to get Finland, the Baltic nations, Poland, East Germany, Hungary free of Russia. Incidentally, by the way, Putin is a great danger.
Excuse me, sir. I don't know what this has to do with the Adam Walsh case.
Listen.
You're going on to Russia?
Minnesota Nice. Have you ever heard the term Minnesota Nice, sir?
No, I'm not interested.
Minnesota Nice are the ones that were picked up. Boys and girls, young, in Minnesota, sent as a commodity by organized crime to New York.
Sir. We're talking about the Adam Walsh case.
Yes, young kids picked up by organized crime.
Okay, Will, hold on a second, Will. But did you have a specific question or a point to the Adam Walsh case that you wanted to relate?
Hi, hello?
Yeah, Will, do you have a specific point to the Adam Walsh case that you wanted to direct your statement?
I don't know what he's talking about and the relevance to do.
Well, I don't. Hold on. I'm asking that question right now, Willis. Will, is there a specific point that you wanted to bring up that tied into this?
Yes. There was.
Because I don't want to hear about Putin. I don't want to hear about the rest. I just want to hear what your connection was or what the question was that you had regarding this case.
Okay. Was this gentleman, he wasn't a gentleman, this thing from Milwaukee, involved in picking up boys and girls in Wisconsin and Minnesota, called Minnesota Nice?
You want to know if Dahmer was involved in that?
In Florida. It happened in many areas of the United States. And there were things like this thing from Milwaukee that are going around picking up boys and girls. They don't have to be just Walsh.
Right, we understand. Thank you for giving us a call. Yeah, we understand this type of thing has been going on and that it's a nasty epidemic that's taken place for many years and is kind of the dark underbelly of what's going on in our world and something hopefully we can keep a better eye on and curb. But again, that comes to parents talking to their children and keeping that going. Let's go to west of the Rockies, Alan in Arizona. Please stay concise. What's your question for us, Alan? Alan, are you there?
Going once.
All right, Alan, thank you for listening, and hopefully we'll get you back later on. First-time caller, we've got Angela in Shelton, Washington. Do you have a quick point or question, Angela?
I do. Thank you, Dave, so much for having me. And I have a real quick question. My question is I noticed that you guys said that DNA was done on little Adam, and they said that it was contaminated, and that's so unfortunate. But did something happen to his head that we're not able to get more DNA to establish 100% that this was the child?
Well, with the crushed tooth that they did, I mean, from my understanding, they could do more DNA testing at the time, but there's conflicting reports. Some say that it was without a doubt that this was definitely Reve's DNA matched up with Adam. Others say that it was tainted. Now you've seen the specific, and thank you for calling in, Angela. You've seen the specific report and information about this, Willis, correct?
Yes, of course, and all those reports that were done by the Boyd Institute of the laboratory are in my book, completely connecting Reve Walsh beyond, a doubt. Beyond
a reasonable shadow of a doubt, it proves that.
Absolutely. The DNA matched, a perfect match to Reve's DNA that she voluntarily gave. So, I mean, there's no question that is Adam, along with the photos that I've seen that look exactly like Adam. So,
all right, let's.
The photos alone are enough. If it looks like Adam, it's Adam. There's no question.
All right, we've got about 2 minutes left in this segment before we go to the break. What do you really hope that this continued work is doing? Do you think you're going to get more people that'll come forward that were there or knew or had experiences?
Well, there are enough already. You don't really need more. I mean, There's a stadium full of witnesses. Just need somebody to listen to them. Hopefully someday, I'm not giving up, and I hope to, if I can get my finances in order, to file another lawsuit. I would like this to be heard by a grand jury and not by the judges that are held to political expediency. I mean, a grand jury is not going to be held hostage to, like judges can be. Because
if John Walsh reached out to you tomorrow and said, Willis, please, my family's been through enough. Please, just let this go. What would your response be?
I would have a hard time. I would have a hard time with that, really. I would tell him, I can't let it go. I know what happened. I know who I saw. There's others that say the same thing. The evidence matches everything. And let me tell you something. Every witness, like I said, from South Beach to you name it, on August 17th, it was the South Beach incident. Not one conflicts with another incident, okay? And you also have another witness at the Hollywood Mall a week before. She was supposed to be on today, but she couldn't make it. But Denise Smith, she encountered Jeffrey Dahmer the week before Adam. So now we have 3 weeks in a row, 3 Mondays, all Mondays, July 13th, July 20th, and July 27th. Denise Smith's incident was her daughter got a gift certificate for her birthday, and she went on Monday, July 20th, to the Sears to spend the gift certificate for her daughter. And while there was this guy that was completely disheveled, same scenario, matching description of Jeffrey Dahmer, and he was staring at her daughter. And her daughter has Down syndrome, so she says that when somebody stares at her daughter, she stares them right back. And she's as adamant as I am that it was Jeffrey Dahmer. So, you can't have this many witnesses saying that it was Jeffrey Dahmer, and only Joe Matthews is the one that's trying to pin it on Otis Toole.
We've got links up at coasttocoastam.com so you can follow along and check out all of the evidence and information that our guest has collected and made available for you. You can judge for yourself. Go look at it. Look at all the information, the interviews, and more, and see what you can find for yourself. We'll continue with your phone calls. You can email me at dave@darknessradio.com if you have questions for our guest. We'll continue with that when we return to Coast to Coast AM. Willis Morgan, our guest this evening. Frustrated Witness is the name of the book. JusticeForAdam.com, the website. FrustratedWitness.com, the website. Both of those links can be found at coasttocoastam.com. You can find out more information about our guest, his book, and you can check out the article we referenced earlier. We've got all kinds of great info, so go check out coasttocoastam.com. And if you've missed any part of tonight's show, you wish you could catch up, well, we've made it very easy for you. You can become what's known as a Coast Insider. And what you do is sign up for that. A 1-year subscription breaks down to just 15 cents a day and gives you great access to over 5 years of past archives, gives you access to live chats with George Norrie and some of the other hosts and guests of Coast to Coast AM. You can go find all that information there. And while you're there, check out Beyond Belief. That's George's TV show. There's a link right on the site, or you can visit beyondbelief.com. Because if you like what you hear on Coast to Coast, you're going to love what you see on Beyond Belief.com. My name is Dave Schrader. I'm the host of Darkness Radio, the best in paranormal talk radio. You can hear me 5 nights a week, Monday through Friday, along with my cohort and associate Tim Dennis, as we explore the strange and unusual world around us, from ghosts to UFOs, Bigfoot, psychic phenomena, and more. You can find out information about us at darknessradio.com as we stream live from our radio station in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul on AM 1130, the Twin Cities News Talk station. You can listen to our show live on the stream there from anywhere in the United States. And then keep your dial tuned right there, because George Norrie and Coast to Coast AM continues your journey into the unusual. So please join us Monday through Friday, 9 to midnight. All right, I want to make a quick mention, too, while you get a chance to go check out Coast to Coast AM, check out some of the highlights right now. We've got a video up there about a demon speaking through a possessed woman, and a new sunken lost city or is it a natural formation? You could check it out for yourself and some of the other great stories. A 19th century White House garden aligns with the solstice sun, and a spectacular meteor streaks across Arizona sky. There's stuff like that and so much more. You check it out. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with Willis Morgan and your calls next on Coast to Coast AM. It appears our guest, Willis Morgan, is not the only frustrated witness out there, as many emails have been coming in, much like this one. I've been listening off and on all evening. It seems that the truth really should be heard here. I don't understand why no one has responded to your guest's testimony and large list of witnesses. This does not speak well of our justice system in general. I'm disheartened hearing all of the difficulty this man has received. My thoughts and prayers are with him in his endeavor. Great show. Kim from Exeter, New Hampshire. Thank you for listening in and writing to us as well, Kim. Yeah, it's got to be frustrating, and especially when you have such an overwhelming view of this and all these people coming forward matching. And again, these people aren't looking to cash in or make money from this story, Willis. They're just looking for justice.
And that really bothers me when people think that's what I'm doing. And to Kim's response, I would like to say that we don't have a justice system here in South Florida. All we have is a system.
What do you make of a comment like this? Russell writes in, he says, listen, I understand that Adam should have justice, but hasn't justice already been served? Both Otis and Dahmer are dead. Now, the wrong one may have been charged, but he was still a killer. So why has this been? Why is this person so interested in this when both killers have served justice at this point?
Well, they haven't served justice. Not for Adam's case. And Otis Toole, I mean, he wasn't a serial killer. You know, he's only made out to be a serial killer. The only known person that he had killed was most likely an arson accident. He burnt the building down, and a 64-year-old person died in that fire. That's the only known victim he did. He never abducted anyone. He never murdered anyone, never mind a little boy, and he certainly never decapitated anyone. He was never capable of doing anything like that.
They never did find Adam's body, right? They never found Adam's body or any other parts?
No, but what I have found is in the crawl space of that meter room, I found a blanket with several garbage bags. And so what is a blanket doing spread out in the crawl space? And what is a garbage bag doing there? You can go look at this stuff on my website. I have pictures of it.
Right, but at what point did you find that? What year?
2007, after the report was found. I went into that meter room when I read that report, and nothing on that report was making sense, you know?
Right, but so many years have passed. Couldn't it just be that one of the employees goes in there and naps from time to time?
No, not in a crawl space. Believe me, this was in August, and about the same time of the year when I went down there, it was about the same time of the year that Adam was abducted, in the summer, and it's very hot down there, very humid. You can't even breathe hardly, and I can't imagine anybody surviving down there more than a day or so.
All right. Tim from Texas weighs in and says, it's well known that eyewitness testimony is the least reliable of any evidence available. Since your guest did not see a crime in action, there was nothing they could do to link what he had seen. It wasn't even linkable to criminal activity. The best he can do is place a suspect at a location. Only that, and it's beyond circumstantial. That's from Tim in Texas. What do you make of that call?
I question who Tim is. Again, I told you, there's people out there that are trying to protect the narrative, you know, because that sounds pretty far-fetched. It's not just my testimony. Sure, I didn't see it, but I followed this guy to the toy department. Now, you have to believe that this was so far bizarre, this guy, that it had to be him at the right time, right location, and you compare that to what other witnesses say and seen and their testimonies.
But other witnesses said that the security guard actually admitted to ushering both Adam and a bunch of kids out of the building, and because of Adam being shy, probably didn't speak up to the adult and just went along when they pushed him outside the door. Right. So it could be that you saw Jeffrey Dahmer cut through that area. Does that necessarily mean, since you didn't see him hand in hand leave with him? I think that's what the author of that email is getting at.
But they're forgetting that Mia has, okay, and many other witnesses have, like I mentioned Denise Smith, and there was a whole host of witnesses, from Philip Lord, Bill Bowen, Vernon Jones, you name it, Janice Santomassino, Jenny Warren, Mary Hagan. I mean, the list goes on.
Let's go back to the calls real quick. Wild card line 4, Gene, trucking out in Oklahoma. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. My question is kind of complicated. I hope I make it clear. Is there any way to get the victims' families, known Dahmer victims, after Adam was murdered, to file a class action lawsuit, because their family members may not have been murdered had they acted on this information sooner?
Wow, that's an interesting take. What do you think of that, Willis?
Well, it's a very good question. I've always thought about that myself, that, that could be one of the reasons they're covering up. They're afraid of lawsuits. And there could very well be lawsuits because, they botched this case up. But the problem is I don't think there are any laws against being incompetent, So I don't know. I have no idea what grounds there would be for a lawsuit.
Now, are you familiar, thank you for calling in, Gene, are you familiar with Nancy Ruth Owen, who has claimed that she was responsible for killing Adam?
No, I don't know, but there's a lot of wackos out there that made claims, and I don't pay attention to any wackos out there.
All right, let's go caller.
Wasn't the only one that claimed he murdered Adam. There was at least 5 others. The problem is they pinned them all down. They were in prison trying to get this, breaks and field trips, just like Otis Toole got. So, but they had nothing to do with it. And like I said, the person they called Art Harris and claimed he's Adam Walsh. I had some of those calls myself. And you're always going to have that.
All right, let's go wild card line 3. John, Long Beach, California. You're on the air.
Yes, thank you. I'm a longtime journalist and covered cop beats. The guys that are the most prone to lie are cops covering for each other, authorities. I want to make that aside, but I want to ask you guys, have they ever figured out what the pretense was that the person that kidnapped Adam Walsh, how they got him to go with them? Is there any kind of theory on that? Does anybody know how that happened? What pretense he used to get him to get in a car, or how he actually kidnapped him?
Well, if you listen to the show, we talked about that already. Adam never willingly went. He protested as much as a 6-year-old kid can protest. Philip Law was going into the Sears to pay his bill, and as he walked in, he saw this guy dragging this little boy out, and the boy was screaming, "You're not my daddy, you're not my daddy, I don't want to go, I don't want to go," as he went across the threshold. Philip said he turned around walking backwards because he had a son that old, 6 years old, and he wouldn't have carried his son like that, and, the boy was screaming, but then he hesitated and thinking, well, maybe that's a stepfather, and the kid just doesn't want to leave the toy department, because Adam was screaming, "You're not my daddy." So he went to pay his bill, ran back outside. The blue van that was blocking his space. In fact, Philip Law says he was incensed because he lost his parking space because his blue van was blocking the traffic and another car took his space. So when he went inside the Sears, he had to walk around the blue van that was the cause of the problem of him losing his parking space. And when he turned around and was watching this incident, he saw Adam being dragged out of the store. He called the state attorney's office. They completely blew him off. Before they even interviewed him, they blew him off. They said because he was being sarcastic. Well, he went to the Hollywood Police Department. They blew him off. So Detective Smith, who took over the case after Jack Hoffman was removed from the case in 1994, just in time because somebody else, another reporter, filed a lawsuit against them back then in 1995. So they quickly got Jack Hoffman off the case and put Detective Smith on in. Now it was his job to cover up. He lied numerous times in court under oath to the judge, Judge Moe, saying that they had new suspects, and they never had anything. They were just lying to stall for times and not to get the case files released. But even worse, these detectives solicited the Walsh family into believing that they had new suspects so the Walsh family could be on their side, and it worked. The Walsh family sided with them and fought tooth and nail, along with the Hollywood Police Department, not to have the case files released. But they did lose that lawsuit in 1991 because Jay Greenland had half a dozen attorneys and 4 newspapers, all 3 newspapers in South Florida, plus his newpaper, which was the Mobile Register, and the Miami Herald, the big guns, jumped in on the side of the plaintiff, as well as the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel and the Palm Beach Post. So he won his lawsuit, and they were ordered to release the files to the public. So, like I said, the files were released, but after they were released, then all of a sudden they still stopped giving them to anybody. When I requested them, they wouldn't give them to me. They say it's an open case, it's still investigating, even after they lost that lawsuit. It wasn't until 2008 when I was able to get a copy.
We have another quick email, kind of an interesting story. Colleen from Nashville says, just wondering if anybody knows where the blue van is today. Is there a way to track what happened to it, and maybe it still has DNA evidence? Stranger things have happened.
Okay, the best that we know about that blue van is that blue van was belonged to Mr. Pizza, as I said, and after Dahmer was fired from the sub shop in mid-September, all of a sudden the blue van disappeared as well. So what happened to it, nobody knows.
Well, did they report it as stolen?
Yes, and there was a police report. It was reported, but I believe they found it. But nobody knows what happened to it from there.
All right,
it was that long ago, so that van is not existing any longer.
We've got Desiree from Fresno, California. Desiree, welcome to the show. What did you want to share with us?
Hi, thank you for accepting my call.
Sure.
I was just wondering, I had this similar question, but it's already answered, and I was wondering as well as the Walsh boy, did he wander away from his dad in the store, or did his dad just say, "Oh, go ahead and go look at the toys"? Was he not standing right next to him? Do you know?
Well,
about that?
Reve had taken him shopping that day, and she went to go look. I think it was at Lamps, and back in the early '80s, early '70s, that's when I grew up. Your parents would take you into the store, and they'd go do what they do. You'd go hang out in the toy aisle, and that's what we always used to do. And that was it. She went over there, did some searching, came back looking for her son a few moments later, and he was gone. And that's when...
Excuse me. I remember that as well with my dad in the early 90s. I would go to the toy section as well by myself. I wouldn't let my son do that now. When I was 5, I was actually almost kidnapped. I was playing with my friend in an apartment complex and where we lived, and she kept yelling my name because I was doing something silly. She was saying, "Desiree," and I kept laughing. And this man said, "Hey, Desiree, come here." And I go running to this man because he knows my name. And he said, "Hey, you want to go to the store with me to get some candy?" And we would walk to the store all the time. It was just right across the parking lot. There was a little field, and there was a Chevron gas station. So I said yes. And I held this man's hand. He was a white Caucasian man. And I started walking out of the apartment complex parking lot. And something, I think it was my guardian angel or something, said, "This is a stranger." And I don't remember if we had just learned about it in school that week or not. It was like the beginning of a school year, my kindergarten year. And I looked at him, let go of his hand, took off running. He started chasing me. I ran into my apartment, told my dad. My dad took off, chased the guy. He hopped the fence and got away. And since then, I have a 5-year-old son and a 2-year-old daughter, and I've always taught them, like, literally, I can't even let them go outside by themselves. I have to be there within 5 to 10 feet. I won't even pump gas by myself at night. I'll make sure my husband goes with me.
Right. Well, we're glad you survived that, Desiree, and that you're around to share that, and I'm glad that you're diligent and watch your kids. I think that's an important thing we all have to do. Real quickly, east of the Rockies, Karen, Fayetteville, North Carolina. We only have about a minute and a half. What did you want to say?
I was just wanting to know, had he ever heard of Nancy Ruth Owens? I had watched some YouTube videos, and it was back in the 80s with the Midland Drug Cartel. Like your guest said, you couldn't get any justice in South Florida. But there's some YouTube videos where she mentions killing Adam, and, of course, she names names of Pablo Escobar, and I'm not sure if that Otis Toole name might have been mentioned or not, but I just thought it was ironic that this was the topic tonight when I had been listening to these videos from YouTube about this woman who, the hitman, and been naming the drugs and all the evil that was going on in Henry County. Now the law enforcement was all crooked down there.
Well, thank you for listening in and calling, Karen, as we already addressed that. He was not familiar with that story, but as he mentioned, many people step up when it comes to crimes like this to try to take some kind of ownership.
Let me just answer her real quick. The FBI did do a sting operation on the Hollywood Police Department in 2007 because there were so many rumors going around, filtering through the FBI about the corruption over there. And they infiltrated an FBI agent into the Hollywood Police Department, and they determined these cops were escorting in uniform with police cars drugs from Port Everglades to warehouses. And in this sting operation, they netted 4 police officers and detectives that served long. They were sentenced and convicted and sentenced to long prison terms, I think up to between 11 and 16 years each. And there would have been a lot more, according to the FBI, had the police chief, James Scarberry, not revealed to his underlings about the sting operation that the FBI was onto them. So he ended up being forced out of the department. He should have been arrested for interfering with an FBI investigation, but he ended up retiring, and that's when Chadwick Wagner took over in 2007, a year before the case was closed.
Well, Willis, I can't thank you enough for the 4 hours this evening. It was enlightening, certainly, to share all of that with us. So thank you for being a part of our show. And thank you all for tuning in and spending your evening and early morning here with me. I want to thank all of the people behind the scenes, Nathan and Donna back in home office, my engineer and partner here, Tim Dennis in Minneapolis, Chris Boros, my producer, the amazing Lisa Lyon, and the birthday boy himself, George Norrie. And a special thank to our guest, Willis Morgan, and all of the eyewitnesses that called in to be a part of the show, and all of you, the listeners, who called in to be with us as well. I'll be back with you around the 2nd of July. I hope you'll join me back when I host the best in overnight talk radio. I'm Dave Schrader, and you've been listening to Coast to Coast AM.
Arthur J. Harris, Billy Capshaw, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Russ.
Hi, Russ.
Hi.
Arthur J. Harris is a true crime author who has written for several newspaper publications. His stories have appeared on TV's Hard Copy, Inside Edition, Anderson 360, and A Current Affair. His books include Until Proven Innocent, Flowers for Mrs. Luskin, Speed Kills, and Jeffrey Dahmer's Dirty Secret, The Unsolved Murder of Adam Walsh, Books 1 and 2. He has investigated the murder of Adam Walsh for over 15 years. My other guest, Billy Capshaw, is a retired U.S. soldier. While stationed in Germany, Billy was assigned a room with Jeffrey Dahmer. Over the course of 13 months, Dahmer tortured and controlled Billy while keeping him captive in their room. He's here to tell us how he survived this experience and how for over 10 years he has worked with Arthur J. Harris investigating the murder of Adam Walsh and the unsolved crimes of Jeffrey Dahmer. Art, let's begin with the murder of Adam Walsh, the son of John Walsh. John Walsh, of course, being the well-known host of America's Most Wanted. On July 27th, 1981, 6-year-old Adam Walsh went missing from the Sears department store at the Hollywood Mall in Hollywood, Florida. On August 10th, 1981, Adam's severed head was found by 2 fishermen in Vero Beach. Although no one has ever been convicted of the crime, police closed the case in 2008, naming Otis Toole as the murderer. Toole died 12 years earlier in 1996 of liver failure. Art, from your research into the murder of Adam Walsh, what led you to initially believe Jeffrey Dahmer may have been the killer and not Otis Toole?
I started looking at this case in 1996 when the police were forced by the courts to open the public records. It was a 15-year-old case at that point, and it was very unusual for an unsolved case to be opened, for everyone. It was a huge story here. And I looked at it for quite some time, and then about 6 years later, I'm in a used bookstore, and I see that there are interviews with Jeffrey Dahmer, and grab it, and I see something that was really struck my eye in the interview, that Dahmer was talking about in Milwaukee picking up children at a shopping mall. He said it was a coincidence that he had picked up the younger brother of someone that he had already sexually assaulted and in fact was convicted and served some jail time for. And he wrote that he was the brother of the one that I'd photographed. I was just walking in the mall, ran into him, didn't know him from Adam. How many are the chances of that happening? Astronomical. So I look at this and I go, didn't know him from Adam? Says, I knew that Dahmer was a person of interest in the file from the 1996 stuff that had been released. But the Hollywood police had pretty much dismissed him. They didn't find that he was here, even though that Dahmer had said he was here. They just weren't that interested. At that moment, I decided that I needed to go back into the file and read everything that about Jeffrey Dahmer in the file and find out everything that I possibly could about Dahmer's time in South Florida, which happened to be during the same time that Adam Walsh was taken. He was here that spring and summer of 1981, and as you said, July 27 of 81 is when Adam Walsh disappeared from the Hollywood Mall. I was very lucky in that I knew a police transcript of an hour interview that they had done with Dahmer in Wisconsin, in prison in 92. That I knew where he'd worked because he gave the name of the store and pretty much where it was. It was in the north part of Miami Beach, about 20 minutes away from the Hollywood Mall. And Dahmer, again, denied having anything to do with Adam Walsh, but it was certainly coincidental that he was here. Dahmer's severed heads, they were found in his apartment. There were 11 of them, and the head that was found and said to be Adam was severed as well. So that same connection, as it turns out, had been made by an FBI agent from Madison, Wisconsin, who said, no, let's check him out for Adam Walsh. Remember, he denied Adam Walsh, but Florida is a death penalty state. Wisconsin was not, is not. Ohio, where he confessed to a murder that he didn't have to, was at the time of that murder not a death penalty state. So his lawyers had advised him and kept away any Florida police from speaking to him. And somehow the Hollywood, Florida police were just pretty reluctant to investigate this. But I found the people who ran the sub shop where he worked for a couple of months, and I found 4 people who knew him there working at the sub shop. There was a blue van that was a delivery vehicle, that sub shop, and I found 8 people who remembered it. The first good lead that Hollywood police had when they were looking for the taker of Adam was they had a kid who had seen a blue van get away, a man throw a child that he said was Adam into the van, and it got away. And the police were stopping blue vans all over the state for about a month. They asked for the public to call in and get the license plates, and they would investigate. And then Dahmer is not only here, 20 minutes away, but he had access to a blue van that was easily accessible. All 8 people told me. And there were witnesses. There were initially in 96, there were 2 witnesses who had come to the police and said, they were at the mall that day. When Dahmer's story in 91 in Milwaukee, when it broke, they saw the papers and said, that's the guy I saw at Hollywood Mall one day. One of the witnesses said that he was outside. He saw that man, Jeffrey Dahmer, throw Adam Walsh into a blue van. Another man elsewhere in the mall had said that Dahmer had come up to him and like he was going to either grab him or pick him up or sexually pick him up and stare at him in the eye. It was a very, very scary thing. When he rebuffed him, finally at last Dahmer turned around, and then this man followed him from elsewhere in the mall into Sears and into the toy department in Sears, which is where Adam was last seen. So as it turns out, after the 2008 public records release, and they released more after they closed the case and said it was Honest Tool, there were 7 police witnesses who found him there and spoke to and showed them pictures of Honest Tool, and they said, no, that's not who we saw. And then I showed them pictures of Jeffrey Dahmer, and they said, yes, that's who we saw. But the police weren't interested in that. Would you like to ask why?
Just tell me.
Well, I don't know. They had in their mind that it was, they closed the case on Otis Toole. Otis Toole had confessed to the murder in 1983. There are numerous taped interviews transcribed in the case file, and I have generous selections from those interviews in my first book, book one. It's clear that Toole knew nothing, no specifics at all about this case. As he recalled it the first time, for the initial interviews, he said that Adam was wearing long pants. It was around the beginning of the year, and he thought he was wearing mittens. Now, I've been here in South Florida. Now, I know you're Canadian, so maybe you don't really understand this, but in 30 years, I've never seen anyone, including a child, wearing mittens at any time of the year, and especially not in the last week of July. So that wasn't right, Otis. They got that wrong. But I'll give you another reason why I think that it was wrong. Again, in a public record that I asked for that wasn't even in the Hollywood Police public records, there was a forensic anthropologist report. In 97, they did a tool mark analysis. They took the skull of the found head that they said was Adam, and they had some machetes, bayonets that were in Toole's possession, and they tried to match them, the tools to the tool marks from the experts and stuff. So that was inconclusive. It was a nice try. So there was a couple-page report in the Hollywood Police file, and I know to ask for the full reports, which was not in the police file. So I got permission from Hollywood Police, and they got for me the full report from the forensic anthropologist. Let me ask Billy here. Can you put a scalpel in Jeff Dahmer's hands at any given moment?
Yes.
Can you do it? Yes, you can. Okay.
Yes.
And now, we know from reading Dahmer's father's book that they together, when Jeff was a kid, 8, 9, 10, whatever years old, that they dissected roadkill. Jeff, as Billy has told me, as we've been talking for 10 years, Jeff knew anatomy extremely well. He was teaching anatomy to Billy. They were also in the medic unit, so they were learning medical things. So I can put a scalpel in Jeff Dahmer's hands. Would you say that Otis Toole, a noted blockhead of somewhat less than high intelligence, would you say it would be likely, Russell, that he would be handling a scalpel?
Not well.
Probably not, okay? So in the forensic anthropology report, there is a line in there that the Hollywood Police didn't see because they didn't get the report that they had ordered, and it says in there that one of the cuts looked like it was made by a scalpel. Those two things, Toole handling a scalpel, not likely. Dahmer handling a scalpel, absolutely. That was consistent with him. Everything that Toole told to the Hollywood Police, he was told by the police detectives or shown from the file. And I'm not criticizing them for that, okay? It sounds really bad, but I'm not. It's actually an investigative technique. They were trying to prod him. If you told him a little bit and a little bit and a little bit more, could he volunteer something that would absolutely prove that he knew something that they could prove? And they kept giving him and asking him multiple choice. He never came up with the right answers. No, the next day when they took him out to the sites, and then he spotted the mile markers, the pictures of which that he was shown, and then, I remember, this is where I did it over on mile marker 131. The multiple choices were things like, Otis, when you left Hollywood Mall, did you take the interstate, did you take the turnpike, or did you take A1A, which is the local road? And Toole answered things like, I'd say it was A1A, which is the local road. So 400 miles back to Jacksonville on the local road, or you take the interstate or the turnpike. Those were his first answers. They were ridiculous.
Billy, let's bring you into the program here. You've been helping Art Harris, investigate the murder of Adam Walsh for over 10 years. I think it's safe to say that you're an expert on Jeffrey Dahmer. You certainly knew him well enough. Describe Jeffrey Dahmer.
you know, he was a good-looking guy. You know, he's all-American type guy, you know. He just light-handed, stuff like that when I met him. Just a really nice guy. Real nice mannerisms. When he shook your hand, you know, he'd kind of bend over. I noticed that. You know, and stuff like that. You know, as later on, I watched him so close after about a month that when he was out in, you know, in the hall or something, you know, in the barracks, that he would talk to people in a different way than he was talking to me, you know. And sometimes he was nice to me, but, you know, not all, of course not all of them, but he's a very nice guy. You would never think in a million years that this was this kind of guy. For me, that was, at first, you know, when I first met him, that was a good reason to be his roommate. Just nice guy. I thought, you know, yeah, I'll be his roommate. Yeah, no problem. We kind of got through together that way, you know. There was only, I think, room for, well, there was other people in the other rooms. It was room 103, I think. You know, we were just there. Super nice guy at first, but that all changed.
How old were you at the time?
I was 17 years old.
And how old was Jeffrey?
He was probably, I don't know, about 19 then, I think. 18, 19. But I want to say something, Russell. He was very mature for that age. You know, very mature. If you look at the pictures of him at 19 years old, and then you look at the pictures of me and other soldiers at 17 or 19 or whatever, you'll see that. You know, very well-mannered, very well-spoken, all that stuff. So,
Art was saying just earlier that he was teaching you medical information from books, teaching you the human anatomy.
Yeah. That was one of his, I guess, his hobbies. He would give me parts of the body to memorize, and, you know, he had the books to do it with. He had Gray's Anatomy, and he had a book of anatomy by the name of Nesbitt. It's not, I don't know where that came from. Anyway, they were, the photos were color. The guy that did the book was a anatomist, and they were very good books, you know. And I'd have to memorize this stuff and repeat it to him, you know, when he asked me. I'd have to, well, he tested me on it, and I had to get it right. I had to get it right, Russell.
And when did things start?
I'd say about the second day. I want to say the second day. Yeah, this was an immediate thing. Yep, immediate. No powwow, no nothing. It was, he turned on, and it was hard to turn off, you know. It was horrible, you know. Don't want to go back there, but I will, you know, and talk about it now after all this time. But, you know, this guy is not what you would think he would be at all. So it makes you wonder what people are thinking, you know what I mean? You never know.
Art, do you think the public, the persona that Jeffrey Dahmer has right now in the media, do you think that's accurate through his interviews, the various documentaries?
Well, like Billy says, there's a Jekyll and Hyde to him, and that behind the closed doors, then he turns into Mr. Hyde. So the interviews he did on television with Stone Phillips and Nancy Glass were accurate as Dr. Jekyll. Would you say so, Bill?
Yeah, I would say so. Nancy Glass, if you look at that YouTube video, you'll see him. You can see him change. And he was almost ready to lunge at her. Almost. You got to catch it, though. If you don't know Jeff, you won't know when. But I had it almost down to a science at the time when I was young. You know, I almost knew when it was coming, but he changed. He changed regularly. He always, you never knew. You never knew. It was so fast. A millisecond. Okay? A millisecond.
There's a sympathy out there for Dahmer, though. He's not hated like Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy. People try to understand him. They don't hate him.
They don't hate him. Okay. Well, like I said, he's a very nice guy. Superficially. Russell, would you want to go in a room by yourself with him and spend the night? I don't think so. No. No. Not if someone didn't know you were there. You surely wouldn't. Now, maybe if there were cops around, you might want to do it, you know. He knew what he was doing. I don't know why people sympathize with him. I don't get it. Of course, was one of the victims, but the thing is, that I don't get that. I do not get that. They don't understand Jeff Dahmer, okay? He's a classic psychopathic, violent psychopath that we don't want in our lives, I'll tell you. When you're in the room with somebody who's terrifying you, and who's in it, I get goosebumps now even, and who's attacking you, who's doing bad things to you, breaking your bones, beating you with a pipe, and all that kind of stuff, you kind of have to watch this guy. So what I did was, I didn't do it consciously, I don't think, but what I did was I watched his movements. I watched everything he did. His mouth, I watched his eyes, I watched his chest, his legs, his feet, his arms, his hands, everything. So that is stuck in my head. It will never go away. You can see, I can see it. I don't know if everybody else can, but they better, try to notice that. And there's one interview with Nancy Glass that you can see that. But he was definitely not a nice person. I just want to stress that.
He was a heavy drinker.
Yeah, he liked to drink. He drank all the time. But I tell you about his drinking. He would drink, but I would go over to his bunk, okay? I was like, get close to him or something like that. This dude would come alive. It was like he knew he had radar or something, I mean, he would come alive and the fight was on, It was on. He might have been a bad drinker. I don't know, maybe he didn't remember some of the things. I don't know. But to say that the drinking was part of the problem with him would be, that's fair to say. But I don't think that was why. I think Jeff was who he was, He was who he was.
So the drinking got him to Mr. Hyde, just like in the Jekyll and Hyde story. There was some chemical that changed this person into the second personality.
Yeah, I suppose that's what I'm trying to get at. Is
are you trying to say? I think Russell. I think I'm following you now. Are you trying to say that maybe that the drinking made him that way?
Well, just as Art is implying there, that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, that there was a catalyst that would change him.
It may have helped out. It may have been a catalyst sometimes. Yeah, but sometimes I think maybe that he was completely sober. You can't really put a finger on that. That's hard to do.
Well, I think that Jeff had said in some interview someplace that it was the drinking that had caused him to do it. But you're saying that there were times when he wasn't drinking that he would assault you. And then again, he said he drank all the time.
Right. I'm saying that there were occasions that he was sober. Maybe a hangover or something like that. Yeah. I'm saying that, I guess what I'm trying to say is that's a hard question. Very hard question. He had a job, at the Ambrosia Chocolate Factory, he got to work every day. He was sober during work most of the time probably.
And he's working at the sub shop here in Miami Beach, North Miami Beach. However, the manager had told me that he had sent him away on a couple of occasions because he came in drunk and disheveled and said, come back tomorrow, and he would. And then he just disappeared from the manager's sight. And then finally he fired him entirely because of that.
Jeff Dahmer is who Jeff Dahmer was. And, if you want to say, if people want to sympathize about the drinking, or whatever, they can, but I don't think it's completely true. I think that did, if he was drinking, the attacks were worse, I think, and more brutal, yeah.
Well, what were some of the methods of torture that Jeffrey Dahmer used against you?
Okay, his wall locker contained, the reason I know this, Russell, is because he did leave sometimes. The door locked from inside and outside. I have pictures of it. He would lock the door, had no key, and I would go into his wall locker. There's a little nipple on the end of the top. I pried it back, and I looked inside. I would steal his money, thinking that would not make him drink, and that contradicts what I just said. But, he was much worse drunk. And I would steal his money, and I'd put it into the bunk, where the bunk attaches to the other bunk. There was some bunks in his bunk and my bunk. I would stick the money down in there. A lot of money, man. I stole a lot of money. But it also contained a knife. It contained Ativan and a drug called ketamine and syringes, all the stuff that we were issued as medics.
So is ketamine the drug that they weren't able to disclose during the trial?
I would bet money on it. Yeah, I would say that would be one of the drugs.
Bill, he used that on you, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah,
So-
ketamine, Ativan.
How would he slip that in? How would he get you to take it?
I guess through a drink, maybe. I've got some scars on my where injections were made in my arm, and stuff like that. So, he did have enough, and this contradicts what I said a while ago, as well. But he did make the torture a little bit easier when that drug was used. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be hit like that if I could get out of it, with a drug and wake up the next day.
He would beat you. He would not cut you.
Well, I got some stab marks. I mean, those are cuts. He had also, I forgot to tell you about this, he had a ice pick looking thing. It's I think what it was used for, I've looked them up, it's a tool used for sticking into a tire or something like that. That was one of the weapons that he had as well. And I got some of those kind of marks too, quite a few of them. I was thinking about, why would you use an ice pick? What would be the best reason to use an ice pick? And I thought about it and thought about less bleeding. Punchers don't bleed like cuts. They don't. That's the only thing I can think of why he did that. But he had massive amounts of blood on him many times when he returned from different places. So I mean, I've actually seen this guy pull his clothes off and have to peel his T-shirt off and his clothing. It was dried onto his skin. He'd been out for a while, a couple of days, 3 days. When he came back, he went to Oktoberfest in Munich. And when he came back from that, he was just a bloody mess.
So let's build the case for a different Jeffrey Dahmer, one that was probably killing throughout his adult life. Because the official story right now is that there was about an 8-year period of dormancy, I believe, where he hadn't killed anyone. However, there were several unsolved murders around the barracks.
From my understanding, there was probably about, 5, 6, 7, about 8, I think, that I know. 8, I think there's more, isn't there?
Well, I think he's asking you around the barracks, which you know more than I do. I know that there was maybe a dozen murders within 50 kilometer radius of Baumholder, Germany, which is where the base was. While he was there, that didn't happen before and didn't happen afterwards. And Germany was in 1981 was not like Miami in 1981, because that was just like a bad week in Miami. Or maybe not even a bad week. But in Germany's 200 to 300 murders a year, and then you had not very well publicized what may have been a series of murders. It may not have been a series, but it may well have been a series. And there were women in there. There were mostly women. They weren't exclusively. When Bill talks about blood on this man's shirt, and then on the knives, and there's more than one knife, he said, there was blood and there was mucus on the knives, and that, Bill, you told me that you throw those knives out the window and then he'd replace them.
That's
and then
right.
it would happen again.
Every time. Yes.
We think that there was, certainly we don't believe Jeffrey Dahmer was a liar while he was at large, an extremely good manipulator. Would you agree with that, Bill?
Oh yes, very much.
And then somehow we collectively wanted to believe that when he was caught and in police custody and was being tried for the murders that he admitted to, that he suddenly turned into a truth teller. And that, to me, is a big disconnect, except that I understand that certainly for people in Milwaukee, they would have wanted to think that, okay, We got him. He's not at large anymore. And whatever he admitted to, that was it, and nowhere else. And that's the end of that. And that's sort of what the trial was about. No, according to a wonderful report by a reporter from Psychology Today, who had sat in on the whole trial. This was a washing for the city of Milwaukee and area, and they were plenty up in arms about that. They were nuts about Jeffrey Dahmer, and like to have whatever other numbers of Jeffrey Dahmer murders that could have been all over the country. Now, for instance, we know that Jeffrey Dahmer, in at least 1981, after he's thrown out of the Army, now leaves Miami in roughly September of 81, that he drives his car or his family's car to Hot Springs, Arkansas, which is where Billy is, and he wanted to see Billy. And there he is in a car, and I know from talking to Billy's sister, who intercepted Dahmer once or twice, he really wanted to see Billy, and looked down into his car and described it and saw axes and hammers and saws in the back seat of that car. This guy drove from what must have been Ohio to Arkansas and could have driven anywhere else. No, for most of that time, it didn't seem like he had a car, but he had a car then. Now, you have murders that are potentially anywhere else, and he was not going to give them up.
Yeah, why? What reason would he have had to lie at that point? He was going to serve the maximum anyhow.
Well, he's a practice manipulator. I mean, he's a practice liar. I mean, why would he start telling the truth to the entirety? It says, I have learned in my writings of true crime that my definition of a liar is someone who tells 99 true things, including things you weren't expecting, in order to cover one lie, one thing that he does not want you to know. And there are a number of things that Jeff Dahmer didn't want you to know, including that about Adam Walsh. That happened in a death penalty state, and Jeff Dahmer could be on the record and saying, no, I really want the death penalty. Okay, sure. Okay, let's believe Jeff Dahmer when he says that. Now, Jeff Dahmer did not admit to Adam Walsh for that reason, plus it was the murder of a child. It was the murder of a famous child, famous in the aftermath of his taking. A child serving time in prison for the murder of a child for the rest of your life, was not really a good thing for anybody, including Jeff Dahmer. It's just another reason. And plus, I think, would you agree, Bill, that he just liked misleading people, like getting away with it? It was a powerful thing to be able to mislead people. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. And he liked to control people. He liked to control the barracks. I mean, the people that were supposed to be his superiors, he could even control them, being nice. He manipulated the people around the barracks even. I mean...
Yeah, well, a lot of people are asking, because I'm getting lots of emails on this, why you stayed so long in this relationship with Jeffrey Dahmer.
I wasn't in a relationship, per se, but where was I going to go?
He was a prisoner. That answers that.
How was I going to get out of there? I jumped out the window, broke a hip, broke bones. They would bring me back, put me right back in there. I mean, it was horrible. I could not get out of there. I could not get out of there.
Would Jeffrey take care of you when you had broken bones?
Oh, yeah, he fed me. He helped me to the restroom and the shower, stuff like that, yeah. I mean, if you want to say he's a nice guy for that, okay, well, whatever.
So he could be both, nurturing and sadistic.
Yeah, but bizarre guy. After I went through all this therapy, we had to go back in time, develop. And I just want to say, when you're 17 years old and you come from a family of 5 girls and 2 boys, I was the 7th of 8 kids. It's kind of hard when you're 17 years old and you go in the military. You get through basic training. You get through your AIT or individual training. You go to your permanent party. You meet a guy like Jeff Dahmer. You get put in the room with him. At 17 years old, you don't even know who you are at that time. So we had to go back, find out exactly who Billy was. It's kind of like you have to find out who I had to find out what my personality was even. I didn't even really have a personality. I couldn't cry. I had to learn how to cry again. I had to learn how to smile. I had this terrible look on my face. Like, my mom always said, please try to smile, I didn't know who I was at all. I didn't know. I just knew that I was alive. I mean, I didn't know how to talk to people. I just was a mess. So, you just really have to, when you talk about, this don't happen. I couldn't talk to you, Russell, today if I hadn't had Dr. Gene Waterman. He took me under his wing. I went to his house for therapy when he retired. We kept it going. We worked hard at it. Okay? Hard. This is hard work. This is not something that happens overnight. And Arthur J. Harris, I just want to add that he is the best man I've ever met. He's stuck with me 10 years now, even though I was a hell of a mess when he met me. He kind of helped me through the last 10 years. With doing this stuff, it helped me do something good and helped me develop skills that I didn't have before, helped me talk to people. He's a very good man. I just want to add that.
Billy helped me incredibly, to just vetting all these witnesses and in so many ways and so much information about Jeff. What a source on Jeff Dahmer that he is. He's absolutely the best. That there is nobody who knows Jeff Dahmer, unfortunately, as well as Bill. But I think one of the questions Russell or may want to know, or the emailers want to know, is why couldn't you get out of that room? Why it's the Army? I mean, how could something like this happen in the Army?
Well, why did 26,000 rapes happen last year in the Army or the military? I don't know. I can't answer that. It's probably because nobody listens. I've got a saying, if you don't listen, you don't hear anything, and if you listen to people, you're going to hear something. I was told to shut up, I want to keep it clean, called names and things like that. I tried my rear end off to get this took care of. It was not taken care of, no matter how many injuries there were, no matter whatever happened, it just wasn't there. I don't even think we had a commanding officer, okay?
It's sort of like what's going on this week with the Miami Dolphins, my home football team, and the bullying between these big 300-pound offensive linemen, where one of the offensive linemen, who finally, after a year and a half of hazing and bullying and physical abuse, apparently, just gave up. And it's like, how could on a NFL team that everybody knew what was happening to some extent, how could that continue and not be reported? And the answer is sort of that there are little universes that go on, and they're very private. Hazing, that happens in college teams, maybe every college team, high school. It happens all over, and it doesn't get reported, and everyone turns either a blind eye or they laugh at you, and then you're just kind of stuck there. And the military, was there a chief military officer that Billy could have gone to say, no, this man is abusing me, he's torturing me, he's raping me? No, there wasn't anybody. And he basically got laughed at as being soft. And yet the person who was controlling him was none other than Jeffrey Dahmer.
In 1991, when Dahmer was arrested, did you speak to the police?
Yes, I spoke with the German police. I guess all the different initials. Yeah, they told me congratulations. You made it.
So essentially, you were never able to report this for a decade.
That's right. That's right.
But the military knew what had happened. There's reports, and Billy's got disability, and there's stuff in his medical records that he's gotten, and the military would seem to know enough of what happened, at least afterwards. And when I say the military, that's the institution. No, the individuals in his barracks who didn't do anything and would seem to be feeling very guilty about it. The reports are sound. It just continued, and then finally they threw Dahmer out of the Army 8-9 months early, and then they sent him to the States, and they gave him a plane ticket, one way, go anywhere you want. He could have gone home to Ohio. Guess where he went? Miami, Florida. And that's where he spent the spring and summer of 1981.
And then he called his father. I need to come home.
Actually, no. What happened was the guy who hired him at the sub shop, he was a nice guy, and he was interested in Jeff, and somehow we got out of him that he'd been in the military. He'd hired him. He was going through his trash. You look like you're hungry. Come in. Don't eat out of there. Come out. I'll give you lunch. And then he hired him. And he said, "No, does your dad know that you're here?" He says, "No, probably something like, nah, my dad, I'm not really close to my dad." And that manager, a mature man, said, "All right, give me the number. I'm going to call him." And that's how his dad knew that he was working for Sunshine Subs in North Miami Beach or Sunny Isles, in Dade County, Florida. Later, Jeff called and said, "I'm out of money. He had been fired from his job. He'd been drinking." And then they said, "All right, when Jeff had wanted money," and instead they arranged a plane ticket home for him.
Tell me about the locked refrigerator.
Okay, there was a small dorm-sized refrigerator in the room that was locked, and he would go to that refrigerator occasionally, put bags, these brown paper bags. He would put things in there, and what is that? He told me one time it was liver pate. That's the one I remember, and lunch meat and stuff like that. I really never got to see in it.
Art, are you able to tell the audience what the police found inside his fridge in Milwaukee?
They opened the fridge, and there's an effing head in the refrigerator. The cop screamed out. And then they found more in the freezer, and then he had another freezer, and there were more there, and more heads, corpses that were throughout the apartment. And it was a charnel house. It was pretty nasty. They were pretty traumatic just for the cops to go in there. Very traumatic, shall I say. Billy, you also have to remember, he was hungry all the time because Jeff didn't feed him, didn't let him eat, and didn't let him communicate with home. He didn't get mail, he didn't get paid. So Billy was always searching for food. So he wanted to get lunch meat in the refrigerator, but it's locked. Billy ate cookies from his grandmother, Jeff's grandmother, who had sent them cookies. That was nice.
I think I lost Russell probably about 50, 60 pounds while I was in there.
Over a year.
Yeah. It was horrible. I try to put it in perspective, though. And you got to put it in perspective. You got to remember, I was 17 years old. You got to remember that, I didn't know what to do. All I knew was I didn't want to die. I didn't want to die. I wanted to do something to him so bad, but I wanted to go home so bad, too. My mother and my sisters, and Art's got the video, they called Germany every day looking for me. Every day, Russell. Their bill was like $1,000, okay? Their phone bill in 80 and 81. They looked for me. They was told I was AWOL. They was told that I was missing or whatever. My mother, she thought maybe he got sent out on something and was killed or whatever, and they hadn't found him yet or whatever, because of all my relatives that have been in wars. But they didn't know what was going on. It was after Vietnam. It was a messy military. Messy, very messy. And I hardly remember even coming home. I was escorted home by some sergeant, I think, or something like that. That's how bad sick I was. They had to pin my clothing on me. It was a mess. It was horrible to bring your kid home like that. My poor mother.
Did you ever think of attacking Jeff?
Yeah, I thought about it. I was going to kill him at once, Russell. I thought about it, but what's better? Go home? Don't go to jail? I had enough sense to know that. I should have, by all means, done something to him. It was justified, but where would I be now?
Could you have killed him? Would there have been an opportunity?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, there would have been a lot of opportunities.
Do you have guilt for not killing him?
Yeah, I have survivor's guilt. Look what happened. He goes to Florida. He kills, a kid. He goes to Milwaukee, kills 17 people. He kills people, I believe, in Germany. There's not any evidence that he actually killed these people. I want to stick to the facts that we can prove. But that 7-year hiatus that everybody's talking about he didn't kill, I don't believe that at all. That's a bunch of garbage, and people need to quit sympathizing with people like him.
But I think it's fair to say that there wasn't any evidence for many of the 17 murders already attributed to him. Many of the bodies he had already disintegrated in hydrochloric acid.
Right. There were 3 or 4 of those that he didn't have to admit to, but they were piling on. There were no death penalties that were going to be applied for there. No, once he had 11, it really didn't matter. I think he figured that the 78 murder when he was still in high school in Ohio was something that that the police were going to, or maybe they even told him, like, we're going to try and find out everywhere that you've ever been, and we're going to look for unsolved murders for there. And I think that he just volunteered it and said, all right, I'll look like a good guy. I'm volunteering Stephen Hicks in June of 1978, and I murdered him, and here I can show you where the body parts are. They did it, and they found teeth, and they found pieces of the skull that he'd hacked, and then, wow, he's really a truth teller. Okay? Those are among the 99 truths that he told to cover up the remaining things that he did not want to tell about. And for Billy, I mean, where is there a discussion about Billy Capshaw from Jeff Dahmer? Where is there a discussion about the man there's a police report in Dade County. It's dated 20 days before Adam Walsh. It's July 7 of 1981. Jeff Dahmer reports a dead body in the alley behind the sub shop where he worked. The report, which Hollywood police never got, I got it myself. It wasn't easy to find. You had to know that it was there. Now, according to Mr. Jeffrey Dahmer, it says, so Jeff Dahmer is finding dead bodies behind the sub shop. Is that suspicious? Well, he didn't say anything about that to anybody, but if he's coming clean about everything, might that have been something that he might have added? No, even if he really did find the body, okay? Like, well, I also happen to have found a dead body, of a homeless man behind the sub shop. But I didn't have anything to do with that. But he didn't even say that. This man is not a reliable person. He's an interesting person to listen to. But if you are taken in by him and you think that we'd like to think that he told everything. And that's the official word. And that is just not true.
Well, I think one of his biggest advocates has been Lionel Dahmer, his father, who himself, Lionel, called into America's Most Wanted, believing that Jeffrey Dahmer had, in fact, killed Adam Walsh.
Lionel Dahmer did make that connection, and so did the FBI agent from Madison, Wisconsin, Neil Purtell. You would think that would have been a serious investigation, but Hollywood police wasn't interested. And again, Lionel only knew that because the sub shop owner had called him to say, this is where your son is. He's in Miami. I didn't know that. Or possibly it was that by then that his trunk and stuff had gotten to his Ohio home from Germany. And what's this all about? Where is Jeff? We don't know.
One of the witnesses that saw Jeff Dahmer in the Hollywood Mall, or claims to, mentioned his eyes. Billy, you've studied the man. What were his eyes like?
Beautiful eyes. They really were. I mean, until he got into the hide phase and they changed. They would go right through you. They were blank. I mean, it's hard to describe. When you think about it, when Jeff, when he attacks, happened to be there a few times, unfortunately, but he's attacking, he says nothing. He says no words whatsoever. He don't even make grunts, anything. But his head and his eyes and his body language, his face makes movements. And all of a sudden, his eyes, they change. And they just they're like piercing. They go right through you. You know you got a problem right then. I mean, basically, right that second.
He's depersonalizing you. He's objectifying you. And I've never met anybody, remotely like that. I dare say, Russell, that you haven't either. And that's something that you would say, I need to be away from this person, unless, of course, you're trapped by him. And it wasn't just one witness. Basically, everybody who came into close contact with him was traumatized by that look. It was a very scary thing. They've never forgotten it. Witness after witness. Even the sub shop owner had said the same thing to me when he told him off, and then he gave him a look and says, you give me that look one more time and you're in big trouble. Now, there are countless people, and not just in Florida, but that was a common thing. Billy was great in analyzing and talking to these witnesses and sharing the experience. And when they told him, volunteered that stuff, especially about the eyes, then Billy comes back and says, yep, that's Jeff. That's nobody else. That is very unusual.
Just one of these things that you would have to have met Jeff Dahmer to have known.
Yes, very much so. I tell you, if you ever met Jeff, you would never forget him if he was in that hide thing. Now, if he's walking in the mall on a normal day, maybe, you wouldn't think that. But when he's in the mall, when he's abducting a kid, you got to think of, I'm stuck for words, right now. But, it's so traumatizing when he goes in that phase. There's actually a lady, Linda Sue Swisher, who's in a PTSD home, from that. She was traumatized just by the way he was looking at her. She's very sick from it.
She was a nurse and bomb holder, and she taught him some things, and she's got survivor's guilt about teaching him, things like how to use a scalpel, even though he already knew. And I was going to add that I've spoken to other people who were chased, other children who were chased by Jeffrey Dahmer, one of whom was in another Sears in Palm Beach County, which is maybe 40, 50 miles north of here, north of Hollywood. And, when he saw Jeff Dahmer's picture for the first time on the news, he said, that's the man. That's who chased me. There's also, from that same episode, there were witnesses who had seen the man chasing a child, and they did a police artist's drawing of it. In my book, it looks just like Jeffrey Dahmer circa 1981. Just like him. Striking. That man was on the prowl here. Now, I have a number of incidences where it sounds like he was chasing others. He's been identified by others. Taking Adam Walsh was not isolated. This is just what he did. He was successful with Adam Walsh.
Do you think it's possible that there was a network of these serial killers, that perhaps Toole, Lucas, Dahmer knew each other? There was even an instance where Toole and Ted Bundy shared a prison cell in Florida.
That's weird, but obviously if they're in prison, they're not out on the loose doing anything together. In fact, Bundy is in prison by 78, and we're talking 81 for now. So for the longest time, I considered Toole to be just a serial confessor as well as Lucas. And I didn't give them any credibility on anything that they had confessed to, except for the arson murder up in Jacksonville, which is why he was in Florida State Prison and eventually died there. But I came to realize that I might be wrong on that. I was able, on everything that I have documentation. I have police and medical examiner, public records, large sources I have interviews that I've done, I've got previously published materials on whether I have a sense that Toole, Henry Lee Lucas, and Dahmer, I know that they were in the same very small general area of Sunny Isles, Florida, Sunny Isles Beach, in the end of May of 1981. I know because Toole and Lucas committed a murder in that Lucas gave a very good, detailed confession to, and I saw the videotape, and I know the homicide detective, and I trust that. They were there together in 163rd Street in North Miami Beach, and Dahmer was working at 170th Street in North Miami Beach at the same time, and he was probably sleeping on the beach, which was only a block or so away. Where Dahmer was, it was across the street. And there's some other reasons to think, now it's not conclusive, it's definitely speculative, that Lucas may not have known Dahmer by name, or may only have known him by Jeff, who knows, but Toole seems to have made the connection to Jeff Dahmer that spring or summer of 81 in southern Florida. Now, Lucas and Toole as well had talked about the Hand of Death cult. And for the longest time, I thought that was a huge bunch of hooey. There's zero documentation, and it just sounded like, real horror film stuff. I changed my mind, not with documentation that this stuff existed and was real, but it's in my mind that it's conceivable. It isn't just a Florida thing, that Toole and Lucas who were both separately talking about it from their prison cells. And I just don't know what to think. I mean, this gets into the conspiratorial stuff, and, all this stuff that you're listening to right now, may sound conspiratorial, my Adam Walsh, it may sound, but let me tell you, I'm a journalist, and my stuff, what I've written, what I'm telling you about, is documented. When I speculate on very limited ways, like I just did now, I'll tell you it's speculation. Since 96, and really the past 10 years, examining the Jeffrey Dahmer connection, getting all the public records that were available. And I know this case, and I know the public records, and I've got more public records than the investigators have looked at. And this stuff is real. And to find somebody like Billy, who was never asked, by anybody except for German polizei, which, when Jeff denied killing the girls, anybody in Germany, they went, okay, well, what are we going to do? If he was going to admit to it, that would be great. But since he's not admitting to it, that's pretty much the end of it. And then they went and saw Billy. I think now the answer to your question is it's possible.
Billy, did you ever see Dahmer privately meeting with anyone, or?
Well, there was some guys with suits that came to the room, but I don't really know who they are. I'm thinking they were probably, not German, but American CID. Now, I was told by a guy who's deceased now, I won't mention his name. He said that they were investigating Jeff for a murder of a man named Hans. The military knew that there was a problem even when I got there. No one wanted to room with Jeff, and I don't know what to think about it. I really was afraid to say anything. They talked to him. I went outside, the room and stuff like that, and then they left. That was pretty much it. They had suits on. I don't know what they were talking about, but I'm pretty convinced that it was probably about the murder of Hans. He was last seen with Jeff. He left the barracks with Jeff right before I got there, and he was found mutilated, probably 20 kilometers from the barracks. That's what I know about that. Other than seeing a couple of other people, I never really got to see many people, that were supposed. I didn't even know how many people were in our squad or company or anything like that.
Billy's basically the guy who knows from the inside that room. Billy was in Germany for a year and a half. He never got to see it. He knows nothing about Germany except that the weather's cold. And he only knows that from opening the window.
Yeah, jumping out the window. But I want to tell you, Russell, I'm okay. I'm solid. I'm good. I did my deed. I went to therapy. I found a good doctor. Art Harris found me, and that helped me then, I think, to talk to Art and to the witnesses and things like that. I'm solid. It is scary. You get goosebumps and stuff like that, but you got to be able to put this behind you, and people that have things like this happen to them, they need to be treated immediately. Right that second. They don't need to wait or anything like that. It took 5-6 years for me to start being treated. I had some stuff, I think, in Germany, some different surgeries, I think, patching me up to send me home, at the end of my tour.
I want to add that I've always been cognizant that I didn't want to re-traumatize by talking and introducing him to witnesses and anything that was obviously going to bring back Jeff Dahmer. So I asked him over and over, are you okay with this? And he always said that he was. And I still think that on one interview that I had him do, he did re-traumatize himself. But what I did for Bill was I exposed him again from outside of that box, that room that he was in. I showed him other people who had met Jeff Dahmer, other people who had been traumatized by him. I brought him into a larger world, and that he saw that he wasn't the only one, rather to his surprise, because that's sort of a natural thing, that this is totally unique. Well, it's pretty damn unusual, but it wasn't unique to him, and he was able to spread out himself and say, oh, okay, other people have come in contact with him and survived him, although a lot didn't survive him.
During the vetting process for this program, It came to light that Kip Capshaw, who is Billy's son, is currently serving a life sentence. I'll read this from the Associated Press clipping. The body of 29-year-old Melinda K. Jenkins was found April 8th, 2007, and 41-year-old Janice Alyssa Bills was found dead June 17. DNA evidence linked Capshaw to the killings. Investigators say Capshaw likely picked up his victims while they were hitchhiking. He then raped, beat, and strangled them, leaving them in the woods. Billy, I'd like you to talk about that, please.
I don't really think that's true. Not all of it's true. But Kip did tell me, I spoke with him last night on the phone. He still says the same things, and I think it's been 6 years now, that he was with a guy, and they were doing drugs, and he had sex with this one girl. The other guy that he was with strangled the girl, had a gun. That's all he'll say about it. He said he did not kill the girl, or the girls. And the Bills girl, she's like 41 years old, and she had DNA, I think. They have not let me see the paperwork, the file. I think there's a problem with the case, got to be a problem with the case. I've only had 1 hour to look at 5,000 pages, okay? I don't know why. I can't buy it. I can't do anything. They won't talk to me about it. They get very mad even when I come to the prosecutor's office or the defender's office or whatever. They get angry. They won't give me any of the files. I thought closed cases, you could make these records requests and get those files, but, they're having a hard time upping them. I mean, there's some problems with it. Kip said he did not kill these people. And, I believe him. He's my son. I've never seen anything out of him that would ever... Dayla, she that's his half-sister, wrote something on the internet suggesting that maybe some transfer, that Dahmer stuff got into Kip or something. That's garbage. Kip had a good life. When he was 16 years old, I bought him a new car, brand new off the showroom, wasn't a used car. And then he wrecked it, and I bought him a truck. He wrecked it. Kip didn't even have a car at the time. He didn't have a bicycle. He didn't have anything. I don't know how he was getting around other than this other guy. I would make Kip stay home and everything. I wouldn't let him. He was around the wrong crowd, I think. And he actually got, I think, inside of the interrogation room or whatever they want to call it. They want to call it an interview room here. But I think that they coerced a confession out of him. That's what I think. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. I just don't see it. I don't see it at all.
Do you think your known associations with Dahmer
I think so.
worked against you on that? Yeah.
Yes, I do. And it's got to stop. My damn life has been hell. Russell, it's been hell. People don't get it. I mean, they need to start getting it, okay? I'm the guy you come to if you want to know something about Jeff, okay? I'm not the guy you kick down. And it seems like people want to kick me. I keep maintaining, though. I'm not giving up. That's bullshit to give up. You know what I mean? It really is. You don't give up. Not when you come this far. You don't. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up on my son's case at all. That's why I won't go into the rest of it. But, I'm not giving up on any of it. You got to know. You got to put things in perspective where people are at. Not everything's, people want to believe what they read, and that's garbage. People want to believe that stuff. When someone is arrested, or he wasn't even convicted. It never went to trial. He plea bargained, okay, against my wishes. I wish he would have went to trial. Now, when you got a public defender, I sold my house. I sold everything I had to get money to get the attorney. I could not come up with the amount of money that they wanted. And it was a tremendous amount of money. I couldn't do it, okay? The one attorney actually followed me around and said, hey, man, they don't know. And I could not hire him because I didn't have the money, Russell. Didn't have the money. And if you look at Arkansas's track record on these false convictions and things, the West Memphis 3, you ever heard of that case? Three boys, well, probably need to look it up. They spent one spent 18 years on death row, the other two for life in prison for killing 3 other little boys, and there was not a shred of evidence. They were convicted by public opinion. Okay? Not one shred of evidence. Guess what? They walked off death row, walked out of prison, and they're free now. So, got to put everything in perspective. And yeah, the Dahmer thing did have something to do with it. It's a connection. It's a bunch of people who want to believe something that's not true. That's what it is. My son, I love him. That's unconditional love right there. You know, a son is something to have. That's my only son. And, you know, my only child. So, you know, I've been kicked really hard, and screw the people who don't believe in me or whatever, but I'm a good guy. I'm a nice guy. You know, they may have threw me in the room with this psychopathic, sociopathic killer, but, you know, that was not my fault. I was 17 years old. Give me a break.
Billy, I think it's fair to say that you are one of the only people that has ever survived knowing Jeffrey Dahmer.
You're damn right, and you know, they need to listen to me just a little bit, and they need to listen to what Art Harris says. Art went through this case with a fine-tooth comb. I know that for a fact because I was there the whole time. There's no doubt in my mind that Jeff did this. Okay, I can tell from the anatomy stuff. I can tell from everything that he of what he was and how he presented himself and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's Jeff, without a doubt. The people that are trying to push us down or whatever, they need to take a look at it. Let me tell you something. If I could go get my son Kip right now, you could cut my legs off and I'll crawl with my bloody stumps to get him, and I would ride him back on my back. I promise you. If there was a doubt. There's no doubt in my mind that somebody needs to take a look at this thing again. The evidence is pretty clear. Some of it's pretty complicated. Some of it's not. They got a lot of stuff wrong, Russell. A lot of stuff in this investigation is completely wrong. It's a worse investigation, worse than the Memphis 3. I mean, it's horrible that they would do something like that. It's crazy.
Well, you say convicted on public opinion. Was Toole not convicted on public opinion? I mean, have you approached John Walsh with this information, Art?
I've put my information out in the public, and I first tried to contact Mr. Walsh in 1997 when I did a story for a weekly called Broward New Times, and I couldn't get through to him. After that, going through his public relations people and stuff, I've deliberately not tried to approach him myself when I've worked with, for instance, the Miami Herald, ABC Primetime. I've had other reporters or producers I've worked with and have them approach John Walsh. So I don't know. I really don't know what John Walsh thinks, but I've certainly spoken to Hollywood police at great length. I've been friendly with them at some times and other times other than friendly. This is an independent investigation, and maybe they don't respect it because of that, but it's from information from their files and other files, and again, everything's documented. So they could speak to Billy Capshaw, and they could speak to the 7 witnesses who were police witnesses to begin with, who came to the police, most of which came in the first couple of days after Adam was taken, but not all of them, and go and re-interview them or just read what I wrote from them and just ask Billy if what I wrote about Billy, and there's a chapter in my first book, Billy's story, and ask him if that stuff is true or not.
Billy, for the audience who wants to learn more about you, there's the website survivingjeffreydahmer.com. You're also in a film. Can you talk about that briefly?
Yeah, we did a film over a period of a year. The name of it's Justice Denied. It's about men raped in the military. They had 26,000, I think, in 2012 in the United States. So, it's pretty good. I talk about what happened a little bit, and there's some other people. People need to know this. I'm solid now, and it motivates me to help with things like the Adam Walsh story and the military sexual trauma stuff. It just makes me stronger and stronger. You got to be able to give back. I've had some really good people helping me, along the way to get better. I didn't do this by myself. People probably think I probably shouldn't be able to talk. There's a lot of people that think that. That's not the case. Very well, solid, very solid.
I've been speaking to so many traumatized people recently for my story, and even people whose trauma was very, very brief. You don't get over it. Getting over it is hard. You don't forget it. And Billy is still surrounded by this every day, and all the pain, the physical pain that he endures. Just a reminder of Jeff Dahmer. I'm the first person who got the autopsy report narratives of Jeff Dahmer's victims from Milwaukee County, the first person outside of the institutions. And I shared them with Billy to see what could he discern from there, what could he tell me that hasn't been reported. Again, Billy was a paramedic as well in Arkansas, and Billy knows anatomy from Jeff. He saw that Jeff apparently kept his victims alive. They were being tortured. This was really horrendous stuff, and it's not been reported. Documents are now public record because I have them, and they just contradict. Now, Jeff said, I didn't like to see my victims go through pain. These people were alive when Jeff was cutting them up, and he kept them alive. It was, at the end, I wrote, rotten hell, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Russell, he kept them alive. He enjoyed it. He enjoyed what he did to me. He kept them alive with a thoracostomy tube, a breathing tube. He severed the spine at certain areas, many of his victims, so they couldn't get away or couldn't move or couldn't whatever, and stuff like that. It's all crazy. I could see where one of them had a tracheostomy. It's all crazy. And there's another thing called a cricothyrotomy. I mean, you got all these things that he was doing, and he knew that stuff better than anybody, probably, as well as a physician, probably. I mean, he's just dissecting people while they're alive. People, they don't get the sympathy for Jeff Dahmer should not be there. When he would beat me, and then he would rape me, or he would rape me and then beat me, it was confusing. I didn't know what to expect. I got tied to a bunk, given drugs, all that kind of crazy stuff. He would get beside me, and he even told me he loved me one time. Stuff like that. And this guy was sick, okay? Somebody, and I think you know who I'm talking about, had trained this guy. He was not a regular guy, a regular 18, 19-year-old kid. He was not, okay? He had many years of training. For his age, I don't see how he had that much knowledge.
But you asked or said to Billy, no, he's really the only survivor of Jeff Dahmer. And then I would propose that there is a second prominent survivor of Jeff Dahmer. I relied on Billy to talk to this person, and it's getting late into the show, and I'd like to.
Well, let me ask you this, Art: is Adam Walsh dead?
Adam Walsh, I believe, and I can't say this for certain because I don't have the forensic proof, but I have the anecdotal proof. Adam Walsh is not dead. I have been speaking to him for the last 4 years. Billy spoke to him at length, and Billy told me after speaking to him that he says, I can't tell you whether he's Adam Walsh or not, but his story of being taken from the mall by Jeff Dahmer, taken to a house of torture, as it turns out, in Miami Beach, Florida. Tell me, bottom line, is he telling the truth? Does he know Jeff Dahmer the way that you do?
Yes, he does. He knew Jeff Dahmer, okay? Just like I did.
For the audience who wants to learn more about your story, Billy, there's a website. What's the web address for that?
It's survivingjeffreydahmer.org.
And Art Harris, is there any websites the audience can check for you?
Best thing is, on your page, there's links to my 3 books. Book 1, which we talked the most about. There's Book 2, which we just teased to. The story is Jeffrey Dahmer's Dirty Secret, the Unsolved Murder of Adam Walsh. Book 1, Finding the Killer. Was the man in the mall the most notorious murderer in history? A true story. Book 2 is Finding the Victim. The body identified as Adam Walsh is not him. Is Adam still alive? A true story. And I have a single edition, which is a briefer read of books 1 and 2. First, the police found the body, then the killer. Neither was right. A true story. And I would certainly invite anyone to go to my Amazon or Barnes & Noble or Kobo or Apple, sites and go read some more that I've written there about the stories. And then, again, it may sound crazy. Oh, it certainly does sound crazy. This stuff is documented.
One last question for both of you. If either of you were asked to testify in a court of law, would your testimony be the same then as it was today?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Arthur J. Harris, Billy Capshaw, it's been uniquely wonderful to speak to both of you guys. Really enjoyed it. We'll do it again. Thank you both for being on the program.
Hey, thank you, Russell.
Thank you very much, Russell.
Please.
Yes, there was a squad car, number 68, that was flagged down earlier this evening, about 15 minutes ago.
That was me.
What happened? I mean, my daughters and my niece witnessed what was going on. Was anything done about the situation?
No. It was the intoxicated boyfriend of another boyfriend.
Well, how old was this child?
It wasn't a child, it was an adult.
Are you sure?
Ma'am, I can't make it any more clear. It's all taken care of.
This is Officer Balsarac. I'm returning your call.
Yeah, there was a squad car, number 68, that was flagged down earlier this evening, about 15 minutes ago.
That was me.
What happened? Was anything done about the situation? You need the names or information or anything from us?
No, not at all.
You don't?
No, it was an intoxicated boyfriend of another boyfriend.
Well, how old was this child?
It wasn't a child. It was an adult.
Are you positive? Because my daughter, seen him in the street, catching earthworms and such.
Yeah, no, he's, it's all taken care of, ma'am.
Are you sure?
Ma'am, I can't make it any more clear. It's all taken care of. He's with his boyfriend in his boyfriend's apartment.
But, what if he's a child and not an adult? Are you positive this is an adult?
Ma'am, like I explained to you, it's all taken care of. It's as positive as I can be. I can't do anything about somebody's sexual preferences in life.
Well, no, I'm not saying nothing about that, but it appeared to be a child. This is my concern.
No, he's not, okay? It's a boyfriend thing, and he's got pictures of himself and his boyfriend and so forth.
Oh, I see.
Okay?
Okay. I'm just, it appears to have been a child. That's my concern.
I understand. No, he's not.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
In Wisconsin today, Jeffrey Dahmer died. He was murdered in the prison where he was sent in 1991 for murdering 17 men and boys. In 1991, the revelation that he had eaten or otherwise defiled some of his victims revolted the nation. His death may not be as shocking. Here's ABC's Aaron Hayes.
Jeffrey Dahmer met his death this morning while working as a janitor, cleaning a prison bathroom. Another inmate is suspected of beating him to death at this prison in Wisconsin. Authorities here say Dahmer died of massive head injuries. A second inmate injured in the attack is in critical condition.
What was found at the scene was a bloody broom handle. That's all I know.
To many, including Dahmer's own attorney, it comes as little surprise.
I wasn't shocked because I thought that Jeffrey Dahmer would end up this way.
At his sentencing, families of victims had lashed out at him, crying, threatening. Many today said even his death brings little consolation.
The hurt is worse now because he's not suffering like we are.
Other family members, in an odd twist, hope to gain from Dahmer's death. An attorney representing 8 of the families today pushed police to release Dahmer's belongings so they can be auctioned off. On the list, one of Dahmer's refrigerators where victims' remains were found, and an 80-quart kettle. The families hope to make at least $100,000 from the sale.
We don't consider that there's been closure on the Dahmer chapter episode as far as the victim families are concerned until there's compensation.
Ironically, at his sentencing, where he was given life without parole, Dahmer said he was ready for death.
Frankly, I wanted death for myself. I know my time in prison will be terrible, but I deserve whatever I get because of what I have done.
Jeffrey Dahmer had served just over 2 years in prison. Erin Hayes, ABC News.